Chapter 551. Ripple Mist Sect. It took Lin Mu a little over 4 hours to reach the buildings. They looked closer than they appeared, and at a certain point, Lin Mu was even wondering if he was moving forward or not. He also observed quite a lot of beasts roaming the forests. There were common beasts all the way to the core condensation realm beasts. Lin Mu even saw 3 peak stage core condensation realm beasts in the forest. This is definitely no common forest, Lin Mu muttered. He avoided the beasts and continued his journey to the sect. But once he reached there, he quickly hid underground using phase and moved to check the area. Along the way, he had not detected any formation array, which was a bit shocking to him as well. He was sure that a sect would have a large formation array around it, especially a sect like this, which was even larger than the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect in size. Lin Mu was sure it was a mid-grade sect, if not higher. Lin Mu spread his spirit sense around to observe things and saw quite a few people moving around. They were dressed in plain gray-blue robes and were doing menial tasks like cleaning, chopping wood, carrying water, and such. Seems like they are servants of the sect, Lin Mu guessed. He checked their cultivation bases and discovered that nearly everyone was at the 8th stage of the body tempering realm, if not higher. Damn, if the servants are at this level, then this is no common sect, Lin Mu reckoned. He spent an hour gathering information and eventually discovered where he was. The Ripple Mist Sect, Lin Mu muttered. The sect that was in front of Lin Mu was actually one of the top 10 sects of the world, the Ripple Mist Sect. It was ranked 7th in the rankings and came under the alliance of the Zither Wind Sect, which meant that it was likely to be under the influence of Gu Yao as well. And if it was so, then Lin Mu knew he would have to tread carefully. Little Shrubby ran over 3 entire kingdoms in that time, Lin Mu said, feeling shocked. The Ripple Mist Sect was located southeast of the Northern Lands and was over 15,000 kilometers from the Shuang Kayan Kingdom's border. This showed how far Little Shrubby had come. Getting back to the Shuang Kayan Kingdom will be quite difficult, unless Little Shrubby is able to use the 7 Beasts Burst again, but I doubt we want him to use it again, unless it is absolutely necessary. Lin Mu spoke. That's right, I think you'll need to make a different plan from here, Zukong said. Lin Mu nodded his head and moved to the other mountains that were closer to the main area of the Ripple Mist Sect. Along the way, he heard the conversations of the disciples and learned quite a few things. So my actions at the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect have already spread till here, huh? Lin Mu muttered. Well, what you did was truly quite a lot. A robbery of that level will cripple most sects, Zukong said. That's fine, but why would they give me that name? Lin Mu said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, I guess it does suit you a bit. After all, you didn't only steal the sect's resources, you also stole Bilau's Tribulation Lightning, Zukong said with a chuckle. I guess the lightning thief is not so bad, Lin Mu said. In the month Lin Mu had been sleeping, his deeds had already spread across the sects. First was the fact that he had robbed a sect, and the second, he had actually stolen a Tribulation Lightning bolt as well. It was something that was never done before, and now all the sects were wary. They had beefed up their security and made sure their identity badges were working properly. There were extra checks on who entered and exited the sect, while their vaults were on day-long supervision. If it's like this, then the plan Wu Hai made would not work even if I went back, Lin Mu muttered. It does seem like that now, Zukong replied, unable to help Lin Mu with much. Lin Mu put it at the back of his mind for now and investigated a bit more. He also realized why he had not felt any formation array upon getting closer to the sect. It was because the entire mountain he was in before and beyond that came under the sect's territory. That was the reason why no formation triggered. He was within the limits of the formation from the very start. Apparently, the Ripple Mist sect had expanded their borders after the news about the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect spread as a precaution, and the mountain where Lin Mu was sleeping was not part of it originally. Since they expanded it later on, they never detected Lin Mu or Little Shrubby who were in there. Then came the detection function of the formation array. Since there were a lot of beasts in the forest around the sect, including the core condensation realm, their movement would probably trigger the formation. So to prevent false alarms, they made it so that all the beasts that were within the limits of the formation at the time of expansion were considered part of the sect by default. Hearing this gave an idea to Lin Mu, and he decided to do something daring. He deactivated Phase and resurfaced. He then stole some disciples' robes and switched into them before trying to pass through one of the automatic checkpoints. Just as I thought, Lin Mu muttered after going through the checkpoint. There was no reaction at the checkpoint at all. It was as if he was not there, which was strange as when other disciples passed the formation lit up for a bit. The formation array. It now considers me as a beast too. Chapter 552. 2 Snakes. Lin Mu realized that the expanded formation array branded him as a beast, probably because he did not have the identity badge of a disciple. It basically scanned the entire area when it was being made and marked everything with a cultivation as a beast while excluding the disciples from it. Now that he thought of it, he wondered why the sect had not thought of this loophole before. Or rather, why didn't they think that others may take advantage of this and infiltrate the sect? No, rather, they did this after finding about me, right? So didn't they think I may have already entered the sect? Lin Mu wondered. Did you forget about the distance? I doubt they even expected little Shrubby to be so fast that he carried you all the way here. Plus, they didn't think of others trying this as they are probably a top sect and had better security from the start. Zukong suddenly said. Lin Mu thought over it and realized that Senior Zukong was right. He was the only one who had been successful in robbing a sect like that while going past multiple formations. Thus, they probably didn't keep up their guard against others. In a way, it was a combination of ignorance and belief that no one would target them. Still, it turned out to be advantageous to Lin Mu, and he now had a safe haven for the time being. No, wait, even if I'm registered as a beast in the formation array, shouldn't it still prevent beasts from entering the sect? Lin Mu wondered. His spirit sense spread around, and he quickly found out the reason for it. Ah, so they use a different method for this. A beast-repelling formation instead of an active block against the beasts. Lin Mu learned. This is the more effective method, and will also save them quite a bit of resources that letting the formation array actively filter out beasts all the time. Formation arrays as large as these take up a lot of spirit chi, and they probably save at least couple thousand mid-grade spirit stones every day from doing this. Zukong explained. I see, Lin Mu muttered, nodding this point in his mind. While he knew he would not be detected by the formation for now, Lin Mu still didn't dare to go deeper into the sect, though. He didn't want to risk someone recognizing him, as he was sure they had portraits and sketches of him circulating. Though he had not seen any of them in this sect for now. Even if he had worn a mask when he was caught, others had seen him before that, and the sect would have likely found out about his appearance and would have spread it in the kingdom, or even beyond it. Though I wonder if Gu Yao had any reaction to the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect getting robbed. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He roamed around the outskirt of the sect for a little while more, and gathered a bit more information before deciding to leave. In this time, he had learned that the mountain that he was living in was actuals the backyard of the sect. This was a protected area, and there were many beasts that lived here. They were all brought in by the sect and were left here to grow. Over the years, it had become flourishing, and now the disciples could go out to hunt the beasts whenever they watered. Lin Mu even learned that there were nascent soul realm beasts living in the forest, though he did not know the exact number. For the time being, Lin Mu decided that he would wait till little Shrubby recovers, and in the meantime he will check out the surroundings of the mountain. He didn't want some random nascent soul realm beast stumbling upon the cave when he was out or when he was cultivating. Lin Mu thus flew back to the mountain and scouted its surroundings. Good thing I checked. There is a nest of a core condensation realm beast nearby, Lin Mu discovered. The beast in question was a large fire-fang snake. It had built a nest in the hollow of a massive tree and had probably been living there for a while. Lin Mu didn't know how the beast didn't come to attack them, even though he was in its territory for all this time. Though when he went closer to check, did he realize why? Seems like it is going to lay eggs soon, Zhukang spoke upon seeing the balding body of the snake. No wonder it didn't leave the nest, it didn't want to get into a fight before that, Lin Mu said in understanding. Though it is still a bit strange. Don't fire fang snakes live in pairs. If it's going to lay eggs, its mate should be with it. Lin Mu recalled from what he had read before. That's true. Perhaps it went out to hunt, or maybe it died, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu wondered if he should kill the beast now, but then realized it wasn't really a threat to him. The beast would not move from the spot till it laid eggs, and even after that it would guard the eggs till they hatched. Tilde rumble tilde. While Lin Mu was thinking about what to do next, he sensed the ground tremble. Something's coming. Lin Mu muttered and distanced himself from that area, just in case. He moved up from the ground and entered a tree using phase instead. From there, he observed what was happening. About a minute later, the tremors in the ground only got stronger before the ground burst open. Tilde rumble tilde. Lin Mu saw the beast that had just come out of the ground. It was another snake, but unlike the fire fang snake, which had a mix of red and orange scales, this one had black and blue scales. A black water snake, Lin Mu recognized. Is it here to attack the fire fang snake? Lin Mu wondered. But then he saw something that rather surprised him. Chapter 553. A unique pairing and an alternative method. Lin Mu was sure that the black water snake was here to attack the fire fang snake, but he instead saw it bringing a corpse of another beast instead. It placed it at the side of the fire fang snake, who was resting with its eyes closed. Tilde hiss tilde. The black water snake woke up the fire fang snake because of its movement. Tilde hiss tilde. The fire fang snake weakly hissed before looking at the beast's corpse. It then lifted its head from the large tree hollow and revealed the rest of its body. The fire fang snake was actually quite big, but because it was all coiled up, it was hard to see the rest of its body. The black water snake was smaller compared to it. The fire fang snake opened its mouth and swallowed the beast's corpse whole. Upon seeing this, Lin Mu realized that the black water snake was probably the mate of the fire fang snake. Strain, Lin Mu muttered upon seeing this. He felt a bit confused and took out the jade slip to go through the beast records he had. Fire fang snakes primarily live in the southern part of the Great Zhou continent near the scorched sand desert. Lin Mu read. He continued reading more about the fire fang snake and learned a few more things, such as the fact that the fire fang snakes make couples when they are young. But seeing as this one was at the peak stage of the core condensation realm, Lin Mu reckoned it was brought here when it was much weaker. Looks like when the Ripple Mist sect brought it here, it must have been a child. They let it off here to grow, and it formed a pair with the black water snake when it could not find another fire fang snake, Lin Mu stated. This is indeed a rather unique pairing, I must say. Both the beasts are of opposite elements, and yet they managed to pair up, Zhukang said, finding it interesting as well. Lin Mu nodded his head and observed the two beasts for a while. The black water snake was weaker than the fire fang snake, and was at the late stage of the core condensation realm instead. Seeing its submissive attitude with the fire fang snake and its cultivation base, it was evident that the fire fang snake was the one who had probably forced it to pair up with it. While Lin Mu was watching them, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Senior, beasts have the same kind of a breakthrough as humans when they reach the nascent soul realm, right? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, mostly it is the same, though beasts are likely to have stronger bodies than most other nascent soul realm cultivators at the same level as them, Zhukang replied. Then is their tribulation lightning the same too? Lin Mu asked. Hearing this, Zhukang got an inkling of what Lin Mu probably wanted to do. Yes, it's the same. No matter where you go, tribulation lightning will be same. The only difference will be in its quality and strength, Zhukang replied. Then, if the fire fang snake has a heavenly tribulation, I should be able to steal it as well, Lin Mu said with a smile. Yes, Zhukang exclaimed. The Nurturing Heart Sutra. If you use it on the Fire Fang snake, it should improve its talent, which would probably cause it to start its breakthrough and trigger the heavenly tribulation. Exactly, Senior. This way I won't have to piss off any other cultivators and would still be able to break through to the nascent soul realm. Even if this Fire Fang snake is not able to trigger a heavenly tribulation, I'm sure there should be more beasts that are in the same stage as it is, Lin Mu said. Indeed, that could work, Zhukang agreed. Having made a decision, Lin Mu decided to act on it. He first left the tree and found a better place so that he could chant the Nurturing Heart Sutra and create the beast chi. Lin Mu was not as proficient with the Nurturing Heart Sutra as he was with the other 3 ones, and thus needed to be undisturbed. The first 3 sutras he now had for over 2 years, while the Nurturing Heart Sutra in his possession for barely a day now. Lin Mu thus found a rather isolated tree and sat at its crown. It was a large tree, quite like the one the Fire Fang snake was nesting in. Expect this one was still alive. Lin Mu closed his eyes and chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra, making the spirit chi within his danshan boil. It then started to reduce at a rapid pace until half of it was gone in less than 5 minutes. All of this spirit chi was converted into a thin string of energy that floated above the spirit chi sea of Lin Mu. This was none other than the beast chi. Lin Mu opened his eyes as he realized he didn't have much time before the beast chi would become unstable and leave his body forcefully. Either that would happen or it would just dissipate, since Lin Mu was not a beast. At least this time, there was no reaction from the beasts of the forest when he chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra. Though the sutra was also in the first level of external comprehension, while the other 3 sutras were at the second level of the external comprehension. Lin Mu didn't know how long it would take for it to reach the same level and what changes would happen when it really did. Lin Mu let out a breath as he observed the string of beast chi in his danshan. Well then, no use waiting, let's get to it, Lin Mu said before jumping down from the tree and approaching the location of the Fire Fang snake. Tilda hissed Tilda. The moment he got within 200 meters of the beast, he heard a loud hiss. Chapter 554, injecting the beast chi. Lin Mu's neck turned as he looked at the source of the sound. Tilda hissed Tilda. A black-blue snake looked at Lin Mu with a fierce gaze, as if warning that he should not approach the Fire Fang snake. Hang on there, little guy. I got something for you too, Lin Mu said, unsure whether the beasts will even understand him or not. Little Shrubby could, because he had eaten the dual circle ascension fruits, stayed with him a lot, and had the link with him. But these 2 beasts were at the core condensation realm like Little Shrubby, so their overall intelligence should be still better than average chi refining realm beasts. They may not understand your words, but they should understand the tone of your voice and your intentions. Beasts have sharp instincts. As long as you don't show any maleficence, they should still be fine. Especially since the Fire Fang snake is about to lay eggs, they will try to avoid conflict, Zhukang said. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu said and thought of something. He had one of the best things with him, if he wanted to show that he meant no harm. Lin Mu gave a little smile before chanting the calming Heart Sutra. His body's aura immediately toned down, and the black water snake observed him carefully. While it had not dropped his guard, the snake was at least a little less tense. Look what I have for you too, Lin Mu said before withdrawing the string of beast chi that was within in danshan. As soon as the string of beast chi appeared in the world, the forest went silent. It was as if all the beasts were trying to pinpoint its position, and none dared to make a sound. The black water snake too watched the string of beast chi with entranced eyes, and even the Fire Fang snake which had been resting opened her eyes. The Fire Fang snake lifted her head and gazed at Lin Mu cautiously. I guess you too like it, so I'll give it to you both, Lin Mu said before splitting the string of beast chi in half. He held each half of the string in his hand and sent them flying towards each of the snakes. The 2 snakes reacted like lightning and leaped at the strings of beast chi, devouring them instantly. A pleased expression could be seen on the face of the fire fang snake, but the black water snake was not looking exactly good. It lowered its head and rolled on the ground, hissing. From his reaction, it looked like he had eaten something bad and now was having a stomachache. Lin Mu had, of course, expected something like this, but the reaction of the fire fang snake was weird to him. Lin Mu had seen how little Shrubby had to struggle with the beast Chi, even though it had a stronger bloodline than the fire fang snake. How is she completely fine? Lin Mu wondered, having no answer. Thinking that it may be better to just leave them alone and observe for now, Lin Mu retreated back to the tree where he was before. He climbed to the top of the tree and bent some branches to make himself a comfortable seat. The fire fang snake coiled back into her nest and seemed to have calmed down. Though when Lin Mu observed the area using his spirit sense, he could tell that she was cultivating. Spirit chi could be felt moving around her body before being breathed in by her. The same was happening with the black water snake, and he was cultivating too, except not in the same calm manner as the fire fang snake. It was still rolling around on the ground, while knocking down some of the plants nearby and uprooting shrubs. Having observed them for 1 hour, Lin Mu didn't find anything different. Just this much beast chi is not enough for any big change. Seems like I'll need to try more. Lin Mu muttered before deciding to return to the cave. In the cave, Lin Mu chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra once again and created another string of beast chi. This time it was for little Shrubby, as he had already assimilated the previous one that Lin Mu had given. Lin Mu knew that while beast chi was quite valuable, if one wanted to evolve the bloodline of a beast, a large quantity was still needed. Let's see what happens now, Lin Mu said as he placed his hands on little Shrubby's body and injected the string of beast chi. Tilda trembled tilde. Little Shrubby's body trembled a little bit on the ground, but there were no abrupt and violent convulsive reactions like before. It seemed like his body had adapted to the beast chi, and the bloodline had taken a step forward in progress. Even the color of his fur had become more vibrant, and his aura had stabilized as well. Lin Mu could tell that if before little Shrubby was asleep due to overtaxing his bloodline, now it was asleep because his bloodline was progressing. Lin Mu could feel the strong yet hidden heartbeats of little Shrubby, along with the heat that emanated from him. His claws would occasionally extend and retract while glowing. Oh, gonna have to stay away from there, or he'll burn my robes when I'm cultivating, Lin Mu muttered to himself. The heat of little Shrubby's claws was strong enough that it needed no contact to burn stuff. Anything that was within 1 meter would be ignited just by being in their presence. And this was only when they were glowing and not fully ignited. Lin Mu took a deep breath and sat down to replenish his spirit chi. He had used the Nurturing Heart Sutra twice and had used up most of his spirit chi in his Danshan's spirit chi si. He barely had 10% left now. It will take a little trial and error, but we will get there, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Chapter 555. Qualitative change. The next day Lin Mu opened his eyes and saw a change in little Shrubby. Did his fur fall off? Lin Mu spoke. He stood up and observed the fur that was fallen on the ground everywhere. Lin Mu checked little Shrubby and saw new fur growing on his body. It was very small and would take a while before it would be replenished. Lin Mu didn't know if this was a good change or not, but then remembered even he had lost all his hair when he had obtained the Xianshan physique. He reckoned that this must be something similar, if not different. Little Shrubby's aura had also gotten a bit more stronger than before, and it had yet to fully absorb all the beast chi that Lin Mu had injected into him yesterday. I'll give him more when he is done with this part, Lin Mu spoke before leaving the cave. He wanted to see what the condition of the 2 snakes was now that a day had passed. Lin Mu flew there and saw the 2 snakes still lying there. The fire fang snake was in the same position as before and was resting, while the black water snake had calmed down, too. It no longer looked like it was in discomfort, though it was still sprawled on the ground like he was dead. Lin Mu checked both of them with his spirit sense and found that there was a slight change in their cultivation base. It had increased by a little bit, but it was most obvious in the black water snake. A few more strings of the beast chi should be enough to show an effect, I think. Since little Shrubby shed his fur after 2 full strings, it should be roughly the same for them too. Hopefully, Lin Mu estimated. Lin Mu chanted the nurturing heart sutra and refined another string of beast chi before taking it out of his danshin. The fire fang snake woke up immediately upon sensing the beast chi and raised its head. The black water snake, though, was still asleep, and it seemed like it could not take any more for now. Seems like it's just you this time, Lin Mu muttered. The fire fang snake looked at Lin Mu with eyes filled with interest, and actually took the initiative to approach him. Lin Mu couldn't help but raise his brows at this action and saw the snake stopping a couple of meters away from him. It looked intently at the string of beast chi, but did not rush in for some reason. It's willing to wait, Lin Mu thought. He moved the beast chi around and saw the snake following it. He moved it to the top, to the left, and to the right. The fire fang snake continued staring at it, not even blinking for the fear of missing it. Lin Mu then flicked his finger, sending the beast chi flying towards the fire fang snake, who quickly consumed it. Tilda hissed Tilda. The fire fang snake let out a contented hiss as it coiled back up in her nest. Lin Mu could sense its heartbeats getting stronger. Time to wait and watch, Lin Mu said before taking his seat on top of a tree nearby. This time the snakes were much more tolerant of him and thus did not mind him being nearby. Lin Mu also took this opportunity to cultivate so that his spirit chi would be replenished. He was there for about 2 hours before he felt a bit hungry and went to hunt. He had not had proper food for more than a month now and felt like he needed to cook and eat something. Even though he had some pre-cooked food in his ring, he wanted to eat something fresh. Lin Mu flew over the forest and daily caught a bunch of rabbit beasts that were all at the chi refining realm. Ah, this reminds me of the time in the northern forest, Lin Mu said as he reminisced about the past. Just like today, the rabbits were being roasted over the fire while he gently applied the spices to them. All things come back in a circle. Times repeat and so do memories. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye and I changed too. The food was soon cooked while Lin Mu was engrossed in his memories, and he woke up from the rumble of his belly. Lin Mu quickly finished the meat before chanting the nurturing heart sutra and refining the beast chi string. He seems a bit better than yesterday, Lin Mu said upon checking little Shrubby's condition. He then placed his hands on little Shrubby's back and injected the string of beast chi. This time the reaction was much stronger than before. A spirit chi vortex seemed to have formed around little Shrubby, and it started to pour into his body at a great speed. What's this? Lin Mu said, feeling surprised. Looks like you triggered a breakthrough for him. This is the infusion of spirit chi, which happens when a cultivator or a beast is undergoing a qualitative change, Zhukong said. Spirit chi infusion. How is this different from a normal breakthrough or cultivating normally? Lin Mu questioned. Think of it like this. The body of little Shrubby is a vacuum, and the sprint chi is the air that is in rushing to fill that vacuum. While when you cultivate, you are trying to stuff that very air into a filled container, Zhukong answered. Ah, now I understand. Lin Mu nodded his head. He watched the spirit chi vortex for about 15 minutes, after which it finally faded away. Tilda huala tilda. Spirit chi fluctuations that were much stronger than before came from little Shrubby's body as it fully broke through into the peak stage of the core condensation realm. Its fur, which was short, started to grow at a rapid pace and soon covered its entire body. Now it was actually longer than it used to be. Another thing that was different was that more patterns had appeared on little Shrubby's fur than there were before. Chapter 556, Practice and Adapting. He should wake up soon now, right? Lin Mu questioned. Seems like it, though with the changes that happen we can't be fully sure, Zhukong replied. I guess we just wait and watch, Lin Mu said before cultivating. He had to replenish the spirit chi he used up and also sleep for a bit as he needed to practice in the sleepscape as well. After a few hours, he had fully replenished his spirit chi, and Lin Mu appeared in the sleepscape. There he saw the spirit apple tree, which was covered with 20 spirit apples. The number of them growing at once increased again, Lin Mu said upon seeing the tree. He thus went to the tree and plucked the spirit apples before storing them in the ring. Lin Mu himself had little use for the spirit apples, as his recovery was much faster than eating one of them. Even now, he did not understand why there was this tree growing in the sleepscape. Still, he didn't mind it as he could sell its fruits for money when he needed it, and it gave a pleasant look to the otherwise plain sleepscape as well. Lin Mu then took out the new spirit weapons he had gotten from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and started to practice the 1,000-armament blade scripture with them. Over time, Lin Mu had already completed the routines of each weapon that was described in the scripture. The next step for him was to now assimilate them into his swordsmanship. The use of the 1,000-armament blade scripture was that so the person learning it would know multiple weapons described in it and would be able to apply their essence into the swordplay. It was a complex technique that even Zukong was a bit impressed by. Lin Mu had been practicing this manual ever since he got it and still was at its second step. Tilde. Swords, spears, axes, halberds, sabers flew as Lin Mu practiced the manual. He could now sense the places where he was lacking in and understood where he needed to improve. Rapidly switching between the weapons, Lin Mu let his body flow like water. He no longer thought and only let his body do the work. The moves were ingrained into his muscles and needed little to be executed. He was deep in focus and had let go of everything else in his mind. Lin Mu spent the rest of the night in this and only stopped when he felt like it was morning. The spirit weapons hummed as Lin Mu slashed out one last time, this time creating a faint outline in the air that traveled for a meter before disappearing. The most surprising thing was the fact that no spirit of chi had been used in this. Yet if someone were to come in front of that outline, they would undoubtedly be chopped into two. Lin Mu let out a breath as sheathed the weapons before storing them all in the ring. The weapons from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, while a bit inferior to the sword and spear I use, are still better than the old weapons I used, Lin Mu thought. Having thought of this, Lin Mu willed it and returned his consciousness to his body. He opened his eyes and saw little Shrubby gently sleeping in front of him. His aura had become stronger again, and his heartbeat was stronger as well. He should wake up today, I think, Lin Mu estimated. He then left the cave and went to the location of the two snakes. Upon reaching there, Lin Mu saw that only the Fire Fang snake was currently present there, while the black water snake was nowhere to be seen. Did it go out to hunt? Lin Mu wondered. Tilde. The Fire Fang snake sensed Lin Mu's presence and woke up. Confirming that it really was him, she let out a content hiss while looking at him intently. "Where's your mate?" Lin Mu questioned. But the Fire Fang snake gave no response, just staring at him intently without blinking. Seems like talking with them is still no use, Lin Mu muttered to himself. He checked the condition of the Fire Fang snake with his spirit sense and saw that its cultivation base had improved times again. In fact, he reckoned it should reach the pseudo-nascent soul realm soon. "Let's see the effect this time," Lin Mu said before chanting the Nurturing Heart Sutra and refining the string of beast chi. In this attempt, it took Lin Mu less time to refine the beast chi than before. It was evident that he was getting proficient in the use of the Nurturing Heart Sutra. The string of beast chi came floating out of Lin Mu's body as he flicked it towards the Fire Fang snake, who quickly consumed it with pleasure. It almost looked like she had a smile on her face while she absorbed the beast chi. Lin Mu also noticed that the spirit chi fluctuations that occurred after consuming the beast chi reduced for her. Seems like her body has gotten used to the beast chi as well, and the bloodline is adapting to it, Lin Mu thought to himself. He observed the snake for a bit, while also replenishing the spirit chi. I should take a look at the sect. Need to have information about the recent events, just in case. Besides me using the beast chi caused the beasts to create an uproar, there are bound to be people from the sect who must have noticed it, Lin Mu said. Yeah, you should do that. Better to be safe than sorry, Zukong agreed. Lin Mu nodded his head and flew toward the sect after changing into the robes of a Ripple Mist sect disciple. He had changed back into his normal robes when he came back from the sect last time, as he didn't want to damage them while he was in the forest. Chapter 557, Sacred Trials, and Little Shrubby awakens, silently sneaking into the Ripple Mist sect. Lin Mu began eavesdropping on the different conversations that were going on between the people. Did you hear? Senior Sister Bai is going to participate in the Sacred Trials this time. Of course I did. It's the talk of the sect, even the servants know about it. Do you think she will be able to gain fortune from the secret trials? If she can't, then who else can? She's the only peak core condensation realm cultivator joining the trial this time, and is the strongest of all candidates. That's true. Even core disciple Tian Jun was at the early stage of the core commendation realm when he joins Date Sacred Trials 30 years ago. If he can gain one of the supreme inheritances of our sect, then Senior Sister Bai should definitely be successful. Lin Mu heard the same topic nearly everywhere in the sect. Apparently, the Ripple Mist sect had a sacred ground that only opened every 10 years. This sacred ground contained the supreme inheritances of the Ripple Mist sect and was said to have been set up by their ancestors. The Ripple Mist sect had a history of thousands of years, and thus they had a lot of time to nurture this sacred ground. It could be said that this was the foundation upon which they erected their sect. Their best cultivation techniques could be found hidden within the trial ground, along with many other precious herbs that grew within. Any person that got them would be incredibly lucky and would rise up through the ranks if they obtained it. Still, Lin Mu didn't mind it much, as it didn't have anything with him. It was not like he would be able to enter there anyway, or rather, he would not want to enter there, as it would mean risking his identity being revealed. Since the Ripple Mist sect was part of the Zither Wind Alliance, there was bound to be someone here that was spying for Gu Yao. Plus, there was a great chance that if he revealed his face, he would be discovered. So far, Lin Mu had not seen any portraits of him in the sect, so he was unsure whether anyone knew what he looked like. Lin Mu had wandered in the sect for about 2 hours now, and had learned quite a few things, though they were mostly related to the sacred trials. He also learned that the sect had actually become aware of the uproar caused by the beasts in the forest. They had even sent out some disciples to check the forest, but they had not gone too deep into the region where Lin Mu was living. There were stronger beasts around the mountain that Lin Mu lived in, and they were too much for most disciples to handle. Even core condensation realm beasts could prove too much to them, and if they made a mistake, they would have to pay with their lives. Not to mention that there were about 4 nascent soul realm beasts that lived in the forest as well. If by some misfortune the disciples encountered them, they may be saved by the formations but will probably suffer some severe injuries. Usually, this should have been handled by the sect's elders who were also at the nascent soul realm, but they were all busy with the preparation of the sacred trials. They were one of the most important events that ever happened in the sect, and thus they needed to be well prepared. There was no scope for a mistake. Each disciple that entered the sacred trials would have the potential to become one of the powerhouses of the sect in the future. Thus they all knew to do their best and not to slack off on it. At least this works in my favor. When the heavenly tribulation happens, hopefully they won't come to check. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to take advantage of it properly, Lin Mu thought to himself. He returned to the mountain and decided to wait out till Little Shrubby woke up. The hours passed like flowing water, and it was soon evening. Tilde per tilde. Lin Mu opened his eyes and saw some movement in front of him. Little Shrubby, who had been asleep the entire time, finally started moving. Low purrs came out of his mouth as his eyelids trembled. Finally, a minute later, the beast opened his eyes. "Master," Little Shrubby spoke. "You're finally awake. You've been asleep for a while now," Lin Mu said with a smile. "Are you okay, Master?" Little Shrubby questioned. I'm fine. I also need to thank you for saving me at the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. Lin Mu spoke. Of course, I won't let anyone harm Master, Little Shrubby said with determination. Tilda pat Tilda. Lin Mu pat the head of Little Shrubby, which was a lot softer due to the new and long fur that had grown there. How do you feel now? Are there any problems in your body? Lin Mu questioned. Little Shrubby closed his eyes for a bit before opening, slight confusion present in them. I broke through and I feel different, Little Shrubby spoke. Yes, you broke through. You've been absorbing the beast chi that I've been injecting into you, Lin Mu replied. Beast chi? Little Shrubby questioned. Ah, yes, you haven't seen it yet, Lin Mu said. Let me show you and you can tell me what you feel about it, he added. While Lin Mu knew about beast chi and had seen its effects on Little Shrubby, he would still know better if Little Shrubby himself told him how it felt. Lin Mu chanted the nurturing heart sutra, which made Little Shrubby's ears perk up. What is that, Master? It's so good, Little Shrubby said, finding the chants pleasant. Lin Mu lightly nodded his head before completing the chant and refining the beast chi string in his danshin. It is one of my abilities that allows me to make beast chi, Lin Mu said before drawing out the string of beast chi from his danshin. As soon as Little Shrubby saw it, his pupils went wide, fully covering his eyes. Chapter 558, Fruit of Wisdom. Lin Mu could tell that Little Shrubby was definitely interested in the beast chi in his hand. The way he was looking at it was of absolute attention, and it would not even blink, no matter how much Lin Mu moved his hands around. Beast chi really is every attractive to beasts, huh? Lin Mu muttered to himself. He looked at Little Shrubby, who was still enthralled by it, and coughed lightly. So I presume you want it? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, Little Shrubby responded hurriedly. Okay, I'll give it to you, but you need to tell me what effect it has on you, Lin Mu replied. Okay, Little Shrubby said in an impatient tone. Lin Mu then sent the beast chi flying towards Little Shrubby, who quickly sucked it in. He then closed his eyes in pleasure as if he had eaten something very delicious and his stomach was full. This feels good, Little Shrubby said before laying down on the ground. What are you doing now? Lin Mu questioned. He wanted to know how exactly was Little Shrubby processing the spirit chi, as he had only seen him do this unconsciously. He reckoned that it was the passive absorption that his body did automatically, which must have been slow. Lin Mu wanted to see how it worked when Little Shrubby was awake. The beast chi, it feels good. It is spreading in my body and my spirit chi feels to be flowing smoothly. It feels warm, Little Shrubby said. Must have guessed that he wouldn't be able to fully explain how it works, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu then extended his spirit sense and probed Little Shrubby's body. The beast did not mind it at all, and Lin Mu's spirit sense easily entered his body with no obstructions. Inside Little Shrubby's body, Lin Mu could see that the beast chi had fully assimilated into his cells. There were only faint traces left with which he could tell that the beast chi was still here. The beast chi was stimulating his cells and was causing them to produce a lot of vital energy which coursed through the blood, nourishing his body further. After a few circulations, Lin Mu could even see that the vital energy was being converted into vital essence. So this is how it works. The beast chi stimulates the cells, producing vital energy which nourishes his body, prompting it to further refine the vital energy to vital essence. This vital essence then increases the overall quality of his body, thus causing the bloodline to improve. Lin Mu hypothesized. It was quite similar to how Lin Mu had reached the Xianshan physique after breaking through the 13th stage of the body tempering realm. It had triggered a qualitative change that caused his body's cells to be replaced by Xianshan cells, which could produce vital essence. It was like a feedback loop that amplified itself as time went by and more energy was fed to it. Though Lin Wu reckoned that the beast chi was only compatible with beasts and not humans. At first, Lin Mu was doubtful that since it worked on the bloodline, it should have worked on the cultivators who had assimilated bloodlines of other beasts too. But seeing its actions and workings in Little Shrubby's body, he realized that it would not work on any humans. The beast chi did not directly act on bloodline, but rather influenced their body, increasing its quality till it reached a level where the bloodline would improve on its own. No wonder the fire fang snake and black water snake had such reactions, Lin Mu muttered. Zhukong was impressed by the thinking process of Lin Mu and had seen how he had come to the conclusion. While most of what you have come up with is right, that is not all what beast chi does, Zhukong said after thinking for a bit. Oh, what do you mean, senior? What did I miss? Lin Mu questioned. There is one important thing you missed in this. Can you tell me what it is? It's related to your 9 divine heart sutras too, Zhukong replied. Related to the 9 divine heart sutras, Lin Mu muttered before closing his eyes and thinking deeply. About 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes, which dawned with the light of realization. The paths, I forgot about the paths, Lin Mu said. Indeed, and what did you exactly forget about them? Zhukong added. The nurturing heart sutra is representative of the beast path and can make beast chi. With that relation, beast chi itself should also contain insights of the beast path, Lin Mu answered. That's correct. Nearly every beast will follow the beast path, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Many of them will follow more than just the beast path, though. They could follow some other path like the demonic path, if they have the bloodline of demons in them. Each path is the cumulation of the entire type of cultivation. The beast path is that of the beasts and how they cultivate. It collectively has the experience and insights of every beast that ever came into existence, whether it be a tiny worm crawling in the ground or a mighty dragon soaring through the skies. If a beast assimilates enough beast chi, you should know what else they would be able to do with it, Zhukong explained. Lin Mu's eyes lit up with the spark of knowledge, and he thought over Senior Zhukong's words, understanding that there was a lot more to beast chi. The only reason why he could not see it right now was his lack of experience. He knew he could not rush it, and that he would have to slowly observe the fine changes that happened in the long term. The fruit of wisdom is not grown in one day, and a life is not lived in one day. The only way is to have a steady heart that sees all and observes all, Lin Mu learned. Chapter 559. An egg. Lin Mu watched as little Shrubby assimilated all the beast chi in his body. He could see that, while his cultivation base was not directly affected, his body was definitely improving little by little. Lin Mu knew that the changes will be slow, but as long as he kept on supplying the beast chi, little Shrubby will progress steadily. I guess that's another thing to add to my routine now. Hopefully, once I break through to the nascent soul realm, I'll have higher spirit chi stores so I can produce more beast chi at once, Lin Mu muttered to himself. About 2 hours later, little Shrubby had fully assimilated the beast chi, which was much faster than before when it took over 12 hours. Are you done? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, little Shrubby replied. Can you take more beast chi? Lin Mu asked. No, I don't think I can for now. Even though I have absorbed all of it, I still feel full, little Shrubby explained. Lin Mu nodded his head while thinking, just as I thought. The growth of the body isn't the only effect the beast chi is having. There are extra aspects that make it take longer event though it has been fully assimilated. Lin Mu stood up and walked out of the cave, which prompted little Shrubby to follow behind him as well. Where are you going, master? Little Shrubby asked. I'm going to give another beast the beast chi, Lin Mu replied. It was as if little Shrubby had been hurt, and his ears drooped. Why would you do that? Little Shrubby asked. Ahaha, Lin Mu chucked upon seeing little Shrubby's betrayed reaction. I'm giving it to that beast so that it can break through to the nascent soul realm and I can take advantage of its heavenly tribulation. Also, you don't need to worry. I can give you more beast chi later. I can keep on making it as long as I have spirit chi, Lin Mu assured. Little Shrubby's eyes lit up after hearing Lin Mu's words, and he felt relieved. Okay, little Shrubby replied. Lin Mu nodded his head and flew towards the location of the nest of the fire fang snake. Little Shrubby followed behind him and curiously checked out the entire area as his spirit sense also wandered. There she is, Lin M pointed for little Shrubby. Little Shrubby raised his head and observed the fire-fang snake, which was curled up in the hollow of a broken tree. Just wait here. I don't think she will like it if another beast gets closer, Lin Mu advised. Little Shrubby just nodded his head in response and jumped to the top of a tree, wanting to observe from a vantage point. Lin Mu, on the other hand, approached the fire-fang snake who had already sensed him as well. Tilda hissed Tilda. The fire-fang snake hissed in greeting. Ah, so you were already expecting me, Lin Mu said upon seeing the action of the beast. He then looked around and saw that the black water snake was also nearby. It seemed to be deep in sleep, and Lin Mu could already sense the aura of his body changing. Oh, his bloodline is already progressing, Lin Mu said upon seeing this. The black water snake was at the late stage of the core condensation realm when Lin Mu had given it the half-strand of beast chi. But now, it was already at the peak stage of the core condensation realm. It was evident that the beast chi had contributed greatly to this. Seems like I'll have 2 candidates for the heavenly tribulation, Lin Mu muttered before looking at the fire-fang snake. Are you ready? Lin Mu questioned. Tilda hissed Tilda. The fire-fang snake nodded her head, almost like a human. Lin Mu then chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra and refined a string of beast chi in his danshan, before sending it out to the fire-fang snake. As soon as the fire-fang snake consumed the strand of beast chi, her body's aura skyrocketed at a great speed. Her scales shined with a red light as the sound of loud heartbeats could be heard. Tilda hissed Tilda. But then a change happened. The fire-fang snake let out a hiss that sounded painful. Its body twitched and turned in unease. What's happening to her? Lin Mu wondered and used his spirit sense to probe it. He understood the reason behind it quite quickly. She's laying the eggs, Lin Mu realized. He kept on observing, and about 30 minutes later, the fire-fang snake had successfully laid an egg. But it felt strange to Lin Mu, as it was not normal. Why's there only 1 egg? Don't the fire-fang snakes lay over 10 eggs at once? And why is it so big? Lin Mu questioned. But that was not all. As once the mucus and blood from the egg were cleared, Lin Mu saw its color. It's gray, Lin Mu spoke in a doubtful tone. He quickly took out the records of the beasts he had and checked more about the fire-fang snake. He learned that the fire-fang snakes laid more than 10 eggs at once, and their eggs were red in color, like their eggs. While the egg that was laid by this fire-fang snake was gray and only 1 in number. Though if he considered the size, this single egg was probably the size of the 10 eggs combined. Seems like a change caused by mixing of 2 different snakes, Zhukong said. Oh yes, I almost forgot that the fire-fang snake's mate is a black water snake, Lin Mu spoke. He then checked the characteristics of the black water snake eggs and learned that they laid about 4 to 6 eggs at once that were the size of chicken eggs. They were also black in color along with some blue patterns. The egg that the fire-fang snake had laid was nothing like that one. This is certainly peculiar, Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 560. Rejected egg. Looking at the egg of the fire-fang snake, Lin Mu could only think that it must have been something like a mutation of some kind. Wait, is the egg even viable? Lin Mu wondered and probed it using his spirit sense. He couldn't tell what was inside the egg as it was just liquid, but he could feel the aura of life from it. It's alive at least, Lin Mu muttered. The fire-fang snake was also looking at the egg with a strange gaze. She touched it and sniffed it a few times before shaking her head. Tilda hissed Tilda. She then nudged the egg with her head and moved it to the front of the nest. Ha! Lin Mu was confused by this and wondered what the beast was doing. Seems like the fire-fang snake is rejecting the egg, Zhukong spoke. Rejecting? Why is she rejecting her own egg? Lin Mu questioned. Most beasts will reject eggs that they think are not viable or unusual. They do this due to their ingrained instincts, Zhukong spoke. Lin Mu looked on as the fire-fang snake finally pushed the egg out of the nest. It hit the ground with a light thud and rolled all the way to Lin Mu's feet. Lin Mu himself was a bit shocked and checked if the egg was cracked or damaged. "It's fine," Lin Mu said, feeling surprised. "Of course, beast eggs aren't so fragile as to break from such a small fall," Zhukang said. Lin Mu looked back at the fire fang snake, who was now busy cultivating. It had not even been 5 minutes since she had laid the egg, and she didn't seem worried about it at all. It felt quite strange to Lin Mu at first. But then he realized he could not judge it according to his standards. These were beasts, and he had no right nor logic to judge them by his own standards as a human. "What will become of this egg now?" Lin Mu muttered. "Well, since the snake has rejected it, you may as well take it with you. If anything, it will make a good meal," Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu felt the corner of his lips twitch, but he just shook his head. He opened his eyes and looked at the egg, not feeling like eating it. He instead felt a strange curiosity towards the egg now. Unlike the fire fang snake, Lin Mu could very well tell that the egg was alive and had the aura of life within it. "I wonder what kind of a snake will be born from this. 1 egg instead of 6 or 10. That too of a different color. There is bound to be something unique about it," Lin Mu murmured. Lin Mu made up his mind and picked up the egg. He was about to store it in the ring when he realized something. "Can I keep the egg in the ring or will it die, Senior?" Lin Mu asked, unsure if the same rule applied to an egg instead of a grown animal. He didn't know if it would be the same or not, as the egg didn't really need air for now. It is hard to tell. For a short period, it should be fine. The spatial energy streaks and distortions shouldn't cause many problems if it is not there for long," Zhukang said. "So if I take it out every so often it will be fine?" Lin Mu asked. "Yes, that should work, and just in case, you can keep it near the altar. From what I've seen, barely any spatial energy streaks get near there," Zhukang replied. "All right," Lin Mu said before storing the egg in the ring. He even took a few extra looks there, to ensure that it was fine before nodding his head. Tilde Huala Tilde. Suddenly, a faint cyclone of spirit chi could be felt revolving around the fire fang snake. It's close to a breakthrough." Lin Mu's gaze went back to the fire fang snake. Spirit chi lightly revolved around the beast and was absorbed by it. Looks like the fire fang snake was actually being restricted by the egg in her belly. Now that she has laid it, she can cultivate freely, Zhukang said. "You mean to say, Senior, that she rejected the egg because she knew was close to a breakthrough?" Lin Mu asked. "Yes, usually the stronger the beast's cultivation base is, the better offspring they will birth. So if she successfully breaks through to the nascent soul realm, her offspring will be better than when she was in the core condensation realm," Zhukang stated. "I see." Lin Mu nodded his head in understanding. Lin Mu observed the fire fang snake for a bit and realized that she was in the same preparatory period as alchemist Bilao when he was awaiting the heavenly tribulation. "Wonder how Bilao is now. There was no news about him." Lin Mu was reminded of the man. Bilao himself was not bad and had been polite to Lin Mu, as far as he had seen from his interaction. Lin Mu did feel sorry for the man as he could not break through to the nascent soul realm, but he also understood that this was for the best. If Bilao broke through to the nascent soul realm, Gu Yao would have likely made him his pawn as well, thus putting his life in danger. "I'll make up to him sometime," Lin Mu thought to himself, while taking a seat in one of the trees near Little Shrubby. He was going to wait here for the fire fang snake's tribulation to come so that he can take advantage of it as soon as possible. Little Shrubby, on the other hand, was already sleeping and his tail was swinging from side to side. Though Lin Mu could also sense the spirit chi moving around him, being slowly absorbed by his body. Light winds blew, bringing leaves with them, painting a rather serene picture. Man and beast lounged around while waiting for the heavens to crack open. Chapter 561. Time for the tribulations. Lin Mu's wait was going to be a long one. But he was taking this opportunity to observe the finer changes that occurred when someone was about to have their heavenly tribulation. After all, if his plan went as he was expecting it to. The tribulation that the fire fang snake underwent would be the tribulation that will help him break through to the nascent soul realm as well. About 2 days passed like this, and there were no particular changes in the fire fang snake. But then, tilde huala tilde. The black water snake, who had been asleep this entire time, woke up. Spirit chi vortex appeared around him as he started to absorb it too. He's close to the breakthrough as well, Lin Mu said, feeling rather surprised. The standard is a bit low for the black water snake, it seems like. The bloodline of the fire fang snake should be a slightly superior to it, and thus it took longer to reach the same point. It just needed to gather a larger amount of spirit chi. Zukang said. I see, Lin Mu muttered, feeling a bit pleased that he would now have 2 attempts with the heavenly tribulation. Originally, he was going to try out with the fire fang snake's heavenly tribulation first and see if the bolts were enough for him to successfully break through. If they were enough, then it would be perfect. If not, then he would have to search for a secondary beast to use. But with the black water snake's progress, Lin Mu would not have to wait as long, and the process would be much faster for him. How long do you reckon this will take, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. There are no spatial disturbances in the sky yet, so it should be a couple more days at the very least, Zukang answered. Lin Mu looked up at the sky and could tell that the spatial borders were fully stable at this time. He remembered the condition of Alchemist Billow and how the spatial fluctuation around him got stronger as time went by. Lin Mu closed his eyes for a moment and opened them, this time using his spatial perception at full power. Lin Mu could barely spot a tear the size of a hair in the space around the fire fang snake. It's gonna take a while, Lin Mu muttered, and was about to close his eyes when he spotted something. Where did that mountain come from? Lin Mu said, feeling stunned. But when he blinked again, the mountain that had just appeared in front of him disappeared. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes and looked again, but saw nothing there. Must be an illusion, Lin Mu shook his head. Using spatial perception sometimes caused Lin Mu to see things that did not exist. He had asked Senior Zukang about this, and was given the answer that what he was seeing was the traces of old spatial fluctuations that sometimes leaked out from the void. They were from a different place or the same places and had become lost in the void. They would end up storing an illusion of how things used to be and could appear like the real thing to the person who was observing it at that time using spatial perception. Just to be sure, though, Lin Mu took a look around in better detail and could not see anything. Though when he gazed at the ripple mist sect in the distance, he could see a few black dots moving around the sect. Some came towards the sect while some went away from it. Teleportation channels, Lin Mu recognized. Unlike the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, the teleportation channels here were highly active, showing that the sect was greatly involved in trade and exchange. It could be of anything, items, letters, treasures, information, and much more. His gaze lingered at the moving dots for a few more moments before he withdrew it, closing his eyes, lightly rubbing them. Using spatial perception is still quite exhausting if I use it continuously, Lin Mu said. It takes time to get used to it. Besides, the way you are learning to do it is quite different from the cultivators who use a technique for it. While your method gives you a short time period, it also has no consumption of spirit chi. Zukang spoke. I understand, Senior. This will only help me in long term, Lin Mu replied. 7 days passed like with Lin Mu continuing to keep an eye on the fire fang snake and the black water snake. The spatial fluctuations were steadily getting stronger, and today they had reached a peak. Surprisingly, both the snakes were about to have their heavenly tribulation at the same time. Looks like the spatial fabric destabilizing made their tribulations sync up. If the border is weak, the heavenly tribulation will have an easier time appearing in the world. Zukang spoke. Lin Mu looked up at the large crack in the sky with his spatial perception and knew the heavenly tribulation clouds would be forming at any time now. Little shrubby, Lin Mu called out. The beast in question had been having a few lazy days, as he just absorbed the beast chi that Lin Mu gave him and spent the rest of the time sleeping. Yes, master, Little Shrubby, who had just woken up, asked lazily. You should retreat to the cave for now. The heavenly tribulation will be coming soon. You would be in danger if it hit you as well, Lin Mu said. Will you be getting injured again? Little Shrubby asked with concern. I don't know, but this is the only way I can get stronger now, Lin Mu stated. Little Shrubby soundlessly stared at Lin Mu for a bit before speaking. Don't worry. If you get injured, I'll come to get you quickly. All right, Lin Mu said while rubbing his head. Tilde rumble tilde. The sky darkened as black clouds appeared overhead. It is time, Lin Mu muttered as he looked up at the sky. Chapter 562, Tribulation Stirs the Sect at the Ripple Mist Sect. A group of disciples were doing their job of refining some raw materials for spirit tools in one of the pavilions when they suddenly heard a low rumble. Thunder, in our sect. One of the disciples stopped midway, making the chunk of metal floating in front of him fall. Be careful, Ping Mo. Why are you acting like this? One of the other disciples complained. Did you guys not hear the rumbling of thunder? Ping Mo questioned. Thunder? How can there be thunder in our Ripple Mist sect? The disciple who had asked Ping Mo to be careful stated. Yeah, our sect has formations that control the climate around the sect. How can there be thunder here? Another disciple chimed in. Are my ears buzzing then? Ping Mo said, doubting himself. But then, tilde rumble tilde. What the hell? It really is thunder, the disciples said in unison as they all ran out of the pavilion. Outside, they could see hundreds of other disciples, all staring at the dark clouds gathering in the distance. It cannot be a heavenly tribulation, Ping Mo muttered in disbelief. Quick, we need to inform the elders. Someone is having their heavenly tribulation at the forest, someone shouted. You idiot, do you really think the elders are stupid like you? If we can see the heavenly tribulation, they must have sensed it long before. The precious disciples Fried stated while slapping the back of his head. Ah, that's true. But which senior brother or senior sister could it be? And why are they choosing to have their tribulation in the forest when they could do it in the sect under the assistance of the tribulation platform and the elders as Dharma protectors? The previous stupid disciple questioned. How could I know? But whoever it is, they must be confident of their breakthrough and must want to do it on their own independently. They must have their own pride, the other disciple said with a knowing expression. At one of the higher buildings in the central peak, a bunch of elders were standing in a gallery while observing the clouds in the distance. Is it truly a disciple having a breakthrough? A green-robed elder questioned. I do not know, High Elder. Let me check our roster. If any disciple was close to a breakthrough, we should have it on our list. A brown-robed elder replied. The brown-robed elder took out a long register and opened it. Flipping through the pages, he came to a particular page, after which his brows became furrowed. This is strange. They're not on the list, the brown-robed elder said before turning to another young man. Quick check the whereabouts of all the disciples on the roster, he urged. Yes, elder, the young man said before taking out his communication jade slip and contacting certain people. About 2 minutes later, sweat appeared on his face as he shook his head. Tilde gulp tilde. All disciples are accounted for, elder. I fear it may not be someone from our sect, the young man stated. The green-robed elder stroked his beard as he looked up at the dark clouds that had not stopped expanding. The heavenly tribulation clouds, they are far too big for a normal heavenly tribulation, the green-robed elder stated. Everyone else hurriedly looked at the clouds and found them to be exactly as how the green-robed elder had stated. Heavens, it is some unique type of a tribulation. Is it some genius that is having a breakthrough? One of the elders exclaimed. The green-robed elder did not say anything and simply narrowed his eyes, as his gaze tried to peer far into the distance. Lin Mu could see the dark clouds and the faint glow of lightning hidden within. There was also the spatial tier that was hidden behind the clouds, but it could not be seen by common eyes. Lin Mu squinted his eyes, and his gaze went past the clouds. There he could see a large tear in the spatial fabric. This one was much bigger than the one alchemist Bilau's heavenly tribulation had caused. The two snakes will be having their tribulation together. Don't know if it will make it better or worse. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He chanted the calming heart sutra in the preparation of the tribulation. Lin Mu knew he should wait for the first tribulation bolt to fall before he jumped into the fray. He did not know what difference there will be if it is two beasts having a tribulation together than just one. Lin Mu was reminded of the warnings of the lost immortal. Better to be cautious 1,000,000 times than be dead once. It was a simple and crude line, but Lin Mu had seen that it was backed by many years of experience and misfortune. It would only do him good to heed the warning. After all, he was not doing anything normal. He was about to steal a heavenly tribulation. Cultivators dreaded heavenly tribulations and wanted nothing more than to get away from them. They feared the day their tribulation would arrive and would try to delay it as long as possible. Only those that were about to run out of tier lifespan or those that were brave geniuses would attempt it as quickly as possible. But here was Lin Mu, not even 20, and about to undergo his second tribulation. One had to know there were many peak stage core condensation realm beings that underwent the heavenly tribulations, but there were less than 10% that actually survived. If surviving just a single tribulation was this hard, then Lin Mu was going the extreme way, trying his chance against multiple tribulations just because his own could not be summoned. Tilde rumble tilde. The clouds started to stir in the sky as arcs of lightning jumped from one part to the other. The fire fang snake and the black water snake seemed to be prepared for this and were also looking up at the sky at this moment. Chapter 563, First Bolt Successfully Taken. Lin Mu took a deep breath and opened his eyes that were filled with determination. He leaped far and increased the distance from the two snakes. The fire fang snake and the black water snake did not pay any attention to Lin Mu at all. It was not that they did not want to, but rather they could not afford to. They simply looked up at the sky, while spirit chi waves continued to rise from their bodies. Tilde rumble tilde. The first bolt of tribulation lightning started to form in the cloud as it gathered together. Two huge mouths opened up in the clouds, and it looked like the lightning bolts were their tongues. Lin Mu braced himself as he didn't know if the lightning would still strike him at this distance or not. The distance that he had chosen was double the distance of the tribulation platform that Lin Mu had seen at the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. The two tribulation bolts were fully formed and finally fell from the sky with a loud thunderclap. The bolt struck the two snakes as they hissed in pain. Spirit chi swirled around them acting like barriers, but it did not seem like it was effective. Flames came out of the fire fang snake's mouth as they swirled around, joining the spirit chi barrier that had just collapsed. Blood trickled out of its scales that had been broken from the tribulation lightning bolt, but it still managed to withstand it. The black water snake was in a similar condition, with its scales being broken. The only difference was that these scales also seemed to be burned, unlike the fire fang snake. The fire fang snake lived near volcanoes and had good hesitance to heat and fire. Even the heat of the tribulation lightning bolt was enough for it to withstand. But one could not tell if this would be naturally possible, or was this due to the intervention of Lin Mu in the form of beast chi. The black water snake spat out a blue mist from its mouth that surrounded his body and attached to his wounds. The bleeding soon stopped as the flesh got stiffer. The black water snake had used its venom, which could make a victim's blood clot in its body on himself. If it were another human or creature, their blood would freeze in their veins, eventually killing them, but to black water snake who had resistance to his own venom, he could use it as blood-clotting medicine. Lin Mu saw that the might of the two tribulation bolts was nearly the same as that of alchemist Bilau. Seems like it is manageable, Lin Mu thought to himself. How many bolts do you think there will be, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. If these beasts were normally undergoing the heavenly tribulation with their original talent, Even this single bolt should have been enough for them to break through. But with the improvement of the beast chi, I reckon they will have at least 2 more bolts, Zhukang stated. I guess I should get 2 attempts then, 1 with each snake, Lin Mu said. Be careful though, you will need to time it properly. If it is too early or too late, the punishment lightning bolts will descend instead of the pure tribulation lightning. We do not know if that will work for you or not, Zhukang warned. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu replied and came closer to the 2 snakes. Tilde rumble tilde. The clouds stirred as more lightning crackled through the seams, gathering up at the mouths. Once the spear-like lightning bolts were just about to be completed, Lin Mu jumped into the fray. And the snake that he had chosen to use first was the black water snake. The lightning bolts fell with a thunderclap, tearing through the air as they struck the beings below. Except one of them was diverted slightly. The first bolt hit its intended target, which was nothing but the fire fang snake, but the second one that was supposed to hit the black water snake hit Lin Mu instead. Argh, Lin Mu grunted in pain as the searing lightning coursed through his body. His robes were burnt as a brown layer could be seen glowing below. Unlike the last time, his skin was not affected and only his robes were burnt. The mortal strengthening scripture had endured the might of the tribulation lightning bolt. But that was not all. Unlike before, the armor of the mortal strengthening scripture was still intact and no cracks could be seen on it. Lin Mu was actually a bit worried about this and wondered if the armor would stop the effect of the tribulation bolt too. But that didn't happen. While that armor did manage to block the impact of the bolt, it didn't stop its effect on Lin Mu's core. Tilde crack tilde. Lin Mu's core, which was half covered with cracks, started to crack again. The cracks spread more and now covered 3/4 of the entire core. Lin Mu could also feel the spirit chi around him stir, as if it was excited. It worked, it works, Lin Mu internally exclaimed, still feeling numb from the lightning bolt. He quickly chanted the Severing Heart Sutra to get through the pain and tried to move. I'll need to move to the fire fang snake for the next bolt, Lin Mu thought. He looked at the black water snake that was dumbly staring at the sky, as if wondering where the tribulation bolt went. The fire fang snake, on the other hand, was bleeding even more and was lying on the ground weakly. Is it dead? Lin Mu wondered and probed the snake with his spirit sense. Tilde hum tilde. Tilde crack tilde. But then he received a sudden surprise. The core within the fire fang snake's body had already been fully covered with cracks and was about to shatter. There were dense waves of spirit chi coming from it, and it was evident the nascent soul was about to be born. How can this be? The tribulation is not even over yet, Lin Mu stated. Chapter 564, second bolt successfully taken. Lin Mu could not understand why the fire fang snake was already having its breakthrough to the nascent soul realm, even though there were still more tribulation bolts about to come. From what he knew, the tribulation bolts were just enough for a person or creature to break through to the nascent soul realm, which meant that they needed all of those bolts to break through to the nascent soul realm. If they did not endure all bolts, their core would not be fully cracked and then shatter to give birth to their nascent soul. If something like this happens, then their situation would be the same as that of alchemist Billow. Lin Mu had taken his last tribulation bolt, and he was now unable to break through to the nascent soul realm. Of course, this was not permanent. There were ways by which one could trigger the heavenly tribulation again. The most common way was to just cultivate more so that the infusion of spirit chi generates a heavenly tribulation. But doing so would take quite a long time and resources, as the cultivator would have to heal all their cracks of the core. Usually, cultivators who failed their heavenly tribulation, but still survived, would end up regressing to the chi refining realm as their spirit core would be destroyed. They would need to cultivate again and reached the peak of the core condensation realm in order to break through. But not many people had this opportunity, and the reason for this was their lifespan. Chi refining realm cultivators could live till 150 years at most, while those at the core condensation realm could live till 300 years. For a cultivator to reach the peak of the core condensation realm, they would take multiple decades if they were talented. This would mean that they would usually be older than 150 years. This basically meant that they would die automatically from old age. Only very talented people who reached peak of the core condensation realm before the age of 100 truly had any chance to survive the restart of their cultivation. "Oh no, this is due to the imbalance," Zhukong suddenly said. "What do you mean, senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "It's due to you influencing the Fire Fang snake with the beast chi. The heavens think that the Fire Fang snake's talent is enough for 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, but her body itself and the core only needed 2 bolts to break through. You increased her potential, but her cultivation could not keep up with it. Perhaps if you had started a bit earlier, she would have needed 3 bolts to complete her breakthrough," Zhukong explained. "That means," Lin Mu muttered, "the Fire Fang snake will die if she takes this tribulation lightning bolt," Zhukong stated. Lin Mu felt bad about this and did not want the beast to die. While it was true he had given her, and the black water snake the beast chi to take advantage of the heavenly tribulation, his heart would not feel good if they died in the process. "Then I'll just have to take the tribulation bolt myself. I'm here for that, so this will work anyway," Lin Mu declared. He suddenly felt a newfound strength fueling him. He didn't know where it came from, but Lin Mu found that all the pain and numbness he felt was wiped away. He jumped near the Fire Fang snake the very moment the next tribulation bolt was about to descend. Tilde kaboom tilde. The final bolt of tribulation lightning was the strongest. 2 such bolts were shot by the tribulation clouds. One struck the black water snake and was rightfully his, while the second one struck Lin Mu when it was supposed to hit the Fire Fang snake. "ARGH!" Lin Mu shouted in pain upon bearing tribulation lightning. Tilde wang tilde. The sound of metal bending could be heard as the armor made from mortal strengthening scripture appeared on Lin Mu's body again. The brown glow managed to block the impact of the lightning, but some parts of it seemed to be out of shape. The armor itself was the same shape as Lin Mu's body, but was perhaps a couple of millimeters bigger. It did not crack under the tribulation lightning, but instead bent to take the impact. Lin Mu ended up kneeling on the ground as he felt like a mountain had just been thrown on his back. Lin Mu's inner robes were fully scorched now, and the top half of it had already been reduced to ashes. Still, he managed to take the second bolt of tribulation lightning successfully. "I did it," Lin Mu said between breaths. The Fire Fang snake was also looking at Lin Mu with a strange glow in her eyes. Her core was still shattering bit by bit as spirit chi started to pour into her body. The black water snake was in a similar position. Lin Mu's dantian was currently trembling. Arcs of tribulation lightning danced within it as they jumped from one part to the other. It looked like the lightning was protesting and saying this was not where it belonged. It tried to escape, but Lin Mu's dantian was like a steel vault. No matter how much the lightning tried to hit the walls, nothing happened. The strange thing was even Lin Mu didn't feel any pain coming from his dantian when the tribulation lightning was hitting its walls. Lin Mu wanted it to go towards his dantian, but unfortunately, he had no control over the tribulation lightning. From what Lin Mu had learned, the tribulation lightning should have a trace of the heavens' will in it, and was thus sentient to a certain extent. The previous bolt did not act like this, as it was much weaker than this. But since this was the most powerful of the past 2, it had a greater sense of self. "What do I do now?" Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. Tilde hum tilde. Lin Mu's attention was suddenly pulled towards the black water snake as a spirit chi vortex surrounded it. Chapter 565. Turn back. The black water snake suddenly started to float in the air as the spirit chi vortex poured into him. The Fire Fang snake was the next one to float up, as the spirit chi cortex infused spirit chi into her too. "Both of them are having a breakthrough at the same time," Lin Mu muttered. It was a rather unique situation that rarely ever happened in the world. Most of the creatures of cultivators would choose to be far away from others in order to be undisturbed and have a safe breakthrough. A simultaneous breakthrough like this was unheard of in this world. The phenomenon caused by the two beasts breaking through at the same time caused an upheaval in the forest. The concentration of spirit chi in the air increased multiple folds, and a mist appeared everywhere. "Is this spirit chi? It has become visible," Lin Mu said, feeling amazed. Tilde roar tilde. Tilde chirp tilde. The sounds of 3 different beasts could be heard coming from afar. Lin Mu felt like he could tell what they meant. They seemed to be rejoicing, Lin Mu sensed. He then turned to look at the 2 snakes whose auras were increasing by the minute. But while looking there, he felt like he saw the illusion of a mountain again. This time, it was a bit more clear as the mist would disappear around it. "What is that?" Lin Mu couldn't help but say. This time, the illusion was visible for longer, but it did eventually fade. Lin Mu looked within his dantian and saw that the tribulation lightning was still arcing around, trying to find an exit. "When will this reach my core?" Lin Mu wondered. Tilde tremble tilde. "Huh!" Lin Mu suddenly felt a strong fluctuation of spirit chi coming from the side. He turned around and saw that it was coming from the mountains, where the Ripple Mist sect was located. The mountains were barely visible due to the dense spirit chi mist that had appeared by Lin Mu, could sense the waves very clearly. These spirit chi waves, they are not from a nascent soul realm cultivator. They are stronger than the patriarch of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect and even Gu Yao, Lin Mu said. "Quick, you need to leave. It's a Dao Shell Realm cultivator. They must be coming here to check the phenomenon. The heavenly tribulation must have caught their attention," Zhukang said. Lin Mu realized that a single beast's breakthrough to the nascent soul realm might not have attracted them, but 2 beasts breaking through to the nascent soul realm at once brought a completely different type of a heavenly tribulation. This was evidently more than enough for a Dao Shell Realm expert's interest to be piqued. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and summoned the short sword before calling out to Little Shrubby. "Little Shrubby, come," Lin Mu said through his link. Tilde whoosh tilde. The spirit chi mist was blown away as a reddish blur arrived at great speed, causing a gust of wind. "Are we leaving?" Little Shrubby, who had just appeared, asked. "Yes," Lin Mu said before getting on his back. He strapped in the harness, and Little Shrubby started running. Tilde whoosh tilde. Little Shrubby's spirit knocked away some trees as he launched into the air. But just a few seconds later, a strange sound was heard. Tilde hanglong tilde. Lin Mu then saw a large formation array appearing in the sky. The formation array extended all over the forest and even beyond that. In the distance, Lin Mu could even see a pale barrier that had just materialized. "Damn it, they activated the formation array of the sect," Lin Mu cursed. "It should still be fine. They probably did this to stop the nascent soul realm beasts to stop from escaping. They should not know about you being here. This is just a safety precaution," Zhukang judged. Lin Mu's quickly thought over it and found it to be likely. He had not let out any signs of him being here, and even the cave that he lived in briefly was cleaned out by him every day. He was doing his best to not leave traces. Even in the sect, he had not spoken to anyone and had kept to himself. And this was when he actually appeared on the ground and not underground. "That's where the phenomenon started. Go there." An elderly voice was heard echoing from afar. Hearing this, Lin Mu confirmed that the sect's experts were here for the 2 beasts instead of him. But this did not mean that he was out of danger. While he could indeed escape the barrier, it was very likely that they would discover him. And if he decided to hide here for the time being, he would be found by the Dao Shell Realm expert. He could use phase and sink into the ground far enough that he would be away from the senses of the Dao Shell Realm cultivator, but there was still the tribulation lightning jumping around in his dantian. The moment that lightning hit his core, Lin Mu would start breaking through to the nascent soul realm, and that was something that was bound to bring attention to him. And if at that moment he was underground, He doubted he would be able to maintain focus on using phase and would accidentally lose control of it. That was certainly not something Lin Mu wanted to happen. Lin Mu looked around while thinking of something when a crazy idea suddenly appeared in his mind. His head snapped to the back, and he used his spatial perception to the full extent that he could. "Come on, I know you are there," Lin Mu muttered. For a few seconds, Lin Mu saw nothing but mist and felt the approaching waves of the Dao Shell Realm cultivator. But then he saw it. He saw the illusory mountain. "Let's hope this works, or we're doomed," Lin Mu thought before looking down at Little Shrubby, who was starting to get nervous as well. "Little Shrubby, turn around, we're going back," Lin Mu ordered. Little Shrubby looked a bit confused, but then started running as he was directed to without questioning. Chapter 566, Lin Mu's Risk, and the arrival of the sex elders. Lin Mu didn't know for sure what he was about to do would work or not, but he knew this was the only option for now. Zhukang was also watching Lin Mu, spatial energy swirling around him. He didn't tell Lin Mu, but he was always ready to act in case anything happened. So far, he had only acted once against Gu Yao, but that had put him back 2 years in his progress. Thankfully, with Lin Mu getting the bloodline of the great slumber bear, he slept for 2 years and Zhukang got to cultivate again. He does take risks, but at least he knows when's the right time to take them. Zhukang muttered to himself as his 8 golden yellow eyes gazed upon the ethereal altar. Just beside the altar, one could also see a gray color egg lying still. No movement could be observed from it, yet Zhukang could feel the life within the egg. "Wonder what thing you will be," Zhukang said. Even with his countless years of experience, he could not tell what the beast in the egg was going to be. With the inclusion of beast chi, there were far too many variations that could appear in a beast. Beast chi could awaken or strengthen a specific bloodline that was hidden within a beast. But when it was used in special conditions, such as on a pregnant beast, the offspring's condition would be even more unpredictable. The beast chi would be able to affect bloodlines that were far deeper and hidden in the beast. Bloodlines that would never be awakened, no matter what if the said beast was fully born. Though there was also the other end of this equation. The beast chi could be overwhelming and awaken multiple bloodlines that conflict with each other and prevent the egg from ever hatching. Lin Mu was unaware of the thoughts of Senior Zhukang and was fully focused on the road ahead. His eyes were squinted as he extended his right hand forward. "I know you are there," Lin Mu muttered as he tried to find the hidden mountain again. It flickered in and out of existence, but he knew he could tap into it. "Now open for me," Lin Mu declared. The mysterious ring hummed in response as a large amount of spirit chi was drained from Lin Mu at once. Even the tribulation lightning within Lin Mu's Danshan was affected by it and got pushed to the side by the massive amount of spirit chi that was being consumed. A tear appeared in the space in front of Lin Mu and expanded in a fraction of a second. Tilde whoosh tilde. With the speed Little Shrubby was moving at, it didn't even take them a second to pass through the tear before it faded away into nothingness. "What was that?" a couple of voices said as they flew over. The mist parted, and once could see some elders floating in the air. All of them were evidently at the nascent soul realm, but there was one green-robed elder who had stronger spirit chi fluctuation than the others. "Elder Ching, do you sense something?" The nascent soul realm elders asked the green-robed elder. There are some spatial fluctuations here," Elder Ching replied. "Spatial fluctuations? What, you don't think? There was an intruder here," one of the elders said with shock. Elder Ching furrowed his brows, which made other elders nervous too. "No," Elder Ching shook his head. The other elders looked at him in confusion, wondering why he would say this. There were 2 beasts having a heavenly tribulation at the same time. Things such as this are bound to cause strange phenomena, not to mention heavenly tribulations themselves can cause spatial disturbances when they are strong. Elder Ching explained. The nascent soul realm elders collectively took a breath of relief. They certainly did not want any extra trouble, especially when the sect was at a sensitive time as that of the sacred trials. At least we got to see the nascent soul beasts. Though, how did we not know there were two beasts who were close to a breakthrough? One of the nascent soul realm elders asked. Just as we cultivators have fortunate encounters, the beasts can have them too. It is not our place to think about it much. You will just waste time trying to pry the threads of fate, Elder Ching said wisely. The elders were impressed by his words and nodded their heads. Though Elder Ching, I don't think I recall there ever being a fire fang snake in our region. We know about black water snakes as they are native to here, but the fire fang snakes live way far to the south. Someone curiously asked. Elder Ching raised his brows and thought over it, finding it to be a valid query. Do we have a record about who brought it here? Someone must have brought it. There is no other way it would end up here, Elder Ching asked. Let me check, Elder. One of the junior elders hurriedly responded, before taking out a long jade slip. This jade slip was about 3 times as long as a normal communication jade slip and looked more like a ruler instead. The junior elder held it for a few seconds and closed his eyes. I think I found it, the junior elder stated. And what does it say? The other elders asked. The records state that one elder Lin Mu brought a bunch of beasts from the southern part of the continent about 100 years ago. This fire fang snake must be one of them too, the junior elder replied. Elder Lin Mu, did we have an elder like that in the sect? One of the elders questioned. The other elders seemed lost about it too. The records state that Elder Lin Mu died over 50 years ago while fighting against someone named Jiang Luo when he reached the area of our sect. The junior elder replied. Chapter 567, A Minor Plane. The other elders had never thought that something like this happened in their sect and wanted to know more. Wait, I remember that. I was still an inner court disciple when that happened. A strong intruder apparently managed to slip into the sect. There were many other experts from different sects chasing him as well. Our sect was near to the battle zone, and they made a plan to coax him into the area of our sect so we could trap him, the elder replied. What happened after that? The other elders curiously asked. The plan did succeed, but not without a cost. Elder Lin Mu, along with 7 other nascent soul realm elders of different sects, died in the battle, the elder answered. What? The enemy managed to do that. Who was he and what happened to him? They asked further. Of course the enemy died. The combined attack of the elders was so strong that it eliminated all traces of the enemy. In fact, that was the reason why the 7 elders died, because the man used a forbidden self-sacrificing technique, the elder answered. Why don't you know about this, Elder Ching? You were an elder too at that time, weren't you? The junior elder questioned. Elder Ching shook his head in response and spoke. I was sadly in closed-door seclusion at that time. I was close to death as my lifespan was about to end and had less than a year left to live. Thankfully, I managed to break through and extended my lifespan again. Forgive me for asking this, the junior elder replied. Elder Ching simply waved his hand in a gesture, saying it was fine. Though what do we do with the 2 snakes now? Someone asked. See if any of the elders can tame them or not. If they are not able to, just leave them as it is. They can serve to increase the power of the sect passively. Enemies will not dare to enter the forest with the fear of the nascent soul realm beasts. Also, give them some herbs and pills. It's better to have their favor than to offend them needlessly. Now that they are nascent soul realm beasts, they should have higher intelligence and will know how to act, Elder Ching said. As you command, Elder Ching. The elders responded with cupped hands before getting to their tasks. Tilde crack tilde. Tilde crack tilde. Tilde crack tilde. A loud sound could be heard as a red blur broke through a few trees. This was none other than little Shrubby, who was moving at great speed and did not have the chance to stop. Thankfully, neither he nor Lin Mu could be hurt by slamming into trees such as these and were fine. That's enough, we can stop now, Lin Mu stated, upon sensing the change in the area. Little Shrubby came to a halt with a flip and dug his claws into a large boulder. His claws cut into the boulder for over a meter before he managed to stop. Lin Mu unhooked the harness and got down from little Shrubby's back. He breathed in the dense spirit chi in the air. "This place, it's definitely not the Ripple Mist sect," Lin Mu said. While spirit chi here was not as dense as to form a mist like during the breakthrough of the two snakes, it was still over 5 times as concentrated as that of the sect. Lin Mu took a look around and found it to be much different from the area of the Ripple Mist sect. Instead of multiple mountains, there was just one single mountain here, but the mountain was taller than any other mountain Lin Mu had ever seen. "It's the same mountain," Lin Mu muttered. This is the scene that Lin Mu had seen previously in the forest. It looked like an illusion to him before, but now it was confirmed that it was all realm. "Seems like you managed to stumble into a minor plane," Zhu Keng suddenly said. "Really, senior," Lin Mu said and spread his spirit sense around. "This place is much more stable than I thought, though. It is even stable than the myriad armament canopy abode of Old Man Jiang," Lin Mu added. Probably because this is a naturally formed plane, though it can't be considered to be a complete plane," Zhu Keng replied. Lin Mu nodded and decided to take a look around. The spirit chi in the air was quite pleasant to Lin Mu, and his danshan was quickly being replenished. Before he had used over 90% of his spirit chi in order to open the portal to this minor plane. One could tell from this how difficult it was to enter this place, but now that large amount of spirit chi was restored by half in just 10 minutes. "This place is simply a cultivation haven," Lin Mu praised. He walked around with little Shrubby in the forest surrounding the mountain. Lin Mu could not see the borders of the plain, which meant that either they were quite far away, or that the plane simply looped back after a certain distance. If it was the second case, then the plane would be similar to Lin Mu's Garden of Karma. In the forest, Lin Mu saw a lot of beasts, but all of them seemed to be herbivores with nary a predator. It felt strange to him as with no predator, the population of these beasts should have been overwhelming, yet they seemed to be normal. Lin Mu also saw some peculiar trees which he had not seen before, along with spirit herbs and fruits. This place was simply a paradise for any cultivator. There was no danger and plenty of resources to consume. Just like this, Lin Mu continued walking and reached the edge of the mountain. But just as he was about to take a step ahead, he felt danger and took a step back. A sharp wooden spear struck the ground a few inches away from Lin Mu. "Who?" Lin Mu said as he got ready to defend. "Halt! Tell me who you are and how did you come here?" A man suddenly appeared atop a cliff some distance from Lin Mu. Chapter 568. A wild man Lin Mu had definitely not expected for there to be someone here. There were no signs of a human here, thus he estimated that this minor plane was fully isolated and only some herbivores were here along with plants. But that spear that had just struck the ground in front of him had surprised him, not just because it was so fast, but also because of the power contained in it. Lin Mu looked at the spear that looked like it was made from any common branch of a tree. There were tens of carvings made into the spear all the way from the tip to the shaft's base. Lin Mu was able to recognize several of the carvings and understood what they were. "High-grade spirit weapon, that too from a common wooden branch," Lin Mu muttered in shock. Whoever made this had managed to turn a common wood into a high-grade spirit weapon with the inclusion of the carvings. Even though Lin Mu would not be hurt by the spear if it hit him directly due to the defense of his body and the mortal strengthening scripture, it would still knock him back several meters. Lin Mu finally looked at the man who had thrown that spear and found him to be rather haggard. He was wearing old and tattered robes that were repaired and patched many times. It didn't even look like the man had used a cloth to patch them and had instead used various leaves. But the faint glimmer of the runes that he saw on those patches surprised him again. Even the torn and tattered robes of the man were a high-grade spirit armor. Looking at the appearance of the man, Lin Mu would have never expected him to have these capabilities. The man had long hair that was divided into multiple sections and tied with what looked like a hemp ribbon. His beard was also very long and almost reached his waist. His arms were thicker than Lin Mu's thighs, and his legs were like that of an ox, strong and hardy. Overall, the man gave Lin Mu a wild, barbaric vibe. Lin Mu quickly tried to control his shock and got ready to defend against the man. He had not sensed the man's cultivation base, but realized that he must be quite strong if he had a spear like this. When the man got closer, though, Lin Mu could see 3 more wooden spears strapped to his back. On the left of his waist, there was a stone axe with a wooden handle, and on the right, there was a dagger that looked to be made out of some animal's bone. All of them had runes and formations carved into them, showing that they were all high-grade spirit weapons. Just who is this man? Lin Mu couldn't help but say. Tilde Xing Tilde. Waves of spirit chi emanated from Lin Mu's body as he fully revealed his cultivation base, and the short sword came to float beside him. But that was not all, as the iron thorn spear also appeared in his hand. Lin Mu felt danger from the man in front of him and was ready to use all his capabilities. Tension rose to the peak as the man approached at a great speed. He leaped from the cliff and jumped from rock to rock. He flew over a ravine as if it was nothing, which prompted Lin Mu to think that the man must be in the nascent soul realm. When he got closer to Lin Mu, though, he noticed the short sword and the iron thorn spear that were with Lin Mu. The man narrowed his eyes and spoke. Who are you? I am Wu Lion. Lin Mu gave his fake name again. Lies, the man shouted as a spear was thrown. Tilde Deng Tilde. Lin Mu blocked the wooden spear with his short sword, which was also knocked quite a distance back. Lin Mu flicked his finger, forcibly controlling the short sword and bringing it back. The man's eye twitched upon seeing this, but he kept his demeanor. Tell me who you are, last warning, the man declared. Maybe you should tell me who you are. You are the one who attacked first, Lin Mu stated. Insolent, the man shouted as he threw another spear. This time, though, Lin Mu was ready and attacked with his own spear. Thousand Armament Blade Scripture. The iron thorn spear was activated for the first time as a black light was released from it. The seals that old man Jiang had put on it to hide its full potential were finally released. The black light released by the spear met the wooden spear and managed to stop it dead in its track. Tilde Deng Tilde. The wooden spear was sent flying back and got stuck in the ravine wall behind. A large crack spread from where the spear stuck in the wall, and crumbling rocks could be seen. So you do have some capabilities, being at the peak stage of the core condensation realm and managing to hold off against my casual attack, the man said before waving his hand. Tilde whoosh tilde. All the wooden spears that he had thrown flew back, returning to his side. Now let's see how you take my serious attack, the man said before withdrawing the axe from his waist. The 4 wooden spears accompanied him to attack Lin Mu from all sides, and he himself lunged at Lin Mu directly. Tilde roar tilde. The man had missed one big thing when attacking Lin Mu, though. Lin Mu was not alone. A fiery explosion knocked back all the wooden spears at once, as a red blur appeared at the side of the wild man. Tilde growl tilde. Little Shrubby had received Lin Mu's command at the very start, and had hidden when Lin Mu sensed the wooden spear coming at him first. He wanted to see what the danger was first before acting. Lin Mu asked Little Shrubby to hide for now and attack when the opportunity was right. Chapter 569, Combat. Seeing that Lin Mu was about to be overwhelmed by attacks, Little Shrubby attacked with his full force as well. His sharp claws glowed bright red as a scorching heat came from them. His fur flared up as a thundering roar came from his mouth. Tilde roar tilde. He swiped at the man's back while Lin Mu attacked from the front. His short sword danced through the air like a butterfly, while the iron thorn spear struck like a wasp. Tilde clang tilde. The clash was quite loud, and the impact of all the attacks knocked away a lot of soil and leaves. The wild man looked back and saw a large liger beast behind him. His clothes were struck by the beast's claws, but were unable to pierce through the defense. The man blocked the iron thorn spear on his right with the axe, while on his left he flicked the dagger to deflect the short sword. Not bad, not bad, but if this is all you have, then you are better off dead. The man yelled and stomped his foot on the ground. Tilda rumble Tilda. The ground shook heavily as Lin Mu was knocked back. He flipped in the air to stabilize himself and stepped onto the short sword which came to him at the right moment. Little Shrubby was also knocked back, but he stopped himself after digging his claws into the soil. This is gonna be hard, Lin Mu muttered as he attacked again. This time, two slim swords appeared in his hands as he spun around like a vortex. The wind howled as it was sliced apart by the rapidly spinning blades. Xing Xing Tilda. The slim swords met the wild man's dagger, which he had thrown. Tilda crack Tilda. The slim swords shattered under the attack of the dagger as they were unable to keep up with the durability of the dagger. After all, these slim swords were made from simple steel, even if they had been of a good quality. But this was exactly Lin Mu's aim, as a smirk appeared on his face. His lips slightly moved as the wild man suddenly felt his vision blur. Lin Mu disappeared in front of him, which quickly made him shake of the daze he had felt. Too late, Lin Mu whispered. Boulder collapsing fist first form, impact. Tilda kaboom Tilda. The wild man was sent flying as a fist hit his flank. He flew for over 100 meters in the air, as spittle flew everywhere from his mouth. How? The wild man was extremely surprised. He was sure he had not sensed Lin Mu approaching him at all. Did he just appear out of thin air? The wild man wondered. Tilda he's way stronger than I thought, seeing as he fully bore the attack of a 10% boulder collapsing fist first form. Impact, he should be in the nascent soul realm. At the very least at the child stage of the nascent soul realm too. Lin Mu analyzed. He had really thought that he would have been able to knock out the man in one hit, but he seemed to be way more durable. Lin Mu even targeted his flank, which was the only place that seemed to not be protected from the formations. While Lin Mu was fighting at the start using weapons, he was intentionally not using any of the skills of the mysterious ring. He was taking this time to analyze the man and his spirit tools. With Lin Mu's little experience with the formations, he had gained a little insight into formation nodes and saw that the man's spirit tools were all weird. There were way too many formation nodes on it, which made Lin Mu confused at first. This made him think that what he was wearing was a high-grade spirit armor, but once he got to probe the nodes closely, he realized each of the patch on his robes was actually an individual defensive formation. The robes were actually not a high-grade spirit armor, but rather multiple smaller low-grade and mid-grade defensive formations combined. This also meant that any spot they did not cover was undefended. This spot was none other than the wild man's left flank. Thus, using the Severing Heart Sutra at the right moment, he sent him into a daze and then blinked to close the distance before using the boulder collapsing fist. He's good at hiding his spirit chi fluctuations too. I would not have known he was at the nascent soul realm had I not seen him defend against my attack, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu trained his eyes on the wild man, who had now recovered. Unlike before, the man had a more cautious expression on him as his aura became a bit controlled. Let's see how you take this then, Lin Mu uttered before pulling his fist back. Boulder collapsing fist second form, piercer. The wild man barely had any time to react before he saw a thin needle approaching him at blinding speed. Tilda clang Tilda. He managed to put the bone dagger in front of him to block the needle, but was pushed back again. He gritted his teeth and poured spirit chi into the bone dagger. Alas, he was too late. Tilda shatter Tilda. The needle, which was the piercer attack of boulder collapsing fist, broke through the dagger before exploding. Bone fragments were launched everywhere, but the defenses of the wild man managed to stop them from harming him. AHH, the wild man yelled crazily as he approached Lin Mu at breakneck speed. Lin Mu was surprised by this, as the speed was almost comparable to Little Shrubby. Little Shrubby intercepted the wild man mid-air, but was thrown away at the last moment by the wild man's punch. The illusory fist imprint launched by the wild man sent little Shrubby crashing into tens of trees. "Little Shrubby," Lin Mu said with concern as anger appeared on his face for the first time. "Damn you," he cursed as a massive amount of energy seethed in his arm. A pinkish glow appeared around his arm, which terrified even the wild man. Chapter 570. Devastating the wild man's defense, the wild man had not expected Lin Mu would have so many trump cards. The young man in front of him shocked him to no extent. His attacks were varied, yet well-timed. The liger-like beast which he thought to be his tamed beast also attacked in sync, which made it hard for the wild man to defend. But when he knocked away the beast at the end and saw what Lin Mu was about to use, he was utterly shocked. It was a type of energy he had only seen once before in his life, and it was used by an ancestral treasure of his clan. The wild man had thought it was a special energy that could only be found in artifacts and natural treasures, but never in a cultivator. When he had seen that energy, he was unable to tell what it was. It neither seemed like spirit chi nor vital energy. It was simply different, far more complex than either of those. But the energy Lin Mu was about to use was nearly the same as that, or he could even say more potent than that. The pink glow on Lin Mu's hand might seem pleasant to a few people, but to the wild man, it was a call for death. He immediately pulled out all of his defensive treasure and activated every defensive chi skill he knew. The tattered robes he wore started to glow as more and more runes appeared on them. The patches that were on it all flew out from it, making the robe even more tattered. Then multiple layers of barrier appeared around him. He shook his head, making the hemp ribbons that tied his hair come free. Each of the hemp ribbons started glowing as they joined the barriers as well. The man clasped her hand together and made a few mudras before executing another skill. He even bit his tongue and spat out a little blood to complete the skill. "Calamity-repelling shield," the wild man shouted. An illusory form of a door god appeared around him. One hand of the door god held a lantern while the other held a ruler. The door god held out the lantern from which a flame came out. The flame then formed a spiraling barrier around the wild man. The door god also raised his ruler, ready to attack. Lin Mu saw this all but did not care. The spirit chi and vital energy mixed within his arm before combining to fully form the pink energy. The pink energy turned into a ribbon that started spinning. Boulder collapsing fist third form, Devastator. The pink ribbon of energy shot out of Lin Mu's arm while bloodying his knuckle. The layer of armor above Lin Mu's skin, which was made from the mortal strengthening scripture, also cracked. Thankfully, unlike the previous forms of the mortal strengthening scripture, the armor did not fully collapse if only one part was cracked. The pink ribbon of energy created a gully in the ground as Sit soared through the air. Whatever came in its range, whether it be trees or rocks, were instantly pulverized, and this was when it did not even touch them. It moved at a great speed such that after images were left behind, making it look like it was an extremely long ribbon. It kept on moving till it met the wild man. The barriers that were made from the patches were instantly shattered by the pink ribbon of energy. The next to be destroyed were the wooden spears which the wild man had brought forward to defend. The runes on them collapsed like straw in the wind before fading away. Then came the turn of the defensive chi skills that the wild man had prepared. The weaker skills were able to hold the pink ribbon of energy for a couple of seconds before they were broken as well. The only defense that was left was the door god. The flame barrier created by the lantern of the door god managed to hold back the pink ribbon for 4 more seconds before it was snuffed out. Tilde dang tilde. Seeing that the flame barrier had collapsed, the door god swung its ruler at the pink ribbon of energy. By now, all the combined defenses had managed to drain most of the momentum of the pink ribbon, but it was still more than enough to kill the wild man. Sparks flew as the ruler of the door god managed to block the pink ribbon for the time being. The stalemate lasted for an entire 10 seconds before the pink ribbon showed signs of dissipating. The wild man had an expression of relief on his face, but then it became tense again. Tilde rumble tilde. The The pink ribbon of energy became unstable and exploded. The illusory door god perished under the explosion as a large crater was created on the ground. Trees in a diameter of 100 meters were reduced to splinters as they were launched everywhere. Lin Mu simply stood there as the brown armor of the mortal strengthening scripture took the impact from the splinters. Hu tilde. Lin Mu took deep breaths as blood dripped from his right fist. The area in front of him was covered in a cloud of dust, and nothing could be seen in it. When the dust finally cleared, Lin Mu saw the aftermath. In the center of the crater, he saw the wild man kneeling on one leg. The top half of his body left was bare as his robes were destroyed. Blood dripped from the multiple cuts on his body as his hair was splayed around haphazardly. His head was down, making it hard to see his face. His beard was muddy and soiled as it touched the ground fully. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes as he saw the slight movement of the man's shoulders. He was still breathing. Damn it, Lin Mu cursed. Another attack should do him in. Arg. Lin Mu spoke, but then pain suddenly filled his body. The tribulation lightning had attacked his core. Chapter 571, Breakthrough. While Lin Mu had spoken those words lightly, the wild man had still managed to hear them clearly. His ears perked up as he forced his body to move in response. But then he heard the pain-filled grunt of Lin Mu. Huh, what's happening? The wild man could not help but say. He lifted his head and saw Lin Mu, who had fallen on the ground. He seemed to be relatively uninjured except for his right hand, so he couldn't tell why Lin Mu was in pain. Was the last technique he used perhaps a sacrificial technique? Yes, that must be it. No other technique should be able to create that energy otherwise, the wild man thought. Tilde shatter tilde. But then a powerful aura flared from Lin Mu's body. What? How? The wild man exclaimed. A vortex of spirit chi formed around Lin Mu as his body started to float in the air. He's having a breakthrough, but this is a nascent soul realm breakthrough. Why's there no heavenly tribulation? The wild man said out loud, feeling utterly confused. He observed Lin Mu for a bit more and saw the amount of spirit chi in the air increasing more and more. Soon the spirit chi had become condensed enough that a mist had spread around. The spirit chi concentration in this minor plane was already 5 times more than the ripple mist sex ambient spirit chi. But now with the breakthrough as a trigger, the amount only kept on increasing. Tilde rumble tilde. The loud sound of heartbeats came from Lin Mu's body as they resonated with the spirit chi in the air. With each beat, the spirit chi would create a wave. Wave by wave, beat by beat, Lin Mu's cultivation soared. The brown armor on Lin Mu's body was instantly restored to the optimum condition before glowing even more. Lin Mu's Danshan was undergoing an even greater change. The shattered core had given birth to a tiny infant. The infant was translucent and had features similar to that of Lin Mu. But there was a unique thing about him. There was a small silver ring with 5 spurs on its right hand's middle finger. It was the very same mysterious ring that Lin Mu wore. Tilde roar tilde. Suddenly, the illusory figure of a large bear appeared in Lin Mu's Danshan. It had long claws that looked like daggers and had a unique triangular pattern on its chest. Its fur was brown, while the patterns on it were black. This was none other than the Great Slumber Bear. The illusory figure of the Great Slumber Bear grew bigger and bigger, till it overlapped Lin Mu's body. Tilde roar tilde. The illusory figure of the Great Slumber Bear raised its head up to the sky and let out a roar, shaking the lands and making every beast in the forest shiver. The wild man also saw the illusory figure of the Great Slumber Bear and felt terror within his heart. He could tell that the beast was no common beast. Just from looking into its eyes, he felt his bones quiver. He had felt such fear in his clan's training grounds before. They had illusory arrays that were able to replicate the auras of beasts. This let the clansmen train their will and courage. The wild man had gone through multiple levels of the formation array, and had reached the very final level, which contained the recorded aura of the strongest beast their clan had ever encountered. That was the level where the wild man had failed to complete. "I am mortal beast," the wild man spoke with shock in his voice. Tilda gulped Tilda. The wild man swallowed his saliva as he kept on looking at Lin Mu without missing a second. He did not even dare to blink, for the fear that he would miss out on something important. He couldn't help but recall his own breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Back then, he had to survive 4 bolts of tribulation lightning before he was able to successfully break through. But here was Lin Mu, breaking through to the nascent soul realm without any such obstacle. The concentration of spirit chi kept on increasing in the air as the mist got even denser. After 5 minutes, though, it had reached a saturation point. Tilda dropped Tilda. The wild man extended his palm and saw the translucent water on it. His eyes widened as he looked up at the cloudless sky. Spirit chi, liquid spirit chi, a rain of spirit chi, the wild man muttered in disbelief. Such a phenomenon was unheard of to him. He had seen the sacred grounds of his clan, where the sprint chi could form a thick mist like there was here in this minor plane, but spirit chi rain, that was not possible according to his knowledge. When a cultivator wanted to refine liquid spirit chi, they had to compress the spirit chi wisps many times in their meridians and danshan. It was a grueling task and needed to be done specifically in the condition of the danshan. The only other mode in which spirit chi could be seen naturally was in the form of spirit chi springs. But those were very different from this. They were formed over many centuries and needed unique conditions to do so, not like now when the rain was spontaneous. Just the amount of spirit chi that was currently raining down right now was probably enough to make even a Tao-treading realm cultivator jealous. What the hell am I doing? The wild man realized his stupidity before quickly sitting down cross-legged and absorbing the spirit chi. His body was like a sponge, as it soaked in all the liquid spirit chi around him. But compared to Lin Mu, he was nothing. If the wild man was like a sponge, then Lin Mu was like a vacuum. The liquid spirit chi directly formed a floating stream around him as it started to pour into his body. Tilda Hunglong Tilda. The rain of liquid spirit chi continued to get stronger as all life in this minor plane rejoiced. Chapter 572, Disciple of Jiang Wei. The rain of spirit chi was gathering all the spirit chi that existed in the air as of now. The wild man had replenished all the spirit chi he had used in the battle in less than 5 minutes of the rain, while Lin Mu was even farther. Within Lin Mu's danshan, one could see the nascent soul that was floating in the center. It was bathed in the liquid spirit chi, which fully covered it. Lin Mu's danshan had already been filled to the brim with spirit chi. A few brown sections could also be seen, which was nothing but the earth elemental spirit chi, which was also part of Lin Mu's danshan. His meridians were flowing with spirit chi as it nourished his entire body. 15 minutes passed like this before the rain of spirit chi finally stopped. The wild man had not only replenished his spirit chi in this time, but he had also increased his own cultivation base by a significant amount. His choice in disciples is much more terrifying than I thought, the wild man muttered. No longer was any fury present on his face, and no battle intent could be sensed from him either. It was hard to believe that the man was fighting Lin Mu with his full power just 20 minutes before. While the spirit chi rain had been enough to give the wild man an increase in his cultivation base, for Lin Mu it had barely been enough to stabilize his cultivation base. Usually the spirit chi infusion that happened after a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul was so that it could provide the baseline spirit chi needed to maintain it. A nascent soul needed far more spirit chi to become stable than a spirit core, but this was also an initial cost, as once it became stable, no matter how much spirit chi a cultivator used up, his cultivation base would not regress. In the realms before the nascent soul realm, if a cultivator went below the limit of the cultivation stage, they would need up regressing their cultivation base. One could actually use up all of their spirit chi in the core and made it collapse, causing them to return to the Qi refining realm. But in nascent soul realm, even if one used up all the spirit Qi in the body, their cultivation base would still be in the nascent soul realm. But on the other hand, if the nascent soul was damaged or destroyed, the person would lose their entire cultivation at the very least, or be killed at the worst. But the same nascent soul also gave the cultivator a chance to live after death. If a cultivator was killed before his lifespan was about to end, they would be able to transfer their true soul into the nascent soul and let it wander outside the body. Thus, even if the body died, they could live on in the nascent soul. And if they were lucky, they may even be able to find another body to inhabit, or if they were forced, they could even steal someone else's body. All of these abilities were now what Lin Mu could use if he chose to do so. Once this entire process was done, Lin Mu felt a buzz going through his body, which made him wake up. Upon awakening, he saw the wild man sitting a short distance away from him. As soon as he saw that, though, rage appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. "You!" Lin Mu shouted. The wild man saw that Lin Mu had woken up and was a bit surprised. He was about to say something when Lin Mu came flying towards him at a great speed. "Now die!" Lin Mu yelled as his fist came flying towards the wild man. Lin Mu was not even using the boulder-collapsing fist, yet the power contained in this punch was no less than of the first form impact. This was now just his pure strength coming from the combination of his 5 treasures realm cultivation, which had entered the second stage, having completed the refinement of the first organ and the upgrade in his cultivation base. Tilde whoosh tilde. The winds generated from Lin Mu's punch were strong enough to make the broken branches and leaves around them fly away. The wild man had a shocked expression on his face, and fear could also be seen in his eyes. "Stop, you passed the test. You are worthy of being Jiang Wei's disciple," the wild man hurriedly shouted. Tilde woo tilde. The fist came to stop just an inch away from the wild man's face, but even that was enough to redden his skin. The compressed air was enough to graze and scratch his skin, making him bleed slightly. But the wild man would very well take this kind of damage than the full force impact of that punch, while he had been able to take multiple of these before. One had to know, he no longer had any of the defensive treasures on him, and his spirit tools had been broken as well. Even with his recent progress in his cultivation base due to the reign of the spirit Qi, he very well doubted he would be able to endure the power of the punch. And even if he did, he would be quite injured from it with multiple broken bones. Lin Mu, who had stopped midway, lifted his head and looked the wild man straight in his eyes. "What did you say?" Lin Mu asked, anger still visible in his eyes. "You passed my test. I know you are the disciple of Jiang Wei," the wild man repeated. "How do you know Jiang Wei?" Lin Mu questioned, still maintaining his attacking stance. "He's my grandfather," the wild man revealed. "Grandfather," Lin Mu muttered as he looked closer at the wild man. He tried to compare his feature with that of the old man Jiang, and realized they did seem to be a bit similar. "Luo," Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 573, Jiang Luo. Upon hearing the name from Lin Mu's mouth, the wild man suddenly turned red, even more red than his face was previously. "Don't call me that. Only grandfather can call me that," the wild man said, feeling embarrassed. Lin Mu saw the loud reaction of the wild man, who he now confirmed to be the grandson of Jiang Wei. "Call me Jiang Luo," the wild man stated. "Okay, but wait. Weren't you supposed to be dead? Jiang Wei said you died from the experts of the sects," Lin Mu asked, feeling confused. Lin Mu had withdrawn his hand by now and eased up a bit. Jiang Luo was the same and could relax a bit now. But just as Lin Mu did this, he was reminded of something important. He had forgotten about Little Shrubby in the heat of the moment. "Little Shrubby," Lin Mu said before flying away in the direction he had seen him being launched. Jiang Luo was also a bit lost and went after Lin Mu. The two men flew for about a minute before reaching the place where Little Shrubby was. It was not hard to find him, as he had created a long path of destruction as he had passed through the forest. Upon finding him, Lin Mu hurriedly checked him for injuries with concern. Huh, he's fine, Lin Mu muttered with surprise. That spirit qi rain should have allowed him to heal himself. Zhukong, who had been silent since Lin Mu arrived here, spoke. Senior Zhukong, you're awake, Lin Mu replied. Yes, I've been awake the entire time, Zhukong stated. I thought you were deep in cultivation, or something happened to the connection once I arrived in this minor plane. Lin Mu replied. No, I've just been observing everything. You fought well against Jiang Luo. I think this is the first time you were able to use all your abilities at once and even got little Shrubby to assist you. Zhukong spoke. You were observing, I see. Then you must have some idea about that man, right? Do you really think he's Jiang Luo? If he was, then why did he attack me and continued to do so? Lin Mu asked, feeling confused. I've been observing everything closely from the start, and I can tell one thing for sure. That man was never intending to kill you. He had always been increasing his power in response to your own. Zhukong spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head for now and wanted to focus on checking little Shrubby's condition. He probed his body with his spirit sense and saw that his dantian was filled to the brim. Not only that, but his core was also about to be saturated. That rain, it pushed little Shrubby to the limit, Lin Mu muttered. If he continues to cultivate here for a bit more, he is likely to break through to the nascent soul realm. Zhukong spoke. Lin Mu watched on with concern for a bit before letting out a sigh. Give him more of the beast qi, that should speed up the process. His wounds have already healed due to his body using the liquid spirit qi rain to repair it, so his progress should be fast. Zhukong suggested. Lin Mu nodded his head and quickly chanted the nurturing heart sutra. Jiang Luo, who had been following Lin Mu, saw the state of the beast and was surprised too. He was sure his punch should have at least broken a few bones of the beast, but it seemed to be fully fine. No, wait, its aura got stronger too, Jiang Luo thought. But the next moment, he saw Lin Mu do something. Since he was watching from the back, he did not see Lin Mu chanting the nurturing heart sutra, but he did see him drawing out a string of energy from his body. What is that? Jiang Luo felt confused. He could very well tell that it was not spirit qi, and neither was it vital energy. It was also not the pink energy that he had seen Lin Mu use in his attack. Jiang Luo then saw Lin Mu injecting that string of energy into the beast. As soon as that was done, Jiang Luo could feel the aura of the beast explosively rising for a second before calming down again. What did he do? What was that energy? Jiang Luo muttered to himself. His voice, though, reached Lin Mu, making him turn around. Just something that will help him, Lin Mu said mysteriously. Jiang Luo didn't know if he should ask more and just decided to keep silent. He had after all beaten up the man's pet, and he would probably beat him up if he pissed him off more. Even though Jiang Luo knew he was above Lin Mu in terms of cultivation base, the man had defeated him. And now that Lin Mu was in the nascent soul realm as well, he highly doubted he would be able to last against him. You were gonna tell me what happened with you before. Jiang Wei said you were dead. Lin Mu spoke. Ah, yes, I did nearly die. I was being pursued by multiple experts from different sects. Eventually, I ended up in the borders of the Ripple Mist sect, where I got trapped. I could not leave the barrier the experts had set up, so I decided to make my final stand here. I ended up detonating one of the prototype spirit tools I was making. That spirit tool killed most of the experts that were chasing me, but it also pushed me to the brink of death. Jiang Wei answered. How did you survive then? Lin Mu questioned, feeling curious. The same way that beast did. I got a lot of spirit qi to heal myself with, and I got that when I ended up here, Jiang Luo answered. Here, this minor plane, Lin Mu spoke. Yes, well, not exactly. We are technically in the sacred grounds of the Ripple Mist sect. Jiang Luo revealed. Chapter 574. Over 50 years of isolation when Lin Mu had roamed through the Ripple Mist sect, he had heard from the many people there that the sacred trials will be held soon, and the most promising of disciples would be participating in it. Lin Mu learned that the sacred trial would be held in a sacred ground, which was nothing but a minor plane that was located parallel to the location of this place. It was of course located in the lesser void, and accessing it required specific spatial coordinates. But since it was a sacred ground of the Ripple Mist sect, it was forever anchored to this location and would not move. Thus all they needed to enter it was an access key or token. Once someone had this, the gate would let them in. This gate could be in various forms, but Lin Mu did not know what it was for the Ripple Mist sect. But after hearing that they were in the sect's sacred grounds, Lin Mu understood his previous illusion better. So what I was seeing was nothing but the sacred ground because of my spatial perception. The spatial disturbances caused by the heavenly tribulation should have weakened the barriers surrounding it, thus allowing me to peer into it, Lin Mu thought. But this gave rise to another question in Lin Mu's mind. Wait, if this is the sacred grounds of the sect, why did you never leave it? Lin Mu asked. Was it so that you could heal and cultivate? He added. No, I've been looking for ways to exit it for a long time now. Actually, I've been looking for an exit since the very first day I ended up here, but could not find it, Jiang Luo answered. Even the entrance that should have been used by the disciples of the sect is missing for me. What? How's that possible? Lin Mu questioned. I don't know. I think it may have something to do with the spirit tool I detonated, Jiang Luo said. What kind of a spirit tool was it? Lin Mu asked, feeling curious. Well, if you're my grandfather's disciples, you should have known about the inheritance treasure of our clan, Jiang Luo stated. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu instantly understood what he was talking about. The myriad armament canopy abode, Lin Mu spoke. Exactly, you truly are his disciple, Jiang Luo nodded his head. About that, Lin Mu interrupted him. What's the problem? Jiang Luo asked with confusion. I think you got one thing wrong. I'm not Jiang Wei's disciple, Lin Mu revealed. What? How? You should definitely be his disciple. There is no way you would know so much about him, and you would not have his short sword either. Grandfather never let me touch it, and said that he will only pass it to his final disciple, Jiang Luo said, feeling shocked. I bought the short sword from him. As for the rest, we just helped each other and got to talk. That's why I know this much, Lin Mu stated. This can't be. Grandfather would never sell the short sword unless something changed him, Jiang Luo said, realizing something. Lin Mu sighed and remembered that the man in front of him had been isolated for over 50 years now. I guess I should explain everything to you from the start, how I met Jiang Wei and Duan Qi, Lin Mu spoke. Jiang Luo nodded, and both of the men sat down to get comfortable. Lin Mu started from the very first day that he had encountered the old dusty shop. He recited each of his meetings and how they found out about the invader. Though there were some points that Lin Mu glazed over as they included his secrets as well. By the time he was done, over 6 hours had passed by and it was now night time. Jiang Luo was both amazed and saddened by all that he had heard. So grandfather has sealed his cultivation base, and of course they would think I was dead. The life-light bead I had was destroyed when I came to this place, and it does not work across different planes, Jiang Luo spoke. It's not all bad, though. Old man Jiang should recover soon, and even Duan Qi should progress a lot. They had gone into seclusion when I last met them and were going to capitalize on the gains they had, Lin Mu stated. What's gone is gone. All we can focus on is the present now, Jiang Luo said in a melancholic tone. But his state did not last long, as he realized another important thing he had forgotten in the heat of the events. Hang on, you managed to enter this place, then you should know how to leave it too, Jiang Luo said, feeling hopeful. Oh yeah, we should be able to leave no problem, Lin Mu replied, feeling confident. He knew the ring could open the portal between the two worlds, and even if it was hard at the start, Lin Mu's ring now had the coordinates and should be able to open a portal so that they could return as well. Perfect. When's the earliest we can leave? Jiang Luo said, feeling impatient. Plenty of time should have passed by now, and I don't think the sex experts should be there. It should be fine to open a portal, Lin Mu thought. All right, do you need anything? Or do you need to be in the same location you came from? Jiang Luo asked. I guess we should go to the same location I arrived from, just in case, though we will need to wait for little Shrubby to wake up, Lin Mu replied. Ah, I see, Jiang Luo said after looking at little Shrubby. Though if you want to just take a peek, I can do that too, Lin Mu said, seeing his disappointed look. Jiang Luo's eyes lit up, and it was evident he wanted to see the outside world after so many years. After all, even if this place was a cultivation paradise compared to the outside, it would still get boring after a while. Chapter 575. The exit of the plane is leaving little Shrubby here fine. Nothing dangerous lives here, right? Lin Mu asked. Oh yeah, nothing should happen. Most of the stronger beasts have been killed by me over the years, and no predators remain. As for the other beasts, I doubt they will even come within a kilometer of this place, Jiang Luo said while looking at little Shrubby. His aura is simply too powerful for them. They will dare not approach, he added. I see. Very well then, I can let you peer out into the real world, Lin Mu said. As Lin Mu had said, he returned to the place where he had first arrived. It was not that hard to find, as there were plenty of traces left behind by him, though it did take them another 2 hours to reach there even while flying. The strange thing was the mountain in the background never changed its size and always looked the same. It's one of the methods of spatial manipulation. No matter where you look from, the mountain will look the same, and when you actually get onto it, you will realize that it is even bigger than it actually appears, Zhukang informed. Lin Mu's eyes lit up after hearing this new information, and he quickly memorized it. This was actually even more exaggerated as he didn't need to actively memorize it. His breakthrough to the nascent soul realm had not just affected his body, it had also increased his brain's capabilities. Now it wasn't that difficult for Lin Mu to memorize an entire book in a single read. As for things he heard, they were even easier to memorize. While this was not eidetic memory, it was still many times beyond a normal human's abilities. After reaching the spot where Lin Mu had arrived, Jiang Luo looked around. This place does look quite similar to the state when I first arrived in this minor plane, Jiang Luo said upon seeing the damage caused by a spatial portal in the surroundings. What place did you arrive at? Lin Mu asked curiously. That place was on the mountain itself, so it's quite far from here, Jiang Luo spoke. Ah, I see, Lin Mu responded. He then got to work and sensed the area with his spirit sense before activating his spatial perception. After a minute of adjustment, due to Lin Mu's increased cultivation base, Lin Mu was able to grasp the state of the spatial fabric in this area. Here we go, Lin Mu muttered as he extended his right hand, which wore the mysterious ring. Jiang Luo could feel a pressure exuding from Lin Mu. It was quite different from what he had felt before. If it was like the waves of the sea before, now it was like reverse gravity exuding from his body. It made him subconsciously want to get away from him. Lin Mu waved his hand, and a tear opened in the space in front of him. Tearing the fabric of space with such ease, even grandfather would find it hard to do so with his spirit tools, Jiang Luo thought. He looked at Lin Mu and his body, but could not see any treasure or spirit tool on him. Just what kind of a treasure is he using? Or perhaps it's a skill instead? Jiang Luo wondered but did not question. He trusted his grandfather's judgment and knew that if he had chosen Lin Mu, then there must be a solid reason behind it. Jiang Luo watched on as the tear in the space started to expand, till it reached the width of over a meter. Lin Mu opened his eyes and felt the drain on his spirit chi. It was significantly less than before, which he attributed to his progress in the cultivation base and reaching the nascent soul realm. But when he saw the portal in front of him, his brows became furrowed. This isn't the same place, Lin Mu muttered upon seeing the black portal. What's the problem? Jiang Luo asked upon hearing Lin Mu's doubtful tone. Lin Mu got closer to the portal and very carefully extended his spirit sense out of it. As soon as it reached into the portal, he could feel the strong, tearing force tugging on it. This prompted Lin Mu to immediately pull it back. This is not right, Lin Mu said. What happened? Jiang Luo asked again. This portal, it does not link to the location of the Ripple Mist sect, Lin Mu said. It does, Jiang Luo questioned, getting even more confused. No, the place that is beyond this portal is the Lesser Void, Lin Mu answered. Jiang Luo knew a little about the Void from his clans, records, and thus understood Lin Mu's words. From what I know, the minor planes exist in the Lesser Void, right? So I don't understand what the problem is, Jiang Luo asked. Lin Mu shook his head before speaking. If I opened a portal here, it should have directly linked to the Ripple Mist sect's location, but it did not. And what does that mean? Jiang Luo inquired. It means this minor plane is not anchored to the Ripple Mist sect. If we step into the portal, we will end up in some random part of the Lesser Void. And if that portal happens to close behind us, we will not be able to return back here, Lin Mu explained. This, Jiang Luo muttered, feeling surprised. Lin Mu looked on with a complex expression, as he was wondering what had gone wrong too. What could be the problem, Senior? Lin Mu asked. I think what we are in right now is not a complete minor plane, but rather a fragment of it that has been carved out due to the detonation of that spirit tool Jiang Luo used. And since this fragment was carved from that minor plane, it was not fully anchored to the sect, Zhukang answered. Damn, this just makes it even more difficult, Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 576. Escape plan. Lin Mu knew that now that there was no direct exit to the plane, they may very well have to traverse the void to get out. This was a task more dangerous than anything that Lin Mu had ever done till now, and he did not want to do it just yet. Lin Mu had learned the dangers of the void very well from Senior Zhukang. While the ring gave him a very big advantage with spatial manipulation, it was still not enough. Lin Mu remembered what Senior Zhukang had said to him once in the sleepscape. That ring is an immensely powerful artifact, but that is also your shackle. Even if a baby is given a sledgehammer, it is not like they would be able to use it properly. It is the same with you. The ring is powerful and fortunately restricts its level according to you. The mysterious ring may eventually allow Lin Mu to traverse the void safely, but now was not the time. Even at the nascent soul realm, he was far too weak for it. Even immortal Ascension realm cultivators died like ants if they were careless with the void, not to mention a nascent soul realm cultivator. Jiang Luo had been watching Lin Mu and the complex expressions that had appeared on his face. From that, he knew they may have been in an even more difficult position than he had originally thought. There must be something we are missing. Lin Mu thought hard to find a solution. Wait, I've heard that the Ripple Mist sect has its sacred trials every 10 years. You've been here for over 50 years, right? Then you should have seen or sensed some change then, Lin Mu asked. When I first came here, the sacred trials had just ended. After that, 10 years passed before the next trial happened. I did see some changes in this plane. The beasts seemed to be restless, and the spirit chi in the air would fluctuate greatly, Jiang Luo answered. Spirit chi would fluctuate, Lin Mu muttered. He looked around and felt the high concentration of the spirit chi here. If there is such high concentration of spirit chi, then there must be some source of it, right? If this plane was cut off from the sacred ground, there should have been no spirit chi after one point, but the concentration is still maintained. It must be coming from somewhere, right? Lin Mu questioned. I think there is a spirit stone mine here below the peak there. The concentration of spirit chi is quite stronger there. I've tried to get to it since I wanted more materials for making spirit tools and formations, but I could not break through the tough rock there, Jiang Luo answered. There might be a way, Zhukang suddenly spoke. What, Senior? Lin Mu asked hurriedly. We may be able to link this fragment with the sacred grounds of the Ripple Mist sect for a short time, but it will be difficult, and will also need the right opportunity, Zhukang replied. Lin Mu thought over it and realized that this may be the only option for them now. He had no better ideas, and even Jiang Luo, who had been here for over 50 years, was clueless. How will we do it, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. We will be, collapsing this entire fragment of the minor plane, Zukong revealed. Collapse, but won't that kill us too? How will we escape it? Lin Mu questioned, feeling confused. Yes, there is a chance that it will kill you. That's why I said it will be hard and we'll need the perfect time to do it. Think of the ripple mist sect as an island in the sea, while the sea is the lesser void. If that's true, then the sacred grounds are like a ship floating in the sea, while the fragment we are in currently is like a lifesaver. While the lifesaver is floating in the sea independently, there is still a link with the main ship. Before the ship was anchored to the island, and the lifesaver was floating in at the shore of the sea. It would bob and move, which let you see the illusion of the mountain before when you were at the ripple mist sect. Then came the heavenly tribulation, which disturbed the spatial fabric, and that combined with you using the ring to open a portal to there. It pushed the fragment deeper into the lesser void. So now getting back to the shore is difficult. But you can still go to the ship since there is still a tether, but to do that is not as simple as this example, Zukong explained. Please tell me the method, Senior, Lin Mu requested, fully ready for anything. What you will need to do is to create a vacuum in this place, but not just any vacuum, but rather a vacuum of spirit chi. Zukong spoke. A vacuum? How will I be doing that? Lin Mu asked. By absorbing it, of course. Basically, you will take up all or most of the spirit chi of this minor plane, which will cause its borders to get weak. The lesser void will exert pressure on it and will make it collapse. Now here comes the tough part. When this collapse happens, the force of the lesser void will also push the fragment to the sacred grounds, but for a very brief moment. It will be like a ball striking a wall. You will have to cross over when that ball is touching the wall, or it will bounce away. That will be your moment to act. You will use the ring and hopefully latch on to the sacred grounds before jumping there, Zukong answered. Lin Mu listened to the entire explanation carefully, making sure to not miss any points, and once Zukong was done with everything, Lin Mu closed his eyes thinking over it and assimilating the information. All right, I think I got it. I will be using Well of Slumber, won't I? Lin Mu spoke. Chapter 577, Jiang Luo's mountain residence, exactly. You are the only one who would be able to pull it off. Without that bloodline ability, it will be close to impossible. Zukong replied to Lin Mu's question. If this thing were to be done by anyone else, they would need a long time to absorb the spirit chi of this entire plane. Not only that, but they would also need to absorb it faster than the production speed of the spirit stone mine. The amount of spirit chi in this minor plane was quite massive. Even if its borders were restricted, absorbing enough spirit chi to trigger a collapse like that would be a Herculean task. While Zukong had suggested Lin Mu this method, even he was unsure whether Lin Mu would be able to do this. Hopefully he succeeds. Even if he doesn't, I can interfere. At least in the void, I should be able to control things better, Zukong thought to himself. Jiang Luo saw the determination that had suddenly appeared in Lin Mu's eyes and wondered why. Did you think of something? Jiang Luo asked. Yes, I have a solution, Lin Mu spoke. To get us out of here, what is it? Jiang Luo questioned. All right, listen carefully, Lin Mu said before explaining the entire plan to Jiang Luo while omitting a few details that were treading on his secrets like the Well of Slumber. I've never thought something like this could be done, Jiang Luo spoke after hearing the entire thing. It is indeed risky, but the only option we have left, Lin Mu replied. Jiang Luo nodded his head and did not waver. I've been here for 50 years already, and it has been far too long. Grandfather and Duan Qi have suffered for far too long. Our enemies have risen again, and I won't let them be, Jiang Luo spoke. Very well, but before we can start that we will need to get access to the spirit stone mine, Lin Mu spoke. Ah, yes. My home here is on the mountain. Let's go there. Over the years, I've managed to dig a tunnel that leads to the location of the spirit stone mine, but I can't get past the last part. The rocks there are much harder than anything I've seen before, Jiang Luo spoke. Okay, let's go check it out, Lin Mu spoke, and both of them flew to the mountain. Lin Mu no longer worried about little Shrubby. as there was no beast that could harm him here. Along the way, Lin Mu talked with Jiang Luo and learned of all that he did here during the past 50 years. He was greatly injured when he first arrived here, and it took him 5 years just to heal from his injuries. During that time, there were many dangers in this minor plane. There were other nascent soul realm beasts that threatened his life and had attacked him. While he had managed to escape them, he had gotten injured over and over again. It took him another 10 years before he was able to adapt to this place, but with all the hardship came the benefits, too. Jiang Luo learned a lot here in that time and got to solidify his own power. Eventually, he started to focus on making spirit tools and weapons using the materials that were present here. Those leaves he had made patches on his robes with were all refined by him. He had managed to make spirit tools and weapons from basic materials of this place, even though it was hard. While this place was like a paradise, it did not have all the right materials that were needed to make the spirit tools. Thus, Jiang Luo simply managed with things that he had. Instead of finding materials that could handle the runes and formations, he modified the formations such that they could be used on common materials as well. This was all due to the research that he had done on his own here. His hand was forced due to necessity, and this new methodology of making spirit tools was born from that. This man is a genius. Similar to his grandfather, he managed to comprehend the return to simplicity principle of formations. Many good formation masters never learn that in their life even when they are taught, and he did it on his own. Zhukang praised. Lin Mu knew how much Senior Zhukang's praise was worth. Anyone that could get praised by him was greatly deserving of it and was leagues above others. Lin Mu now wondered if he should learn from Jiang Luo, but he did not know if that would be possible currently. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo eventually reached the residence, which was nothing but a large cave in the mountainside. But it was not dark like one would think. Once Lin Mu entered inside and got to the main part, he was surprised. There were glowing lamps everywhere, and it was bright. There were large workstations on which various materials were lying and formations that glowed in the air. There were skylights carved out in the roof, through which sunlight entered the cave. There were even plants growing in the residence, and there was an entire garden here. Jiang Luo had grown some of the common plants that he needed for materials here. Usually, these plants would take decades to grow, but in a paradise like this, they grew like weeds. There were also some decorations in the residence like skulls of beasts, large horns that hung from the walls, along with many weapons made from the bones of beasts. Lin Mu saw a great sword that was placed on one of the shelves. The sword was simply massive. It was nearly twice the size of Lin Mu's entire body. But that was not all, as when he scanned it with his spirit sense, he found it to be densely covered with runes upon runes. There were so many formations on it that there was simply no space left. Chapter 578. A great sword. Lin Mu didn't even know if the sword was able to handle the activation of so many formations, not to mention the consumption of spirit qi that came with it. But then he remembered the spirit qi concentration here and understood that the sword would still be able to function. But if this was the Shuang Qian kingdom, for example, there was no way the sword would be able to work unless the user supplied all of the spirit qi on his own. But that was not all, as Lin Mu could not even tell the grade of the sword. The reason for this was because while the sword did have a lot of formations, it was not emitting any major spirit qi fluctuations, which made it hard to estimate. But just from the quality and number of formations on it, Lin Mu guessed that it was a high-grade spirit weapon easily. "Ah, I see you noticed it," Jiang Luo said upon seeing where Lin Mu was looking at. "What is this sword?" Lin Mu questioned, feeling quite curious. "To be honest, even I don't know. The sword randomly fell from the sky one day. I've tried to analyze it, but the runes and formations on it are just too complex for my capabilities." Jiang Luo spoke. "Fell from the sky? When exactly did this happen?" Lin Mu questioned. It was a year after I appeared in this minor plane. Back then, there were some instabilities in the world due to the detonation of the spirit tool I had. That was a prototype of a peak-grade spirit tool, thus it had quite a lot of power in it. Though seeing this place was likely to be part of the sacred ground of the Ripple Mist sect, I reckoned it just came from there. Or perhaps it was part of their sect and accidentally fell here due to spatial interference. And I had no reason to doubt it either, as it was not like that was the first time it happened. From time to time, beasts would also appear out of thin air randomly. I had to be on my toes all the time for the fear that a random nascent soul realm beast would pounce on my back. Oh, there was also that one time when half a cliff fell about an inch from my head when I was sleeping. Jiang Luo answered. Hearing Jiang Luo's words, Lin Mu was reminded of the random items that he got from the Lesser Void when he used the ring's ability. But at least it wasn't as dangerous as Jiang Luo's condition. Lin Mu didn't know if he would ever be able to sleep peacefully, knowing that a cliff would randomly fall on his head. This sword, you said you analyzed it. Did you try to ever use it? Lin Mu questioned. Yes, I did, and I failed, miserably, Jiang Luo said with a wry smile. Why, it's just a sword, can't you just swing it? Lin Mu felt strange. Even if a spirit weapon was sealed, and their skills can't be used, one could still act like a brute and swing them like a barbarian. Believe me, I tried, but the blade will just fly away from my hands if I do that. Even getting it here was a Herculean task. Jiang Luo spoke. Huh, how did you put it on that stand then? You must have had to lift it, right? Lin Mu questioned. I didn't. Or rather, that stand was how I even got it here. I had to literally build the stand around it and then carry the stand here. I had to be careful while doing so as well. If I exerted too much strength or went too fast, the blade would take that as an attempted use and would fly away, destroying the stand in the process. I went through over 50 stands before I was able to get it here. They were hard to build too, considering the weight of the sword along with the formations. I had to put really inert, durability-increasing formations on the shelf, or it would break automatically. The sword's self-defense formations are quite strong too, Jiang Luo explained. That, quite a peculiar weapon all right, Lin Mu spoke. Of course it's gonna be peculiar. It's a pseudo-immortal grade weapon after all, or so I think, Jiang Luo revealed. Pseudo-immortal grade weapon, Lin Mu said in shock. The only pseudo-immortal grade weapon he had seen till now was the myriad armament Canopy Abode, but it was not an offensive spirit tool, but rather a supportive one. Even if it did have offensive formations in it, that was only for self-defense. But even then its power was massive. Lin Mu couldn't even begin to understand how much power this sword would have since it was a fully offensive spirit weapon. And with the conditions that Jiang Luo said the sword had, Lin Mu was even more intrigued by it. What do you think, Senior? Lin Mu asked. It's probably as Jiang Luo said. The sword likely has gained a certain level of sentience and thus can fly away if someone intends to use it, Zhukang replied. But if that's the function embedded in it, how would one use a weapon like this? Lin Mu questioned. Any weapon that starts to exceed the boundary of the spirit grades will gain sentience, and along with it, new limits will be bound to the weapon. Some of these limits are intentionally put by its creator, while some are created automatically during its creation. There is probably a limit bound to the weapon which dictates who can wield it. If one can find that limit, they will be able to use it. And seeing the number of formations on it, I reckon that limit must be something really severe, Zhukang answered. I see. It really is just a decoration for now, I suppose. Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 579. The tunnels below the mountain. Perhaps only my grandfather will have any idea about how the sword really works. If there is anyone who can do it, then it will be the #1 weapon refiner in the world, Jiang Luo claimed in a prideful tone. One could tell from his voice that he truly believed this. Lin Mu nodded as well as Jiang Wei was the only man he had seen that had skills such as that, and was even praised by Senior Zhukang. The latter part was of the greatest importance. That's probably true, Lin Mu agreed. Sad that we won't be able to take it with us, Jiang Luo spoke. What do you mean? Lin Mu questioned. The sword does not allow us to carry it, and neither does it want to be kept into a spatial storage treasure, Jiang Luo replied. Can I try it? Lin Mu asked, having an idea. Sure, I guess it doesn't really matter much now. Either we get it now or just leave it here anyway, Jiang Luo said, fully expecting the sword to run away again. Perhaps I'll have to patch up the roof again. It has already made enough holes that I ended up turning the roof holes into a skylight, Jiang Luo thought. Lin Mu simply nodded his head and approached the great sword. It did not react to him, even when he was at the very side of it. It was just like Jiang Luo had stated, the sword would only respond when someone touched it. Lin Mu extended his right hand and touched the great sword's handle. The great sword trembled, and at that moment, Jiang Luo braced his head, as once the great sword had broken through the roof and the fragments had fallen on top of his head. While it had not injured him greatly, he still had a bump on his head for a couple of days. Chow, Jiang Luo said in the next moment, feeling absolutely shocked. The great sword had disappeared into thin air, which was proof that it had been stored into a spatial storage treasure. See, it isn't really a problem, Lin Mu spoke. Jiang Luo couldn't help but look at the gold ring with green patterns on Lin Mu's hand. Lin Mu had already told him it was Jiang Wei who had made the ring, so he thought that was where the great sword was stored. Grandfather's craft has only gotten better over time, Jiang Luo murmured. Well then, where is the tunnel that leads to the Spirit Stone mine? Lin Mu questioned. Ah, yes, I almost forgot, Jiang Luo said, recovering from the shock. Follow me, the tunnel is quite deep in the mountain. I've been digging it for nearly 20 years now, he added. Lin Mu followed behind the man and continued inward. Jiang Luo got to the very back of the residence, where a pair of stone gates were erected. Lin Mu could tell that these were handmade, and there were formations carved on them, too. From the top of his head, Lin Mu could tell that there was an isolation formation on it, a locking formation, an insulating formation, and also a sealing formation of some kind. Lin Mu had spent quite some time studying the formation array of the vaults in the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, and thus knew a lot about formations that would be placed on doors. Jiang Luo simply waved his hand and made the runes on the door move. Tilde catching tilde. The doors started to move and soon opened fully. Tilde whoosh tilde. Once they were open, though, Lin Mu felt a tide of spirit chi hitting him. The tide was strong enough to blow his long hair back. Jiang Luo had the same experience and seemed to be surprised by this. This has never happened, Jiang Luo muttered. The spirit chi is leaking, Lin Mu said. But if it really is then, come quick, Jiang Luo spoke in a hurry. Lin Mu nodded his head and flew behind him. The two men flew at their max speed and traveled through the tunnels. Along the way, Lin Mu saw hundreds of branches in the tunnels. Lin Mu also realized why it had taken Jiang Luo so much time to reach the place where the Spirit Stone mine was. Looks like he also took the opportunity to mine out the precious materials and ores from this mountain. Lin Mu thought, recalling all the raw materials that were kept in the workshop. Even at their full speed, it took Lin Mu and Jiang Wei over an hour to reach the bottom of the tunnels. This showed just how deep it went, but it was also due to the winding routes that were made by Jiang Luo. Upon reaching the end, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo finally saw why the spirit chi hit them like a tide at the doors of the tunnel. Cracks, how? I've tried countless methods, attacked endlessly, used explosives, and yet nothing worked. Jiang Luo spoke in disbelief. Lin Mu furrowed his brows as well and got closer to check it out. He could tell that the walls here were different from the rest of the tunnels. The rock it was made out of was smooth, with very few striations. Lin Mu tapped the rock and sensed it with his spirit sense, finding it to be more earthy rather than metallic in nature. Lin Mu went through his memories and tried to recall if he had read about this kind of rock before. While Lin Mu was doing this, Jiang Luo was observing the small cracks that had appeared on it. The cracks were very fine and could be considered to be hairline cracks, but even these fine cracks were leaking out a rather substantial amount of spirit chi. While it was not comparable to that of the spirit chi rain that was caused by Lin Mu's breakthrough, it was still higher than the normal spirit chi of the area. I remember now, This is Earthen Depths Obsidian. Chapter 580, Earthen Depths Obsidian. Lin Mu remembered reading about this kind of rock in the memoirs of the lost immortal. The man had also encountered it before and was actually blocked by it. That was one of the instances when he had been trapped. He was exploring the depths of volcanic tunnels, and it had collapsed, trapping him inside. On one side was fuming magma, and on the other side was the Earthen Depths Obsidian. At that time, the lost immortal was at the Dao Shell realm. He could not go through the magma as he did not have any spirit tool or skill that would be able to resist its heat, and breaking through the Earthen Depths Obsidian was also not an option. The man was trapped in there for over a year before he managed to escape. He had suffered a lot during that time and had grown weary. But even then, he did not manage to break through the Earthen Depths Obsidian. The only reason why he had managed to escape was that there was an earthquake, and the magma that blocked his path was drained away. Once he had managed to escape from there, though, the lost immortal swore to find a way to escape from that kind of situation in the future. He practiced defensive chi skills that were able to bear great heat and also learned about how to break the Earthen Depths Obsidian. This material was actually a mineral that was formed deep in the earth. It was formed in areas where there was magma and was tempered by heat. It was said that the original minerals that it was formed from were melted and cooled over and over again till a smooth surface like this was formed. Earthen Depths Obsidian was naturally hard, and if a shard of it was broken, it would have an incredibly sharp edge. It was one of the best materials to make pure refinement type of spirit weapons from. Though the disadvantage of it was that it could not bear formations as much as other materials. Thus it could not be used for the hybrid type spirit tools either. They could be used for armor too, but that was quite rare as molding the Earthen Depths Obsidian was not easy. Jiang Luo had heard what Lin Mu had said and was interested in it. He had not learned about this before and wanted to know more. "You know what this is?" Jiang Luo questioned. "Yes, it's called as Earthen Depths Obsidian and is a hard mineral." Lin Mu spoke before explaining more of the properties of the material to Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo, being a weapon refiner, immediately assimilated this information, and his mind came up with different ways to use it automatically. But this also let him understand how difficult it would be to get past the wall. "If you know all this, then you should know how to get past it too, right?" Jiang Luo questioned. "Yes, while the Earthen Depths Obsidian is quite hard to break, it is also brittle under certain conditions. It is very durable against direct attacks and even chi skills, but what it can't bear for long is vibrations," Lin Mu answered. "Vibrations," Jiang Luo repeated. "Yes, and I think I also know why there are these small cracks in it now," Lin Mu continued. "Why?" Jiang Luo asked. "The same thing, vibrations. I'm guessing upon my breakthrough all spirit chi of this minor plane was resonating. The one in the sky turned into rain, but the one in the earth did not have a way to escape. But this resonance still permeated and caused the spirit chi beyond the Earthen Depths Obsidian to resonate in response as well. This translated it into vibrations, which then caused the cracks in the Earthen Depths Obsidian. But of course, these vibrations were not strong enough to fully break this wall of Earthen Depths Obsidian, as it was caused by the resonance of the spirit chi. Plus, once the small cracks were created, the spirit chi could very well escape from there. This reduced the pressure on the Earthen Depths Obsidian and thus prevented it from cracking even further. In a way, it was a self-preservative function, one could say, Lin Mu explained. Jiang Luo listened to the entire explanation and nodded his head. "So we break it with the same method?" Jiang Luo asked. "Yup, let's see if we can do it," Lin Mu replied and was about to do it when he was interrupted. "You do know you have a much simpler method, right?" Zhu Kang suddenly spoke. "Huh," Lin Mu was stunned. "Just use meld," Zhu Kang reminded. Oh right, how did I forget that?" Lin Mu wondered. "You got engrossed in new information once again. Learning it," Zhu Kang replied in a knowing tone. Haha, Lin Mu chuckled lightly. "Though if you don't want to reveal it right now, You can try using the method you were gonna use, Zhukang added. Yeah, I'll do that, Lin Mu spoke. Is everything all right? Jiang Luo asked, seeing that Lin Mu had suddenly stopped. No, nothing. I was just thinking something. Lin Mu gave an excuse and placed his palm on the wall. He channeled some spirit qi from his meridians and let it reach his palms. From there, he coated the entire palm and caused the spirit qi to vibrate. At first, there was no response and nothing happened. There was no sound, no movement. But as a minute passed and the vibrations got stronger, some effect could be seen. The walls could be seen trembling slightly. After 5 minutes passed, though, another noise was heard. Jiang Luo saw that a thin hair-like crack had appeared on the wall. It's working, Jiang Luo spoke excitedly. But Lin Mu, on the other hand, was underwhelmed. This is not efficient at all, Lin Mu thought to himself. Why did you stop? Jiang Luo asked, seeing Lin Mu lift his hand. Chapter 581, Breaking the Wall. Jiang Luo didn't know Lin Mu had stopped when the method was working. I'll try something else. This is taking too long, Lin Mu said, and takes a lot of spirit qi too, he internally thought. The amount of spirit qi being used to vibrate was about half of what was needed to activate meld once. Lin Mu reckoned that he may as well use meld as it would be faster, and he would be able to recover it quickly with the spirit qi from the mine. You may want to step back for this, Lin Mu stated. Jiang Luo didn't know what Lin Mu was about to do, but listened to him nevertheless. Once Jiang Luo was a sufficient distance away, Lin Mu extended his right hand in front of him before whispering something. Meld. No sound or movement could be felt, but Jiang Luo felt a massive amount of spatial fluctuation appearing in the area. He wondered what was happening and got worried that the minor plane may be collapsing on its own perhaps. Just when he was about to voice out his concerns, he stopped. He suddenly saw the wall made of earthen depths obsidian move. Chow, Jiang Luo muttered. Lin Mu slightly flicked his hand and moved the chunks around. Meld could separate the spatial fragment into multiple sections, which Lin Mu called chunks. The more chunks there were, the harder it was for Lin Mu to control. Still, now that Lin Mu had reached the nascent soul realm, the drain on his spirit qi was less than before. It was much more tolerable, such that he did not mind using it more often. Plus, his recovery would also be much faster, increasing the number of times it could be used further. The wall was split into 4 large fragments that were now floating in the air. But the way they floated was quite eerie. It was not like they were some object floating in the water, bobbing up and down while being at the space place. They were more like floating in a zero-gravity environment. There were no extraneous movements, and they were very still. Until Lin Mu controlled them to move, they were in the same position, and it did not even seem like the wall had been split. Only after it had been displaced did Jiang Luo saw the true effect. Lin Mu curled his index and middle fingers together, moving the earthen depths obsidian to the front before splitting it to the opposite sides. Once they were where he wanted them to be, Lin Mu deactivated the skill. Lin Mu took a breath of relief. Even if the drain on his spirit qi was manageable for him, the amount of mental concentration it needed was still quite a lot. Jiang Luo, on the other hand, was left stunned at this. How in the name of heavens? He muttered in shock. I have my ways, Lin Mu replied shortly. Tilde whoosh tilde. Once the wall was opened up, though, a breeze of spirit qi came from it, refreshing Lin Mu and Jiang Luo both. The spirit stone mine, it's open, Jiang Luo exclaimed, forgetting about what he had just seen for the moment. Both of them stepped inside and took a look around. The immediate area next to the wall was similar to the tunnels before, and there were just rocky walls and soil here. Lin Mu spread his spirit sense and checked the entire area, coming to the conclusion that the earthen depths obsidian was covering the entire places in a dome-like structure. Seems like the earthen depths obsidian was actually a bubble, Zhukang spoke. A bubble? What do you mean, senior? Lin Mu questioned. When this mountain must have first formed, there would have been magma and lava everywhere. And of course, where there is lava, there would be other materials and minerals there too. Certain such materials would release gases when they are heated. And if some of these materials had sunken below the magma, they would get heated and release the gases. This gas would rise up in the form of a bubble and reach the surface of the lava. But of course, unlike water, lava is much thicker. Sometimes these bubbles would not pop and become stuck there. Eventually, time would pass and the lava would start to get cooled before getting solidified. When that happens, this bubble would get stuck like that too and would become dome-shaped like this. Of course, the bubbles are not as big as this, which leads me to think whatever kind of gas was trapped in it, it must have been different. Zhukang explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu got an idea of what it must have been. Spirit chi. The mine must have formed back when it all happened, and the gas must have been nothing but spirit chi itself. Lin Mu hypothesized. Probably yes, Zhukang replied. While Lin Mu and Zhukang were talking about this in their minds, Jiang Luo was watching the surroundings carefully. More particularity at the small glints on the walls of the tunnel. 3-fall agate, 8-spot metal shutter blight crystal, so many materials, so many treasures, Jiang Luo muttered one by one. All of the things embedded in the walls were precious materials that could be used for countless things, from the refinement of weapons, alchemical pills, to the creation of formations. These materials were quite rare in the Great Zhou continent, and one would find a great demand for them, but no supply. Lin Mu heard Jiang Luo's words and looked at the walls too, finding everything to be exactly as he had just said. If this place is just a fragment of a minor plane carved from the sacred land of the Ripple Mist sect, then how many more resources would be present in the entire sacred lands? And what of the other sacred lands of the top sects? Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 582, High-Grade Spirit Stone Mine. Seems like we'll get to take more than just the spirit stones now. Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, I don't even know if I'll be able to carry all this. Combined with the materials I already have in the workshop, I definitely don't have enough space in my spatial storage tools, Jiang Luo replied. You don't need to worry about that. We got plenty, Lin Mu said before withdrawing a literal fistful of spatial storage rings. I guess we will not then, Jiang Luo said, feeling stunned at first and then excited. What Jiang Luo did not know was that this was barely the tip of the iceberg. Lin Mu's mysterious ring was large enough to probably store the entire mountain if he had the power to do so. Still, the spatial storage rings and other spatial storage treasures he had obtained from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect were already enough to store quite a lot of things, and it was unlikely that they would be needing any more. We'll get to them later. First, we should see the Spirit Stone Mine. Lin Mu spoke. Of course, not like they are running away, Jiang Luo agreed. The two continued and realized that the area was getting wider as they went further. Even the ores and materials embedded in the wall were increasing in number. Eventually, they reached the end of the path and were greeted with a wall of translucent white crystals. I didn't expect it to be this kind of a spirit stone mine, Jiang Luo muttered. Gulp. Senior, I don't think I'll be able to finish this alone, Lin Mu muttered. No, you should be able to. It will just take more time. Besides, you can also store it for later use. Putting it in the ring will count as depleting the spirit chi of the minor plane too. The only change is that the spirit stone mine is a high-grade one, Zhukang replied. That's right, the entire wall of crystal in front of Lin Mu and Jiang Luo was actually made of spirit stone. This was a rare occurrence, as a crystal as big as this was immensely difficult to form, even for high-grade spirit stone mines. If this really is a fragment of the sacred grounds, as you said, then the part of the sacred grounds that was carved out was probably very important, Jiang Luo spoke. Yeah, Lin Mu replied, still feeling stunned. But then, upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, he was reminded of something that he had heard while he was in the Ripple Mist sect. He had ignored it at that point as it wasn't really useful, but now it was linked to the current situation. wasn't the reason why the elders of the Ripple Mist sect were so concerned about the sacred trials, because there had not been any significant gain in the past 40 years. They were preparing the disciples such that they would reap the most benefits. Lin Mu recalled. Seems like you may have unknowingly helped me Jiang Luo. Lin Mu spoke. What how? He asked. You detonating the prototype spirit carved out a major important part of the sacred ground, such that they have been suffering for the past 40 years. When I was out there, I heard that the sect did not gain many resources from their sacred grounds when they sent in disciples. They couldn't even go to check in, as the formation of the sacred grounds prevents those in the nascent soul realm and above from entering. They just thought that their disciples were unlucky, but in reality, one of the major sources of spirit chi has been taken away from it. Lin Mu replied. No wonder. I always wondered why there was such a high concentration of spirit chi in this world along with many resources. Not this just confirmed it. Jiang Luo set out in joy. To him, he had dealt the Ripple Mist sect, which had forced him into a hard situation along with other sects, a bad hand. He couldn't help but feel happy about it, and felt like he should take full advantage of it while he was here. How do we deal with this, though? Mining spirit stones directly can be problematic. Jiang Luo spoke. I think I can deal with this part. Lin Mu spoke. Lin Mu was originally going to absorb all the spirit stones to further the plan, but instead of that he reckoned just storing it all in the ring would be much more efficient. Not only would he be done quicker, but he would also have spirit stones for the future. Are you going to use the same method as before? Jiang Luo asked, hinting at the use of meld. Lin Mu simply nodded his head and extended his hand. Jiang Luo took the cue and took a few steps back. By now, he had already understood that the skill Lin Mu was using was a spatial manipulation skill. Jiang Luo knew how precious and hard to learn skills such as those were. In his clan, there was actually a skill that allowed a certain level of spatial manipulation, but no one had been able to learn it. The source of the skill was also quite important, as it was obtained by one of his uncles during the Great War with the northern tribes in the past. It was rumored that it was one of the skills the northern tribes had obtained from the invaders by letting them into the world. Many people from his clan, both old and young, had tried to learn the skill, but no one had succeeded. This had already affirmed the fact that no one in their clan had an affinity with one of the 3 primordial elements of the universe, the spatial element. Even the few elders that were able to manipulate space, due to their high cultivation base, only did so with the assistance of spirit tools. Lin Mu looked at the large mass of spirit stone and uttered, Meld! Chapter 583 Mine all day, mine all night hang tilde. This time actual sound be heard as the masses of spirit stones ground against each other. This was the first time Lin Mu was controlling such a large mass object, thus it was quite difficult for him. Come on, pull. Lin Mu curled his fingers, pulling out 4 large chunks from the entire wall. The 4 chunks fell to the ground, making it tremble. That took way more spirit chi than ever before, Lin Mu said upon seeing the amount that had been consumed from his danshan. Well, it is a good thing that what you are literally moving is spirit stones. Haha tilde, Zukong chuckled. Oh yeah, Lin Mu realized his silliness and figured out another solution. He walked to the chunks of spirit stone he had pulled out and stored them into the ring one by one, except for the smallest one. Even the smallest one was quite large in size, being twice as big as Lin Mu. Lin Mu took this chunk and pulled it back before sitting on it. Streams of spirit chi started to emanate from the chunk Lin Mu was sitting on, as he started to rapidly absorb it. Even if this chunk looked big, it was actually just a low-grade spirit stone. The difference between the different grades of spirit stone was in the density of spirit chi in them. Even if this chunk was so large, in reality, it only had enough spirit chi that would be provided by 10 mid-grade spirit stones. But even then, the amount was way more than enough to restore the spirit chi that Lin Mu had used for meld. Lin Mu didn't even take a minute before his spirit chi was restored. That was quick, let's do it again. Lin Mu muttered before extending his hand again. The chunk of spirit stone Lin Mu was sitting on was not even a quarter way used, and thus Lin Mu had a few uses left in it. He did not even move from it and just sat cross-legged while using meld. Meld, Lin Mu murmured as spatial fluctuations spread in the area. The sound of crystals rubbing against each other was heard as they were pulled out. A few seconds later, 4 more chunks of spirit stone were stored into Lin Mu's ring. Looking at the wall, about 60% of it had been removed. A little more to go, Lin Mu said before continuing his task. Jiang Luo was stunned seeing it all. The way Lin Mu was mining the spirit stones could be said to be very unique. No one would be so opulent enough to use a spatial manipulation chi skill to mine spirit stones. Not only would it take too much of the user's spirit chi, but there was also a chance that it may end up damaging the spirit stones. If the spirit stones were damaged too much, they would start leaking spirit chi as well. But for Lin Mu, none other these things were a concern. Even if spirit chi was being leaked from the spirit stones, it didn't matter as he would be absorbing it all eventually anyway. Plus, spirit stone miners worried about losing spirit chi as it reduced the value of the spirit stones. But for Lin Mu, it was all just entering the miner plane and it would not dissipate truly. In about 10 minutes, Lin Mu had fully mined out the wall of spirit stone. Once this was done, the 2 men could see the next part of the mine. Ah, so this was just the outermost vein. No wonder it was so large, it was composted of the low-grade spirit stones. Jiang Luo spoke. Yup, we should find better quality inside. Lin Mu spoke as the 2 of them continued onward. After a minute of walking, they reached an area that actually looked like a mine. The entire cave shimmered with crystals that were embedded into the walls. These were, of course, the spirit stones. Unlike the large, solid wall, this place was like a large cave with spirit stones embedded into the walls. Lin Mu spread his spirit sense around causally and discovered that about 10% of all these spirit stones were of mid-grade. Let's get to it. You take left, I'll take right. Lin Mu spoke. Okay, Jiang Luo said with a smile before withdrawing a pickaxe from his spatial storage ring. The pickaxe was, of course, nothing normal and was a spirit weapon as well. It had formations on it that increased the sharpness of its point, reduced the recoil from hitting things and overall durability of the thing. Lin Mu didn't need that, though, and could do most of the stuff on his own. Tilde cling tilde. Tilde clang tilde. Tilde dang tilde. The sounds of metal hitting rock could be heard as Jiang Luo mined the spirit stones from the walls of the cave. While he was doing this, Lin Mu was simply flicking his hand while using meld to pull out entire blocks of the cave wall. He didn't care that other rock and dirt was still attached to the spirit stones. He did not need to worry about space and could just store the entire thing in the ring. If needed, he would sort it out later. The 2 men continued digging nonstop for about 3 days before they finished with the cave. Even Jiang Luo, who was a nascent soul realm cultivator, was tired from all the work. A large pile of spirit stones of different sizes could be seen lying on his side. The pile was of about 5 meters in height at its peak too. On Lin Mu's end, though, there were just bare walls left, with irregular chambers carved out into the wall. Looks like this part is done. Time to move on ahead, Lin Mu stated, not feeling tired at all. Jiang Luo and he had already known where the next vein was and directly headed there. Chapter 584, Rai Chapter Cultivator Problems. The next vein was hidden behind more solid rock and soil, which was quite easily removed by Lin Mu and Jiang Luo. Since they did not need to be careful like with the spirit stones or other materials, they just used all their power. Boulder collapsing fist first form, impact. Tilde kaboom tilde. The entire cave shook as Lin Mu's fist hit the rocky wall, shattering it in one hit. Tilde crack tilde. Tilde crack tilde. The wall crumbled as more and more rock fell. The next vein was about 20 meters further from the previous one, and thus they needed to remove all the rocks blocking them. Of course, had it not been for Lin Mu being able to use phase, they may have taken longer to find the vein. But since they already knew the location, they could easily make a straight path to it. Reaching the next vein, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo saw an even bigger cave than before. And just like before, there were spirit stones embedded in the walls along with the floor. Some parts were even large enough to form pillar of spirit stones. This showed that they were getting closer to the core of the mine. The core of the spirit stone mine was the reason why the mine could keep on producing spirit stones year after year. If the said source was removed, the mine would stop existing. Even when the sects mined spirit stone mines, they ensure that they did so in a sustainable manner. As a rule of thumb, no more than 10% of all spirit stones in a mine should be removed in a single year. This ensured that they would be replenished year after year. Many times sects would not even reach the core of the spirit stone mines. Most of them would just mine the outer veins, which would keep in regenerating. The only time when the sects actually went deeper into the spirit stone mines was to get higher-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones were found in the veins closest to the source of the spirit stone mine, while the peak-grade spirit stones were exclusively found next to the source itself. That was one of the reasons why even if someone had a low-grade spirit stone that were equivalent in spirit chi to a higher-grade spirit stone, very few people would trade them for it. Most people would rather use twice the amount of low-grade spirit stones rather than half the amount of high-grade spirit stones. This led to the high-grade spirit stones becoming an extremely valuable commodity, while the peak-grade spirit stones directly became a resource of strategic value. Peak-grade spirit stones were one of the basic requirements needed in the manufacture of pseudo-immortal weapons and tools, and without them, making them was impossible. Peak-grade weapons and spirit tools could be made with high-grade spirit stones, but not the pseudo-immortal weapons. Right now, what Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were doing was certainly not sustainable at all. They had already gone past the recommended 10% harvest limit and were quite likely to be at about 40% now. No sect would mine spirit stones like this, as it would literally mean damaging the foundation of the sect. Spirit stone mines not only provided the sect with a form of currency, but they also provided the sect with a large amount of spirit chi that was naturally concentration by the mines. As a secondary effect of the increased concentration of spirit chi, other treasured materials would also have a greater chance of forming around it. The same could be said for spirit herbs and other such natural materials. That's why for a sect, it was much more beneficial to reduce the number of spirit stones they mined and use its passive effects than to increase their direct wealth by accumulating them. By doing all this, Lin Mu was making himself filthy rich. At the expense of another party, of course. Lot of spirit stones here too. We'll do the same, Jiang Luo asked. Yup, you take the left, I take the right, Lin Mu replied. The two men got to work and became engrossed in it. 5 days passed like this, and they had finished up clearing out this vein as well. I'm tired but excited at the same time. For the first time in my life, I feel like not stopping at all, despite the exhaustion. Jiang Luo spoke while wiping the sweat off his brow. Why don't you do what I'm doing? Lin Mu said, pointing to the chunks of spirit stones he had stuffed in his robes. Why didn't you say that earlier? Jiang Luo spoke, feeling flustered. He had forgotten that he was literally surrounded by spirit chi and was also mining it in a way. All this time, he had been using his own spirit chi, along with the natural regeneration that his body had. Lin Mu just shrugged in response and let the map copy him. Jiang Luo strapped a few large chunks of spirit stones to his back and got ready again. Next vein, Jiang Luo asked. I'll go check, Lin Mu replied before entering the walls using phase. Due to the extensive amount of spirit chi that was dispersed in the ground here, even if Lin Mu could use his spirit sense, it didn't really give him an accurate picture. It was like swimming in a pool of muddy water. Thus he needed to be close to something to actually sense it, even with his spirit sense. Using the spirit sense was like trying to find a coin that was at the bottom of a pot, using only one's touch. It would be easy if there was only one coin or even a couple of coins in the pot. But if the entire pot was filled with coins and you were supposed to find a coin of a specific type, it would start to get difficult. That was the kind of situation Lin Mu was currently in. Chapter 585. A dazzling sight. Another week had passed before Lin Mu and Jiang Luo arrived in at the final vein of the spirit stone mine. Till now they had mined out 4 veins, each of which was bigger than the previous one. Seeing that there were so many veins, both Lin Mu and Jiang Luo were surprised. Even Zhukang said that they had hit a jackpot, as this spirit stone mine was probably close to becoming a peak-grade spirit stone mine. Zhukang estimated that in the next couple of years, this mine would have evolved to become a peak-grade spirit stone mine, though it could be said that it was both a fortune and misfortune. Fortune for Lin Mu, misfortune for the Ripple Mist sect. In addition to the spirit stones, Lin Mu and Jiang Luo both had some extra gains in their cultivation base too. For Jiang Luo, he had reached the border of the child stage of the nascent soul realm. If he accumulated more spirit chi, he would break through to the adolescent stage of the nascent soul realm. As for Lin Mu, while his cultivation base had also progressed, it was not as much as Jiang Luo. The main reason behind this being his higher capacity of spirit chi due to a larger danshan. Another thing was that little Shrubby had woken up a couple of days ago. He was better than ever, and Lin Mu had paused to go meet him as well. Upon seeing him, Lin Mu realized that little Shrubby was very close to the pseudo-nascent soul too, and to accelerate that process, he had asked him to stay in the spirit stone mine with them, letting him absorb as much spirit chi as he could. If one looked at the scene in the spirit stone mine as of now, one would see a slightly chubby liger lounging on a large bed made out of solid spirit stone. Lin Mu had been taking this opportunity to train his use of meld as well. This spirit stone bed was made by him, by using meld skillfully to carve out the perfect shape. Little Shrubby quickly took it over and laid a few animal pelts that Lin Mu had in his ring on it before sleeping. It could be said that the beast was enjoying a life of luxury that perhaps even the emperor of the great Zhou Empire did not have. Little Shrubby's fur had also grown further, and he now looked chubby because of that. Lin Mu wondered how long it would grow, because if it kept growing at the same rate for a few more days, the beast might turn into a large fur ball instead. Even Zhukang commented on it and thought that it was quite unusual. This should be the last one, Lin Mu spoke. Yeah, we've come a long way, Jiang Luo agreed as he took a look at their handiwork. There were piles upon piles of spirit stones in the cave, the value of which was incalculable to both Lin Mu and Jiang Luo at this point. After a certain period, they had given up on keeping count and just kept on digging, while Lin Mu stored them. Jiang Luo also kept an emergency store of spirit stones in his rings, if he needed them later. They knew that when they escaped, they would perhaps be getting into a conflict with the Ripple Mist sect and wanted to be as prepared as possible. Lin Mu punched the wall of the cave, making another tunnel in it. Quickly removing the rocks in their path, the 2 men progressed before eventually appearing in front of another solid wall of spirit stone. Lin Mu scanned it over with his spirit sense and realized that it was like a large oval egg. This should be the source vein of the spirit stone mine, Zhukang spoke. Lin Mu nodded his head and got ready to make a door. Meld, he muttered while extending his hand. An unequal rectangle was cut from the wall, and Lin Mu instantly stored it in the ring. Stepping in, the 2 men saw a stunning sight. This is the most beautiful thing I've seen in my life, Jiang Luo spoke. Indeed, Lin Mu muttered in agreement. In the 2 men's eyes, the entire area they were in was dazzling. Because the final vein was an enclosed, solid crystal, even a single beam of light was enough to create countless refractions. This caused the light to turn into a multitude of colors, making it seem like they were in a rainbow sea. Each breath they took was saturated with spirit chi, such that it was now sticking to their clothes, making them moist. This was an environment rarely anyone would ever get to experience. The spirit chi here, it's so free, Lin Mu said as he waved his hand. He did not even need to do much, and the spirit chi would obey his commands. It was a bizarre feeling, but pleasant at the same time. It feels a shame that we need to break this, Jiang Luo spoke, feeling uncomfortable. Indeed, Lin Mu replied before an idea suddenly popped into his head. Wait, we don't need to break this entire thing, Lin Mu spoke. Huh, really? Jiang Luo asked. Yeah, all we need to do is remove the surrounding rock and soil. Once that is done, I'll be able to entirely store it in my ring, Lin Mu replied. Perfect, we'll do that then. I've never heard of such a large spirit stone mine source being used before. I know they are broken down to make peak-grade spirit stones sometimes, but they are never this large. Jiang Luo spoke with excitement. Lin Mu nodded his head, and the two miners got to work again. Diligently excavating the rock and soil, they made sure not even an extra dent was made on the surface of the source vein. This took them 2 days to complete, but the final result was worth it. Chapter 586, Qualified to Make a Sect. This is perhaps one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Jiang Luo spoke as his eyes gleamed with joy. At his side was standing Lin Mu, and both of the men were looking at a large oval-shaped crystal. This was nothing but the entire source vein of the spirit stone mine, and was composed entirely of high-grade spirit stones in its outer layer, with some peak-grade spirit stones in its inside. The presence of peak-grade spirit stones showed that the mine was already close to turning into a peak-grade spirit stone mine. But now that Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had stripped it out, that would not be so. The oval crystal was lying on its broader side and was over 10 meters long and 7 meters wide. It had a height of about 6 meters and was quite tall. At its side, an entrance had been carved which could allow one to enter it. Rarely would one be able to see a source vein of a spirit stone mine like this, as it would be mined out in smaller fragments or just never touched. Removing it from the ground meant stopping its work and growth. While spirit chi springs could be transplanted by moving the source crystal, doing the same with a spirit stone mine was immensely difficult. When it was still in the form of a spirit chi spring, it was more malleable and would be able to adjust to different areas. But once it turned into a spirit stone mine, it was rigid and could not be done. Only certain experts could transplant an entire spirit stone mine and still make it generate more spirit stones. Still, if that was done, it would still take many years before the spirit stone mine would be able to reach its original state. That was the reason why a sect would rather move its headquarters to an area with more spirit stone mines, rather than transplant one. In fact, many sects did not start with multiple spirit stone mines. Most only had one spirit stone mine, and they either transplanted other source crystals of spirit chi sprigs that eventually grew to become spirit stone mines, or over time, their sects simply gave favorable conditions for the growth of new spirit chi springs naturally. What most sects did when they found spirit stone mines in the wild was quite different. They would instead establish a branch of their sect there and let them grow. This would be beneficial to them on many fronts. First, they would be able to expand their presence in the area. Second, they would gain more disciples and thus increase their overall manpower. And third, they would be able to get the spirit stones mined from those mines as a tribute from that branch. Of course, doing so was difficult in worlds that already had many cultivation sects. In worlds like those, the sect would instead take lower sects under their wing or create an alliance. This way, the lower sect would get protection from the big players, get the opportunity to send their talented disciples to the higher sect while paying a tribute to the higher sect. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had gained one of the very such things that would help one establish a sect. Now that I think of it, isn't one of the basic requirements of establishing a sect being in the nascent soul realm? Lin Mu suddenly spoke. Yes, that's true, but it will be an unranked sect at that level, Jiang Luo replied. And with this source crystal, we can probably increase that by quite a bit if we just take over others, Lin Mu joked. Probably, if we survive, Jiang Luo chuckled. Tilde per tilde. Oh, you woke up. Lin Mu spoke upon seeing little Shrubby, who had appeared. The beast completely ignored Lin Mu and walked up to the large source vein and started rubbing against it, all the while making a face of pleasure. Seems like he likes it a lot, Jiang Luo spoke. Oh, he does indeed. Lin Mu replied before checking little Shrubby's cultivation base with his spirit sense. Is he close? Jiang Luo asked upon seeing Lin Mu's look. Lin Mu squinted his eyes and activated his spatial perception. He could see the faint spatial distortions around little Shrubby's body. Yes, he should be having his heavenly tribulation in a couple of days at the most, Lin Mu replied. We better get ready then. I don't know what a heavenly tribulation will do here. You were able to break through to the nascent soul realm without needing it, and no other beast had reached that level here so as to need a heavenly tribulation. The other beasts that were at the nascent soul realm previously were all brought here directly from the sacred grounds, and I've killed all beasts that get close to that, Jiang Luo said. Yeah, let's put this away for now, Lin Mu said before walking ahead and placing his hand on the large source vein. As soon as he did, he could feel a thick stream of spirit chi entering his hand. But he did not absorb this, as it would only lead to the source crystal losing its power. He resisted the temptation and directly stored it into the ring. He could feel a bit of pressure while doing so, which he attributed to the massive amount of spirit chi that was contained in the source vein. Tilde Huala tilde. Once the source vein disappeared, the spirit chi concentration of the cave visibly fell. It was better with it here, little Shrubby complained. You'll see it later. For now, we have work to do, Lin Mu spoke. Okay, little Shrubby replied. Jiang Luo watched the conversation between the man and beast with interest. While Lin Mu had spoken in the common tongue, little Shrubby had only growled in response. There were no actual words spoken by the beast. You two can really understand each other, huh? Jiang Luo asked. Yes, little Shrubby can talk properly now. Lin Mu spoke, feeling a bit proud. Chapter 587, closed to breakthrough. Jiang Luo had not seen anyone being able to communicate with beasts like this. While the sects did have some guardian beasts that were at a high cultivation base and had intelligence that was greater than that of man, they still could not speak in the common tongue. The way sects communicated with them was due to the mutual understanding and writings. While the beasts could understand human languages after learning them, they were still mute in speaking them. This was the first time Jiang Luo was seeing a human speak with a beast like this. This was a direct conversation from what he could understand. No beast tamer in his clan had been able to reach such a level either. It was simply amazing to him. We should leave now, it's been a long time, Lin Mu spoke. Yes, while we have finished mining the spirit stones, we still have the other materials left in the upper layers, Jiang Luo replied. We want to take those with us too. It will be a pity to waste them, Lin Mu spoke. Indeed, they are hard to find in the real world. We'll need to figure out a way to get everything done, Jiang Luo stated. Lin Mu nodded his head, and the two men started flying to the upper levels of the caves. Little Shrubby ran along with them, easily keeping up with his speed. In fact, he was faster than both of them if he used his full speed, so there was no way they could keep up with him anyway. Oh, I got an idea, Lin Mu spoke while traveling. What is it? Jiang Luo asked. Since we're going to need to create a vacuum of spirit chi in this world, I'll simply focus on that, while you, on the other hand, can gather all the materials in this world. Start from the most valuable to the things of least value. Optimally, we'll take everything. All resources, metals, ores, woods, spirit herbs, even the beasts themselves, Lin Mu answered. I'll do my best, Jiang Luo nodded his head. They finally reached Jiang Luo's residence at the top and got to their tasks. Jiang Luo didn't go to get the ores and materials from the tunnels directly, as there were some more preparations he needed to do. Since they didn't know how long it would take for Lin Mu to finish absorbing all the spirit chi in the minor plane, Jiang Luo would have to be ready at all times, prioritizing the critical tasks first and then the rest. Do you want me to set up a tribulation attenuation formation? Jiang Luo questioned. For Little Shrubby, Lin Mu asked as he took a look at Little Shrubby. Yes, it will help him in safely breaking through, Jiang Luo replied. I don't want. I can do it on my own. It will take up your times, Little Shrubby suddenly spoke. Ah, he doesn't want that. Says he'll do it on his own, Lin Mu answered. I see. If that's what you want, then that's what we'll do. It should give us more time as well, Jiang Luo said before getting to work. Lin Mu also left the residence and went to the top of the mountain. The concentration of spirit qi in the air was still the same as they had seen before, but the main difference was that if it was absorbed now, it will not regenerate. The mountain in the minor plane was where there was the highest concentration of spirit qi as of now, and it was also located roughly at the center of the minor plane. Thus, it could be said to be the best place for Lin Mu to cultivate. This mountain really is way too tall. I don't think I've seen any other mountain as tall as this in the Shuang-Kian kingdom, Lin Mu spoke. You'll see more of them. Mountains that are as big as these usually have unique phenomena associated with them, one of such appearing smaller than they actually are. In fact, this is one of the types of spatial distortions, but because it is natural, it becomes hard to spot for many people, Zhu Kong explained. No wonder it was always the center of the illusion whenever I saw it in the Ripple Mist sect, Lin Mu replied. Just like this, the man and beast reached the very top of the mountain. There was snow falling here, but despite that, neither of them felt cold. Lin Mu had the body cultivation at the second stage of the 5 treasures realm, and while also being at the nascent soul realm. As for Little Shrubby, he had an innate control of fire element and also had a good bloodline. Thus he was not affected by this level of cold either. The two of them found a relatively comfortable place at the top and began cultivating. Lin Mu knew that using Well of Slumber would come with the risk that he might not wake up in time. But he was also betting on the fact that the ability was dependent on the presence of spirit qi, along with vital energy. Plus Little Shrubby was yet to break through, and thus Lin Mu wanted to wait for him to do that, before using Well of Slumber. I should start eating. Better to be safe and have a surplus of vital energy, Lin Mu said before taking out the beast meat he had ready. I'll eat till it's the time for Little Shrubby's tribulation, then I'll observer it just in case and start the next part of the plan, Lin Mu thought. Lin Mu chewed and gnawed on the meat while Little Shrubby cultivated diligently, preparing for the coming heavenly tribulation. Lin Mu could sense the faint increase in spatial distortions with every passing hour and reckoned that when they reached the peak, the tribulation will arrive. And just as he thought, 2 days passed swiftly and it was finally time. Tilde rumble tilde. Lin Mu looked up at the dark cloudy sky and then at Little Shrubby. Time to break through. Chapter 588, Little Shrubby's Tribulation tilde rumble tilde. The dark tribulation clouds in the sky rumbled as the lightning swam within them. The flashes of lightning lit up the mountain and the forest at every few seconds. The beasts of the forest were scared and did not make even a single noise. The pressure exerted by tribulation clouds was something most beasts below the nascent soul realm could not bear easily. Lin Mu, though, felt nothing from this, which felt strange to him. According to what he had seen and learned, till now, even other nascent soul realm cultivators should be afraid of it. Tribulation lightning was very strong, and even an adult stage nascent soul realm cultivator would get injured if he was not careful. The existence of tribulation platforms was entirely because of this, and they helped reduce the impact and pressures of the heavenly tribulations. Jiang Luo was thinking along the lines of this as well, and that's why he asked if Little Shrubby wanted one. But Lin Mu knew Little Shrubby did not need it, and neither did the beast himself. There was a certain level of pride in its bloodline that would not allow him. They were still unsure of what bloodline he had, as there were far too many of them mixing together. At first, the dominant one was the Flash Fire Liger, but now it was hard to tell which one was truly dominant. Not to mention the 7 beast burst confirmed the existence of at least 7 bloodlines that were merging together. Tilde rumble tilde. The tribulation clouds gathered up together, and the tribulation lightning within them arced across the surface. Little Shrubby looked up at the sky with determination as his aura flared up. Tilda roar Tilda. He let out a defiant roar at the skis, taunting them to hurry up. The skis were quick to answer too, as the tribulation lightning descended from the clouds, striking Little Shrubby. The impact of the lightning bolts spread around him as the snow directly evaporated from the heat. The trees nearby were shaken as well due to the force, but Lin Mu stood there unhindered. He had felt the full pressure of the bolt, and even then found it to be quite bearable. This is truly astonishing. Wonder what would happen if I get hit by one of them, Lin Mu thought to himself. It was a rather dangerous thought, and not many people would dare to think of something like that. Most would like to stay away from tribulation lightning as much as they could. Little Shrubby bore the tribulation lightning with relatively less difficulty, and stood his ground. Tilda roar Tilda. He shook off the numbness and roared back up at the sky as his aura stabilizing again. His body had no traces of being hit by tribulation lightning and was fine. Usually one would see burn marks or such injuries, but for Little Shrubby, who had resistance to heat and fire, there was no such thing. Tilda rumble Tilda. The clouds thundered once again as more tribulation lightning gathered up in the clouds. Lin Mu could tell that this tribulation was a bit different from the other two he had seen. Why is it so fast? Lin Mu questioned. Look up at the sky with spatial perception, Zhukong replied. Lin Mu looked up and first saw the dark tribulation clouds, but then they faded away under his gaze, and the spatial fabric hidden behind it was visible to him. The spatial tier, how is it so wide? And the borders of the minor plane, they are thin too, Lin Mu said upon seeing it. Exactly. Since it's a minor plane, the restrictions that come with a true world don't come, and thus the tribulation will have an easier time traveling through the void. Breaking into the world is even easier for it, Zhukong explained. I see. No wonder the minor plane appeared as an illusion during the tribulation of the two snakes, and the border became weak enough for me to enter it easily, Lin Mu spoke. And just as he spoke, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. This time Little Shrubby was forced a little lower due to the force of the tribulation lightning, but he still managed to hold on. A little fur could also be seen fallen around him, but it did not fall due to being burned off, rather it fell due to the impact of the lightning. The ground around him, which was free from snow due to the last lightning bolt, was now cracked due to Little Shrubby's paws digging into it. Even if it was solid rock, it was unable to bear the force of the tribulation lightning. Once the glare of the lightning faded away, Lin Mu looked at Little Shrubby, who was still standing. Little Shrubby felt numb due to the lightning as it coursed inside his body. Lin Mu's spirit sense entered his danshan, and he saw the core being cracked by the tribulation lightning. About half of it had been cracked already. Tilda roar Tilda. After Little Shrubby managed to gain back the control on his body, he roared back at the clouds. His aura had increased by another level as spirit chi swirled around him. The next tribulation lightning bolt was twice as thick as before and fell with great force. A loud cracking sound could be heard as the rock below Little Shrubby was directly shattered, and he sank into the ground. The shattered rocks were also scorched black, but Little Shrubby just threw them all away with a stomp. This time he did not feel numb, as the loud throbbing of his heart could be heard. Badum tilde badum tilde. The sound of his heart got louder and louder till it matched the tempo of the tribulation lightning. Soon, his body started to glow in a red light as spirit chi fluctuations radiated from it, along with heat. The heat directly melted the snow in a radius of 100 meters, drying it out completely. Is he gonna? Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 589. The 7 bloodline beasts. The sound of bellows came from the lungs of Little Shrubby as they took in vast amounts of spirit chi in. His fur flared up as fire started burning on it. Tilda roar Tilda. A roar was let out by Little Shrubby, but it was different this time. It seemed as if instead of just him, 7 beasts were roaring at the same time. Lin Mu finally got to see the illusory beasts that had appeared before when little Shrubby used 7 beasts burst. The illusory figures were different from each other, and Lin Mu could recognize a few of them. The first figure was that of none other than the flash fire liger that Lin Wu had known about. It looked distinct from little Shrubby and was a bit larger in size than him. The next figure that appeared was that of a lion beast. Lin Mu tried to recall what it was and recognized it to be the brood mane lion. Its body was a wheatish brown color, and it had a similar colored tail. The only difference was in its mane, which had tens of lion head-like patterns on it. The third figure was that of a tiger beast. Lin Mu identified it to be the scorch claw tiger. It had claws that were much larger than of other large cat beasts and were not retractable. They looked to be made of sharp metal that had been heated to a red-hot level. They looked more like long knives instead of claws. The fourth figure was that of a slender leopard. This was the beast called as 100-mirror leopard. The spots on its fur were like mirrors and reflected light when one looked at them. If one got closer, they would even be able to see themselves. The fifth figure that appeared was a panther. Lin Mu recalled seeing this beast in the records as well. It was the fume wood panther. Its body looked like it was made from wood and had grass like fur growing on it. All in all, it was a strange beast that looked more like a plant than a beast. The sixth figure was something Lin Mu recognized from the records of the lost immortal. It was a cheetah beast with the name Thunderbolt Cheetah. Its cry was like that of a thunderclap, and it was one of the fastest beasts the lost immortal had ever encountered. The seventh and the final beast was the strangest of them all. Lin Mu could not recognize it no matter what he did, and wondered what it was. "Do you know what beast that is senior?" Lin Mu questioned. "I think that is a midnight lynx," Zhukong replied. "A midnight lynx?" Lin Mu repeated as he looked at the long-eared cat-like beast. This beast was smaller than the other 6, but had 2 pairs of long hairs on each of its ears, and also on the corners of its eyebrows. But that was not the most iconic nature of the beast. That place would be taken up by its sleek black fur that shimmered under the flashes of lightning. It looked incredibly smooth, and if this beast even entered shadows, Lin Mu doubted anyone would be able to see it. Each of the 7 beasts seemed to be powerful in their own self, but if one looked at little Shrubby, they would find it hard to see their bloodlines in him. Only the flash fire liger and the scorch claw tiger had some influence on his physique, while the rest of the beasts did not seem to have any influence on him. Though Lin Mu did think that the Thunderbolt cheetah's speed might have been what made little Shrubby so fast. But compared to the description the lost immortal had written in his memoirs, little Shrubby was still like a snail. The Thunderbolt cheetah the lost immortal had encountered could cross 1,000 kilometers in a blink of an eye. The beast was one of the most terrible ones for the then weak lost immortal, and had relentlessly chased him for over 3 years. In the end, the lost immortal could not escape it, and had to make a compromise with the beast. As for what the compromise was, the man did not mention it, but from the slightly embarrassed tone in the text that Lin Mu picked read, he reckoned it must not have been something honorable. So many beasts, and all of them powerful. Can little Shrubby really handle so many bloodlines? Lin Mu questioned. Most likely not. That is also the reason why not all bloodlines show up in his physique. The most probable result will be that, during the merging of bloodlines, only the compatible features will be kept, while most of them will be discarded. After all, a body can only handle so much before it would either explode or would incite the wrath of the heavens, bringing forth severe punishment tribulation lightning. That is also the reason why most beasts with multiple bloodlines don't survive for long, Zhukong explained. I see, Lin Mu replied, feeling a bit concerned about little Shrubby. By now little Shrubby had fully activated the 7 beasts burst, and his body had increased by over 4 times in size. It was entirely covered in flames that raged like an inferno, scorching the earth and distorting the air. The final bolt of tribulation lightning finally fell, and this was 3 times as thicker than the first one. But not only that, this lightning bolt even had traces of purple color in it, making it seem far deadly. The tribulation lightning bolt struck little Shrubby's body and dissipated all of the flames on his body. They exploded like a firework, and little Shrubby was made to kneel on the ground. The power of the tribulation bolt was far stronger than all of the previous ones combined. Tilde crack tilde. A crack was heard as little Shrubby's core finally shattered, and a blinding light came from it. The bloodline pattern on the core glowed like the sun as it split apart, giving birth to the nascent soul. Chapter 590, Bloodline Strengthening. Little Shrubby's nascent soul that had just been born was small and looked like a kitten. It had its eyes closed and was curled up with its face hiding in its tail. It had the same patterns as that of little Shrubby, too. Tilde hung tilde. The spirit chi in the environment started to stir as a vortex of spirit chi formed around little Shrubby. It was now time for the infusion of spirit chi. The cyclone of spirit chi swirled around little Shrubby's body, which also started to float in the air. The spirit chi was soon turned into a dense mist as it started to pour into the danshan. The infusion of spirit chi was not as shocking as that of Lin Mu, but it was still strong enough for most people to be shocked. It was already stronger than the combined spirit chi infusion of the two snakes from before. The 7 illusory figures around little Shrubby were also absorbing bits of spirit chi along with it and were flickering. Lin Mu closely observed them and realized that among the 7 beasts only 2 of them were the clearest. The others were much more blurry compared to the scorch claw tiger and the flash fire liger. I guess those are the 2 bloodlines that are currently dominant in little Shrubby. His overall physique comes from the flash fire liger, while the heated claws come from the scorch claw tiger. Now that I think of it, out of the 7 beasts, 2 of them are fire attribute beasts. The fume wood panther is a wood attribute beast, and the thunderbolt cheetah is a lightning tribute beast. The brood mane lion and the mirror spot leopard don't particularly have any attributes that they specialize in. But what about the midnight lynx? Is it the same as the previous 2 having no attribute? Lin Mu wondered. Actually, the midnight lynx has an attribute too, Zukong spoke. It does. What is it? I don't think it is from any of the 12 elements, Lin Mu replied. You're correct on that front. The midnight lynx does not have any of the 12 main elements of the cosmos. Rather, it has the shadow element, which is a derivative element of the darkness attribute. It is rather rare and is not seen in most beasts of little Shrubby's kind, Zukong explained. After hearing about the shadow element, Lin Mu furrowed his brows. He had learned about the shadow element from the lost immortals' memoirs. Most beings related to it were considered to be infamous across the many worlds. Senior the Taiji Celestial you talked about before, isn't he the one who eliminated the shadow calamity which also used the shadow element? Lin Mu asked. Yes, he did in a way, but that's not the whole story. All you need to know is that the shadow element itself is not bad, but rather the users. It's just that. Most of them turn out to be bad, Zukong replied. I understand, Lin Mu said with a nod. While Lin Mu was conversing with Senior Zukong, little Shrubby was completing his breakthrough. The tribulation clouds had already started to disappear, and the cyclone of spirit chi was also slowing down now. Little Shrubby's danshan had already been replenished, and it was now the illusory figures that were absorbing the remnant spirit chi. Lin Mu reckoned this was the way by which they were going to negate the cost of using the 7 beasts burst. But upon seeing the illusory beats absorb the spirit chi, Lin Mu got an idea. Can that work? Lin Mu wondered. Feeling curious about the idea that had just appeared in his mind, Lin Mu decided to go ahead with it. He closed his eyes and calmly chanted the Nurturing Heart Sutra. Soon a string of beast chi was refined in his danshan. He easily drew it out of his body and looked at it. The string of beast chi was longer than before and was even a bit thicker. It was evident that his breakthrough into the nascent soul realm had boosted it. As soon as the beast chi appeared out of Lin Mu's body, though, the 7 illusory figures of the beasts instantly looked at it. Little Shrubby himself was busy absorbing the spirit chi and could not be bothered with anything else. Seeing this strange response of the illusory beasts surprised Lin Mu. Do they have a consciousness of their own? Lin Mu asked. They don't exactly have that. More like its instincts built into the very bloodline. Since the beast chi has the effect of improving and evolving a bloodline, the illusory figures that are the representative of the bloodline will obviously respond. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu looked at the string of beast chi that swirled above his palm for a moment, before sending it flying towards the illusory figures. Tilde roar tilde. The 7 illusory figures all pounced on it at once, but the one that managed to get it was the flash fire liger, as it was at the front and also fast. While the thunderbolt cheetah was faster than the flash fire liger, it was much weaker than it, as the flash fire liger was the dominant bloodline as of now. The flash fire liger immediately devoured the beast chi as its body glowed. The glow spread evenly around its body before it finally settled. But once it was settled, a difference in its transparency could be seen. The illusory figure of the flash fire liger had become slightly more opaque than before. Just as I thought, the beast chi can direly affect them, Lin Mu muttered to himself. His eyes wandered between the different illusory figures as a plan formed in his mind. Zhukang also took a few peeks at Lin Mu's ideas and reckoned that they might really work. If you are really going to use the beast chi to strengthen the bloodlines, you will need to be careful. Strengthen any particular bloodline too much and they will wreak havoc. Zhukang warned. Chapter 591, Balancing. Lin Mu heard the warning of Senior Zhukang and knew that he should not go overboard with this. Besides, now that he thought of it, this was not something he would be able to do for long, as once Little Shrubby completes his breakthrough, the 7 illusory figures will disappear. Seeing as he did not have long to do this, Lin Mu had to make a choice. He would have to select a beast about the 7 to strengthen. I can exclude the Flash Fire Liger and Scorch Claw Tiger as they are already the dominant bloodlines. If I strengthen them further, they may become unstable. So which one should I pick? Lin Mu muttered to himself in contemplation. Lin Mu thought over the different abilities offered by each bloodline and reckoned that strengthening the Thunderbolt Cheetah bloodline might be the better choice. It may increase the speed of Little Shrubby further, as that was its main trump card against many enemies. Not to mention that Lin Mu relied on Little Shrubby's speed to travel around. Even if he could fly now, he knew his speed could not be compared to that of Little Shrubby in most cases, at least when he did not use his own skills. If Lin Mu were to use Fade along with Blink and kept on using them, he would be traveling at the fastest speed possible for him, which would be more than Little Shrubby's. Though that may change if the bloodline ability of the Thunderbolt Cheetah is added to the mix. I'll pick that one, Lin Mu said before chanting the Nurturing Heart Sutra and converting the spirit chi within his danshin into beast chi. A string of beast chi was produced in his danshin, and it floated around. Lin Mu did not stop chanting there, though, and continued with it. As long as Little Shrubby was in this state, he wanted to take benefit of it. While chanting the Nurturing Heart Sutra, Lin Mu also sent the strings of beast chi that he had already refined to the Thunderbolt Cheetah's illusory figure. This time because Lin Mu was actively controlling the string of beast chi. The other illusory figures did not have the chance to take it. The Thunderbolt Cheetah absorbed the beat chi, and his body started to glow in an electric blue light. Some sparks of electricity even coursed around its body before calming down. Once that was done, the illusory figure became a bit more opaque, showing that it had been strengthened. But this was merely the start, as Lin Mu kept on producing more and more beast chi. He sent 2 more strings of beast chi to the Thunderbolt Cheetah's illusory figure, after which it had become almost the same as that of the Scorch Claw Tiger. That is enough. You should evenly distribute to the rest now, Zhukang advised. Lin Mu nodded his head and managed to refine 4 more strings of beast chi before sending 1 each to the remaining illusory figures. Each of the figures seemed pleased from this and had increased its presence. Little Shrubby's breakthrough was now at its end, and the spirit chi infusion had also stopped. His body landed back on the ground as he opened his eyes, that glowed with a powerful light. His fur swayed in the wind, and his muscular body rippled with strength. Tilde roar tilde. Little Shrubby let out a world-shaking roar that echoed across the entire minor plain. There was a strange pressure contained within the roar such that all of the beasts of the forest that were just becoming active after the passage of the tribulation clouds became silent again. In the tunnels below the mountain, a man was mining the ores and metals in the wall. Tilder rumble tilde. Damn it, Jang Luo cursed, as another large chunk of rock fell on his head. This had been happening more and more recently, and he knew it was due to the removal of the source vein of the spirit stone mine below. It had caused a reduction in the spirit chi saturation of the soil, which in turn led to the materials getting weaker and loosening. Since then, whenever he mined, there would often be a random piece of ore or just rocks that would fall on him. While this did not hurt him in reality, it was still frustrating to get hit by rocks over and over again when one was working. Tilde roar tilde. Jang Luo, who was about to hit the wall with his pickaxe again, was shaken. What was that? Jang Luo wondered as he focused on it. Since he was deep in the caves, the sound became distorted, and it was hard to tell what sound was it that he was exactly hearing. But once he focused on it, Jang Luo managed to recognize it. Huh, a roar. Wait, is it time already? Jang Luo said in a surprised tone. He realized that the roar belonged to none other than Little Shrubby. He also understood that Little Shrubby may have broken through due to the power contained within the roar. No wonder I felt like the concentration of spirit chi here reduced again. That beast must have broken through to the nascent soul realm and caused this, Jang Luo thought. He stored away the pickaxe and the materials he had mined before rushing out of the mine. Jang Luo appeared in the cave residence before he flew up to the mountain top. He could already feel the difference of spirit chi in the air and knew that he was right. At the top of the peak, he saw Lin Mu and Little Shrubby. Lin Mu was sitting on the ground cross-legged and looking at Little Shrubby while Little Shrubby was getting used to itself. Congratulations on the breakthrough, Jang Luo said upon reaching the top. Little Shrubby looked at Jang Luo and growled. What did he say? Jang Luo asked upon seeing the beast talk. Chapter 592. Start of the plan. Lin Mu listened to Little Shrubby's words and chuckled. What did he say? Jang Luo asked again upon seeing Lin Mu's strange reaction. He wants to even the score, Lin Mu replied. Even the score? What do you mean? Jang Luo questioned, getting even more confused. He wants to fight you again for that punch before, Lin Mu answered. Jang Luo was stunned by this response and didn't know what to think. But after a little consideration, he reckoned it should be fine. He had fought many nascent soul realm beasts while being weaker than them. And here was Little Shrubby, who had just broken through to the nascent soul realm while he was at the child stage of the nascent soul realm. He didn't think he would have a problem with this. All right, let's do this, Jang Luo agreed. Tilde roar tilde. Little Shrubby roared in agreement, and the three of them moved to a more suitable place. About 2 hours later, Jang Luo was sitting with a scowl on his face. Cheer up, it's not like you lost, Lin Mu spoke. That doesn't change the fact that I could not hit him either, Jang Luo said in frustration. Ha ha ha, Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh again. About 2 hours ago, Jang Luo and Little Shrubby had fought, but were unable to come to any conclusion. The fight lasted for 2 hours, during which Little Shrubby was unable to cause any major damage to Jang Luo, while Jang Luo was unable to hit Little Shrubby. Little Shrubby's speed had increased by another notch due to Lin Mu strengthening the Flash Fire Liger bloodline and the Thunderbolt Cheetah bloodline. This had allowed Little Shrubby to outrun and dodge all of Jang Luo's attacks. No matter how much Jang Luo tried, none of the attacks hit Little Shrubby. He was simply too fast for them. Jang Luo even deliberated whether he should use some of his strongest attacks, but then realized that if he had reached that point and was still unable to hit Little Shrubby, it was better to end the fight. Thus the fight ended in a draw with neither party coming out on top. Lin Mu was quite impressed by Little Shrubby, though, and knew that this was not his full speed either. Since Little Shrubby was dodging, he was using the short bursts of speed to do that. If he were to run in a straight line, he would be much faster than that. Plus, he had not used the 7 Beasts burst either, as that would increase his overall capabilities by multiple times. Once that was used, who knows, the battle may have flipped in odds again. Jiang Luo shook his head and accepted the result in the end. "What will you be doing now?" Lin Mu asked. "I'll mine out all the materials while you cultivate. I'll try to be as fast as possible so that we can escape the moment you are done," Jiang Luo reiterated. "That's good. You should be able to tell how long it would take if you sense the spirit qi in the environment. The moment it gets impossible for you to absorb spirit qi naturally, you should consider that the time is near," Lin Mu replied. "I'll keep that in mind," Jiang Luo stated. The two men split apart and went to do their own tasks. Jiang Luo went back to the mines, while Lin Mu went to the mountain peak. Little Shrubby, on the other hand, was going to hunt down all the beasts of the minor plane, as they were technically resources as well. Jiang Luo had made a storeroom with a chilling formation. The beast corpses would be put there by Little Shrubby so that they don't spoil, and when it was time, Lin Mu would get all of them together. Lin Mu looked around at the mountain peak and wondered what would be a good spot for sleeping. Since he would be using Well of Slumber, Lin Mu would have to sleep and hope that he would be able to control it better this time. He eventually picked a large boulder and carved out a room in it. Calling it a room was a bit too much, though, as it was literally just a cavity that had been emptied out. Lin Mu then placed a bed in there and his favorite wild bolster. Lin Mu had gotten quite a few items for comfort in his ring, and they were quite useful at times like these. Having set all of them, he laid down on the bed and tried to sleep. His mind tried to stimulate the bloodline ability of the great slumber bear as it started to fall deeper into sleep. Tilde. Within Lin Mu's dantian, his nascent soul was calmly floating in the middle of his dantian while bathing in the liquid spirit qi. The spirit qi nourished the infant and made it glow slightly. But a short while later, a humming sound could be heard as another illusory figure appeared in the dantian. This figure was that of the great slumber bear. It reached the nascent soul and overlaid upon it. The infant was fully hidden within the illusory figure of the great slumber bear as the bloodline ability activated. Rumble. The throbbing of Lin Mu's heart could be heard as the area went silent for a moment. But then a few seconds later, spirit qi started to swirl around the area. The amount of it increased little by little as it then entered the large bounder, and from there Lin Mu's body sucked in all of the spirit qi. The process of absorption was not as fast as when Lin Mu had broken through, but it was still slightly faster than his normal absorption speed. But while this was happening, Lin Mu had just appareled inside the sleepscape. He was standing in front of the spirit apple tree and looked around. Did the size of this place increase again? Chapter 593, Change in the Sleepscape. Lin Mu could definitely feel the difference in the sleepscape. To confirm it, he spread his spirit sense completely and fully covered the sleepscape. It really did expand. Seems like my breakthrough should have done this. Lin Mu understood. Lin Mu still did not have a full understanding of how the sleepscape worked, despite having it for a couple of years now. There were new things to find out every so often, which ended up surprising him. I wonder how long it will take for me to complete absorbing all of the spirit qi in this minor plane, though the increase in cultivation should be helpful. Lin Mu muttered to himself. He had already planned out a few things that he was going to do in the sleepscape once he was there, and took them out. The first thing that he wanted to do was to sort through all the gains from the past few weeks. Lin Mu and Jiang Luo had mined out the entire spirit stone mine underneath the main mountain of this minor world, and had even taken the source vein off it. In the spirit stones that Lin Mu himself had mined out, there were a lot of waste parts such as rocks and soil. Jiang Luo had mined everything using a pickaxe that was a spirit tool, and thus he had mostly taken out the spirit stones themselves, while Lin Mu had mostly used meld to cut apart the large blocks directly from the walls of the caves. It was a time constraint that they had, and this was the fastest way they could rush it with. And now that Lin Mu was in the sleepscape, while his body absorbed all the spirit qi of the minor plane, he would be free to do all the extra things. Let's get this out of the way first, Lin Mu said before withdrawing all of the spirit stone chunks that he had obtained using meld. The sound of large objects falling on the ground could be heard as one after the other. Lin Mu withdrew the spirit stone chunks while flying around the sleepscape. Thankfully, the sleepscape had increased in size again, or there may not have been enough space for Lin Mu to take them all at once. Now that I look at them this way, we really did mine a lot of spirit stones, Lin Mu stated upon seeing the literal hills of spirit stones piled up around him. Around 70% of the sleepscape had been occupied by the spirit stones now, though a large quantity of them was also filled with the rocks and such things. That was the very part that he needed to separate. But just when he was about to do that, he suddenly felt something. Tilde rumble tilde. Huh, why's the ground shaking? Lin Mu immediately became alert. Beside Lin Mu, a gray orb of light appeared. The light faded away, revealing Senior Zukong. Look there, Zukong pointed. Lin Mu followed his gaze and saw that he was pointing him to the place where the source vein of the spirit stone mine was laying. Huh, it's sinking into the ground, Lin Mu muttered, feeling shocked. He quickly flew to the south vein to see what exactly was happening, and Zukong accompanied him. In the 2 seconds it took him to reach the place, the source vein had already sunk into the ground, and only a few inches of it were left on the surface. Lin Mu gripped it on the top and tried to pull it out but could not. Despite his immense strength, the source vein was forcibly swallowed up by the ground. What the hell? What are we supposed to do now? Lin Mu couldn't help but curse. But then another change occurred in the sleepscape. Tilde hum tilde. The entire sleepscape hummed with excitement as the wind started to blow. Wind? There was never wind here before. No, not just that. Spirit chi, Lin Mu muttered. That's right. Lin Mu could now feel spirit chi appearing in the air of the sleepscape. He could tell that the spirit chi was slowly increasing in concentration too. How is this happening? The source vein. Did the sleepscape absorb it to produce spirit chi? Lin Mu wondered. Seems like the source vein of a spirit stone mine was enough to trigger the sleepscape to change again. This should be the new feature it gained by absorbing the source vein. Zukong spoke. But transplanting source veins is a very difficult task. Didn't you say that before, Senior? Lin Mu questioned. Indeed, but you must not forget that this is not the real world or any other plane for that reason. This is a garden of karma. We already have the bare minimum information about it, thus anything could be possible here. It absorbing the source vein and producing spirit chi is not out of the range of possibilities, Zukong answered. Lin Mu thought over it and found it to be reasonable. The Garden of Karma was basically an enigma, and there were new things he got to learn every time he came here. I guess this will benefit me anyway. Lin Mu accepted it in the end. He took a deep breath and sucked the spirit chi in, realizing that the concentration of spirit chi in the sleepscape was pretty much the same as that in the real world. I should have expected that there would be some reduction after transplantation, Lin Mu muttered to himself. Still, he did not mind and was fine with the source vein being used like this. He still had plenty of spirit stones with him, and he needed to sort them out. Lin Mu spent about 2 days sorting out all the spirit stones and cleaning them. He also got some more surprises with them, as there were a few treasured materials stuck with the spirit stones too. They must have gotten mixed in with the rocks and soil, and thus came with the stones. Lin Mu separated them out too, and stored them back in the ring. Chapter 594, Hidden Improvements. The next thing Lin Mu wanted to do was to finally complete the 1,000 armament blade scripture. He had reached about 75% completion in it and had learned quite a lot of weapons. He reckoned now that he had this opportunity, he may as well do it. It would only help him a lot as it would be increasing his personal strength. Plus, he had gotten the new weapons from the vaults of the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect, so this would be a good opportunity to get used to them. Tilde shing tilde. Lin Mu took out a long scythe and observed it. This was one of the weapons he had gotten from the vaults and was suitable for the 1,000 armament blade scripture. The scythe's blade was a meter long, while the pole itself was a bit over 2 meters long. Its blade curved evenly for about 3/4 of the way before it hooked down. The blade was a smooth silver in color, while the pole of the scythe was covered in black leather and had runes imprinted on it. This scythe was one of the high-grade spirit weapons that Lin Mu had managed to get from the vault of the sect patriarch. Since it was kept in the top vault, its value was bound to be the highest amount all of the other weapons. I'll need to brand it," Lin Mu muttered as he released his spirit sense and branded the scythe with it. With Lin Mu's cultivation at the nascent soul realm and his large stores of spirit chi, it was easy for him to brand multiple high-grade spirit weapons. He reckoned that even if he did 10 of them, he would be fine in controlling them. Tilde Xing Tilde. Lin Mu grasped the handle of the scythe and swung it with his full force. The power was enough to create an arc of energy that traveled for over 10 meters before fatting. One had to know, this was done with just his own physical strength and not spirit chi. But when Lin Mu looked at the glowing runes on the handle of the scythe, he was intrigued. "This is a different spirit weapon. I didn't even use my spirit chi," Lin Mu said. "This scythe seems to be able to convert your physical attacks into energy," Zhukong stated upon seeing the effect of the scythe. Lin Mu used the scythe a few more times and realized that the more physical strength he used, the stronger the energy attack would be. This made him wonder what would happen if he used spirit chi for the scythe instead. Tilde. Lin Mu started to pour spirit chi into the handle as the runes started to light up again. But this time, different runes from before were activated. Lin Mu sensed the working of the scythe with his spirit sense and saw that the runes were channeling the spirit chi through its internal channels and into the blade. Tilde. A second later, the blade of the scythe started to vibrate at a high frequency. It looked to be trembling, and if Lin Mu observed his reflection on it, it looked blurry. It was quite unique for him, to say the least. Time to test it out, but what would be suitable for this? Lin Mu wondered. After thinking for a moment, he took out a bunch of materials he had gathered. These included metals and ores as well as some armors. He reckoned these would be the best things to test the scythe with. Lin Mu swung the blade of the scythe at the first item, which was a rectangular ingot of metal. Tilde. 2 sections of the ingot fell to the ground evenly as the scythe's blade passed through them like a hot knife through butter. He picked up the 2 pieces of the ingot and saw a mirror finish on the surface that had just been cut. "Whoa, this is more powerful than I thought," Lin Mu exclaimed. Feeling pleased with a new type of weapon that was now added to his arsenal, Lin Mu couldn't wait to start his practice. "Let's get to it," Lin Mu uttered before busying himself in practicing the 1,000 armament blade scripture. Lin Mu practiced for a week non-stop, testing the limits of his body. Yet even after all this, he realized that he could go on. Lin Mu had learned enough to know that any nascent soul realm cultivator at the infant soul stage would have been exhausted if he did the same as he had. This left him with only one reason. The effects of the body cultivation are even more profound the more I explore, Lin Mu thought to himself. By now he had completed the 1,000 armament blade scripture by another 5%, leaving only 20% left. If he was able to keep up the same rate of progress, he would be able to complete it in 1 more month, but Lin Mu could already feel a bottleneck approaching. He just hoped that it was a soft bottleneck and he would be able to overcome it quickly. If not, things would become difficult for him. In this time, Lin Mu was also keeping an eye on his body, or more specifically, his dantian. He wanted to ensure that the well of slumber was working normally, and there were no abnormalities. While Lin Mu found himself unable to wake himself up right now, he could tell that his control over the bloodline ability was increasing slightly. Though it should automatically stop once there was no more spirit chi left in the environment, Lin Mu reckoned. Lin Mu returned to his practice and took some breaks in between as well. In these breaks, he either learned more Dao script from Senior Zhukong or read the memoirs of the lost immortal. At first, he could still feel the passage of time, but after a month, it started to get blurry, and Lin Mu himself entered a haze of cultivation. Chapter 595. The neglected egg. About 2 months had passed since Lin Mu had appeared in the sleepscape. His practice was going quite well, and he had finally finished the entire 1,000 armament blade scripture. While he wouldn't say he was fully proficient in all of the weapons from the scripture, he could very well say that he was able to use them all, and was also proficient in about 10% of them. It could not be helped, as the total number of weapons in the 1,000 armament blade scripture was over 300. Lin Mu being able to become proficient in even 10% of them was quite a lot. Lin Mu had also furthered his understanding of the Tao script during his lessons with Senior Zukang, and could read far more characters than before. He also read more from the memoirs of the lost immortal and gained some wisdom from them. Overall, it was a rather productive 2 months, and Lin Mu's strength had become more refined than before. My cultivation base has also increased, but quite a lot, Lin Mu muttered. How far along are you? Zukang, who was calmly floating on the side, asked. I should be close to breaking through to the child stage of the nascent soul realm soon, Lin Mu replied. That's good. Hopefully the spirit chi in the minor plane has also started to reduce by now, Zukang stated. I can't really tell that accurately right now, but if I correlate it with the increase in my cultivation base, I would say it is at the same rate as it was about a month ago, Lin Mu spoke. Yes, but that is in addition to the spirit chi you were constantly using as well. If you were just absorbing spirit chi during this time, I reckon you would have already broken through to the child's soul stage of the nascent soul realm, Zukang estimated. That's true, but doing that would have made my foundation unstable. At least this way I have a steady increase, and my body gets used to it as well. Plus, I'm still improving my strength in other ways, Lin Mu said in an understanding tone. Zukang nodded in appreciation. He was feeling content with how far along Lin Mu had come and how his understanding of cultivation had also increased. He did not doubt himself as much as before either, and had gained confidence. But while thinking of all this, Zukang was suddenly reminded of a certain thing that had been lying near a certain glowing altar. Have you checked up on that egg yet? Zukang suddenly spoke. Egg, Lin Mu repeated before his eyes went wide. The Grey egg of the snakes, Lin Mu remembered, and hurriedly withdrew the egg from his ring. The egg appeared in his hand, and he looked at it closely, examining all of its sections, ensuring that it was fine. He then scanned it with his spirit sense, and except for it being a bit too calm, there did not seem to be anything wrong with them. It seems to be alive, Lin Mu said, feeling a bit relieved. He felt like it would be a shame if the egg died just because he had forgotten about it and neglected it for the most part. Ever since he had gotten the egg, he had only taken it out twice, and that was when he was in the minor plane with little Shrubby and Jiang Luo. Lin Mu had even shown Jiang Luo the egg and had questioned him what he thought about it, or if he could tell what kind of a beast would come out of it. Jiang Luo simply answered he didn't know. He stated that his expertise in spirit beasts was quite less, and that Lin Mu definitely knew a lot more than him. The only beasts that Jiang Luo knew well enough about were those that he used as ingredients for weapon refinement and formations. As for the others, he did not really care for them as much. Lin Mu could only sigh to himself at that time and let time reveal the identity of the spirit beast that was in this egg. The strange thing was that even if Lin Mu tried to scan it with his spirit sense, he could not tell much. Observing the egg using spirit sense was like looking at something through a white sheet. The image was hardly visible, and the details could not be made out. All that could be told was that there was something in the egg. I still can't see anything in the egg, though, Lin Mu stated. It is probably too early for you to see anything in it. The embryo should still be forming, and thus the beast would only look like a mass of fluid right now, Zukang explained. I see. Though how long would this beast take to hatch? Lin Mu questioned. From what Lin Mu had read in the beast records, the eggs of the black water snake took about 2 months to hatch, while the eggs of the fire fang snake took a little over 3 months to hatch. If he compared the time since he got the egg, It had been nearly 4 months. Even taking the hatching time of Fire Fang's snake, which was the longest, the egg should have already hatched. But since he could not see an embryo in it, he didn't know what could be the problem. Seeing as the beast is a mix of 2 snakes and has also absorbed beast chi from the mother, it is hard to tell. The most likely thing is that it is also mutating, and its bloodline has yet to adapt. Once the bloodline is stabilized, the embryo should start developing. Zhukang explained. I see, Lin Mu muttered. He looked at the egg for a while more, when he suddenly got an idea. Since the egg is still adapting the bloodline, which is probably mutating, what will happen if I give it beast chi? Lin Mu wondered. Chapter 596, Raising an Egg. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Zhukang was also intrigued now. I actually can't tell. Beast chi in itself is something that is hard to find and seldom exists in free form like you use. Most of the beast chi that the beasts obtain is by eating other beasts and is thus present in their bodies. Since eggs can't eat, they can't really absorb beast chi like it would be possible for other beasts who are viviparous. Zhukang replied. Lin Mu heard Senior Zhukang's words and wondered what would truly happen. It was indeed a strange situation, and he doubted many people got to see something like this ever in their lives. Even the sects and cultivators who specially raised beasts for taming did not use beast chi on them, as it was simply not viable. Thus, for Lin Mu or most of the people in the world, this was uncharted territory. Will it be safe to give the egg beast chi? Lin Mu asked. Since the egg successfully absorbed beast chi before it was laid, and it has still not started developing, giving it beast chi should be relatively fine. It may even boost its growth rate. You won't know until you try it, Zhukang advised. Lin Mu thought over it and came to the conclusion that it was worth a try. Putting the egg down on the grass, Lin Mu chanted the nurturing heart sutra. The spirit chi within his danshan started to convert into beast chi and then flowed out to his hand. Lin Mu placed his hand on the egg and channeled the beast chi into the egg. Lin Mu had expected something to happen, but nothing really did. How did it not work? Lin Mu wondered. The egg suddenly trembled for a moment, which Lin Mu could feel. But just as he was about to observe it with his spirit sense, the egg calmed down. Now, except for feeling a bit warm, Lin Mu did not sense any difference in it. The aura coming from it is stable, so it is still alive. Looks like giving it beast chi did not harm it at the very least, Lin Mu stated. Giving it beast chi regularly may have some unexpected effect that we will probably only know when the egg fully hatches. If you want to, you can keep on supplying it with beast chi. Who knows, when the beast hatches, you may have another helper with you, Zhukang suggested. Lin Mu thought over it and found his words to be correct. Little Shrubby, who was his tamed beast and friend, was a powerful companion, was now part of his own strength. Lin Mu understood how much another beast could help him. One of the most difficult parts of taming beasts was controlling them, which could be solved by taking care of them since birth. But then this brought a secondary problem, which was providing them with resources. One must know that a beast was still a cultivator in a way and needed resources to become powerful. Even a beast with a good bloodline would need some resources to help in its growth. The stronger the beast got, the more resources it would require, and sometimes it would also get harder to control them. That was the reason why a lot of cultivators who dabbled in beast taming preferred to tame already grown beasts. But doing that brought them to the very first problem, which was actually getting to tame them. Failed attempts at taming would end up agitating the beasts, and they may even end up harming the cultivator. This was if the beast was even docile, for most beasts, though the first part was to get them conformable with you. But in Lin Mu's case, he did not have either of these problems. The beast would be born from the egg, and thus he would be raising it since it was a baby. As for the part about resource, Lin Mu had enough resources that he would make a lot of the sects jealous. In addition to this, he had one of the best resources a beast could desire, beast chi, and he had it in an almost endless quantity too. As long as Lin Mu had spirit chi, he could keep on refining more beast chi. Having thought of all this, Lin Mu finally decided that he would be taming this beast that was yet to be born. With this in mind, Lin Mu returned to his routine, which was now a bit modified. Since Lin Mu was now finished with the 1,000 armament blade scripture and could not improve in it directly, he decided to switch to something else. There was a plethora of study material Lin Mu had obtained from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect that he could learn from. One part of those materials was about alchemy and alchemical pills, and the second part that he obtained was about formations. While the Tri-Cauldron's Peony sect did not have anyone that was considered to be a genius in formations, they still had enough manuals and records to make someone who had talent in it a formation master. Plus, in addition to this, Lin Mu had also received a copy of the formations that Jiang Luo knew. He had given this to Lin Mu beforehand, since he knew that escaping from this minor world was not a surety. Jiang Luo had learned and researched quite a few formations in the 50 years he had spent here, and had progressed in them. He did not want all this knowledge to go to waste, and thus had passed it to Lin Mu in the form of a jade slip. He wanted him to give this to Jiang Wei and Duan Qi, in case he did not make it. But even if they did succeed to get back to the real world, Jiang Luo still wanted Lin Mu to keep all the knowledge for helping him. Had it not been for Lin Mu, perhaps Jiang Luo would have been trapped here forever. Chapter 597. Formations and runes. Time passed bit by bit, and Lin Mu had already been in the sleepscape for about 4 months now. His progress with the formations had also increased during this time, and he was proficient in more of them. The compilation of all the knowledge that Jiang Luo had gathered had helped Lin Mu quite a lot in it, along with the information he had gained from the Tri-Cauldron Peony sect. He was happy that he was finally getting to learn more. Zukong also assisted him in this and gave him pointers wherever needed. He did not directly teach him, though, as he wanted Lin Mu to learn by himself. Only by attempting it himself and making mistakes would he gain a better understanding of the formations. Another thing that prevented Lin Mu from practicing formation was the lack of resources needed for it. But now he had plenty of them to use during practice. He spent this time in making a few formation flags, talismans, and formation plates that may help him later. Still, he was not as proficient at making them as he was at directly modifying existing formations. The part where Lin Mu was particularly having trouble in making them was the actual inscription of the runes. The runes needed to make formation could be inscribed in multiple different ways, and there were many methods for it. The most common methods were to either using spirit sense to inscribe the runes and use treasured materials to make ink, which would then be used to write the runes. The first method was used for things such as spirit weapons, spirit tools, and formation plates, and the runes would not be normally visible on them unless they were activated. The second method of using ink was often used for making formation flags and talismans. On these, the runes were easily visible, and one could tell what the function of the formation was simply by reading the runes written on it. Of course, it was not this simple always, and the more complex runes would make one confused in understating what the function of the formation was. This was the part where the common tongue and Tao script greatly varied. The written runes on talismans and formation flags were mostly written using the common tongue in this world, and thus could even be read by commoners at times. But Lin Mu was not using that to make them. Rather, he was using Tao script to write the runes. This allowed him to write more complex formations with limited characters. Since the characters of Tao script could mean more than one thing and convey entire sentences in a single letter, making runes using them and expanding them into a formation was incredibly potent. Plus, most people in this world could not read Tao script and thus would become stumped at what the letters even were. In the higher worlds where Tao script was used, not everyone knew all of the characters in the Tao script. Senior Zukong even told Lin Mu that there were more characters in Tao script than there were stars in the night sky. Thus learning all of them was close to impossible, and anyone who managed to do so may directly become a saint. At least for the most things, only a limited amount of characters from Tao script were needed. But if one were to expand in the field of formations, and even the creation of different cultivation techniques and chi skills, they would need a good understanding of Tao script. Along with learning formations, Lin Mu was also injecting beast chi into the gray egg every day. While he still could not see any difference in its internals after 2 entire months, the aura of the egg was definitely getting stronger. Even Zhukang was stumped at this and wondered what kind of a bloodline did the egg manage to awaken. If it was needing such a large amount of beast chi, then he was afraid that it might turn out to be a beast that this world may not allow to exist. Zhukang did not mention this part to Lin Mu, as he did not want him to be worried about it, at least not when it was still unconfirmed. Regardless of that, the amount of beast chi Lin Mu had injected into the gray egg was many times more than what he had given to little Shrubby and the 2 snakes. Had this amount been given to a common beast that was at the body tempering realm, perhaps it had already increased its talent far enough to gain the potential to reach the nascent soul realm in the future. Lin Mu let out a deep breath as he finished inscribing the last rune on a formation plate. Finally, it's done, Lin Mu exclaimed, but his joy was short-lasting. The formation plate that he had just finished inscribing cracked, and all the runes on it collapsed. Lin Mu shook his head. Formations are truly difficult. I'm still having problems with formations that need a larger area to inscribe, Lin Mu said. You'll learn it eventually. You were able to inscribe them on bigger surfaces before. You just need to learn how to make your runes smaller while also maintaining their shape, Zhukang advised. I understand, Senior, Lin Mu replied and restarted his work. Lin Mu was having the same problem that thousands of other formation masters had, reducing the size of the runes. Oftentimes, one needed to inscribe runes onto a smaller surface than was often used. This made the process difficult, as the formation master would be used to making runes of a specific size over the years. Since runes were quite sensitive to irregularities, they could collapse if a mistake was made. They needed high precision to make, or they would simply not work. Thus, when one had to reduce the size of them, the entire ordeal became multiple times difficult. Just have to keep on practicing. Chapter 598, 10 months, another month passed just like that, and Lin Mu finally felt a change in his body. It's time for the breakthrough, Lin Mu muttered. Is the spirit chi already at peak for you? Zhukang asked. Yes, my nascent soul is already ready for it, Lin Mu replied and sat down. He closed his eyes and chanted the Severing Heart Sutra before using his spirit sense to observe his danshin. In there, the spirit chi was like a turbulent sea as it kept on swirling around the nascent soul. More spirit chi kept on pouring in from the walls of the danshin, while the nascent soul absorbed a majority from the danshin. A strange cycle was created like this, which balanced the input and consumption of spirit chi in Lin Mu's danshin. Despite using spirit chi all the time during these past 5 months, he still managed to reach the breakthrough. This pace is quite good, and if he is able to keep it up, it will push him to the next stage soon as well. Zhukang thorough to himself. The infant-like nascent soul in Lin Mu's danshin kept on absorbing the spirit chi till it started to finally grow. His arms grew thicker and his legs longer. His back grew taller and his head grew bigger too. Soon the nascent soul changed from looking like an infant to a child that looked to be about 5 years old. This meant that Lin Mu had successfully broken through to the child stage of the nascent soul realm. If one looked at the child's soul in Lin Mu's danshin, one would find a lot more similarities between it and Lin Mu. When it was still an infant, it was hard to tell that, but now the similarities would only increase till they looked the same. Lin Mu let out a breath as he stabilized his spirit chi. It didn't really take him much effort to break through this time, as it was the well of slumber doing the work. But Lin Mu knew this could not be done always. For bigger breakthroughs like those into major realms, Lin Mu would need to be fully awake and in control. Those breakthroughs brought about qualitative changes, and without having proper control, Lin Mu would most likely die. One could only imagine what would happen if Lin Mu was asleep when the heavenly tribulation arrived. While the mortal strengthening scripture might be able to protect him for a while, if he was not in full control, there were still many problems that could appear. At least for now, Lin Mu did not need to worry about it. How's the difference in spirit chi of the minor plane now? Zukong questioned. This was the main reason why they were doing this, and needed for the minor plane's spirit chi to fully deplete. Only once that was done would they be able to leave this world by letting it fully collapse. The concentration had fallen by about 30%, I suppose. Lin Mu spoke. 30%? It should only speed up from now. The higher the cultivation base gets, the faster the depletion rate will get, Zukong replied. How long do you think it will take, Senior? From what I can estimate, it seems like 5 more months. Lin Mu spoke. Yes, that should be the right time, Zukong agreed. Lin Mu nodded his head and looked around at all the mess in the sleepscape. There were materials for formations lying around everywhere, along with broken or incomplete formations. There were even a few formations that Lin Mu had laid on the ground. Because of the source vein of Spirit Stone Mine, which was now part of the sleepscape, it was continually producing its own spirit chi. While this amount was less than that of the real world, it was still enough for him to practice making some formations. These were the formations that could operate continually without needing any additional spirit stones, as they would absorb spirit chi from the environment. Had it not been for the change in the sleepscape, Lin Mu would have been unable to practice these. Currently, about a quarter of the sleepscape was filled with these formations and materials, making it look like a scrapyard. The poor spirit apple tree was stuck in the middle while being surrounded by a couple of hills of broken or defective formation flags. Such was the life Lin Mu had adapted for now, and he was content with it, though he knew this was temporary and that he would need to leave it as soon as the next step of the plan started. He continued this routine while improving his proficiency in formations and injecting the gray egg with beast chi for more time. And just as Lin Mu had estimated, 5 more months passed before the concentration of spirit chi in the air fell by a great amount. Right now, it was barely 5% of what it was originally, and it was still decreasing. But it was just one part of it, as Lin Mu was now close to another breakthrough. Lin Mu was sitting cross-legged while letting the spirit chi flow into his body freely. He didn't even need to use Severing Heart Sutra this time to peer into his danshin, and could do it freely due to the continued practice in this time. Making formations needed a lot of spirit sense use. This led to him becoming better and better at controlling it, and now he could use it much more easily and did not need the assistance of the Severing Heart Sutra. Lin Mu watched on as his nascent soul started to grow once more. This time the growth was much slower than before. Its limbs started to grow, and its torso became bigger. About an hour passed before Lin Mu's nascent soul was finally done growing. And with this, Lin Mu had broken through once again and had reached the adolescent soul stage of the nascent soul realm. If one looked at Lin Mu's nascent soul now, one would find that it looked the same as him when he was 15 years old. Chapter 599, Fall in Spirit Chi. Lin Mu's breakthrough had brought profound changes to the minor plane that he was currently unaware of. In the mountain residence of Jiang Luo, the man was working on several sets of spirit weapons. Sweat was visible on his forehead as he etched the formations on the spirit weapons. But just as he was about to put the last rune on the spirit weapon, a tremor shook the entire place. Damn it, what the hell is it this time? Jiang Luo cursed. The past few weeks had been getting tiring for him since the amount of spirit chi was getting lesser and lesser with time. Jiang Luo knew that this meant their plan was working, but he still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He was also doing some extra preparation on his own by making several items that they may need later. That was why he was slogging off right now. But now the tremor had basically wasted a couple of hours of his work in less than a second. He stepped out of the residence and flew up to get a measure of the area. It's everywhere, Jiang Luo said upon seeing the entire plane trembling. He was unaware that Lin Mu had another breakthrough and was simply estimating the progress by checking the concentration of the spirit chi in the air. He looked up at the sky and saw the spirit chi swirling in the air. All of the spirit chi in the minor plane was heading towards the top of the mountain right now. When Lin Mu broke through to the child soul stage of the nascent soul realm, this kind of reaction was not present, as the concentration of spirit chi was still quite high. But now that it had fallen to about 5% of the original, a spirit chi infusion caused by a breakthrough caused the spirit chi of the entire minor plane to rush towards Lin Mu. This was a warning in a way, and showed that the minor plane was about to run out of spirit chi soon. No way could it be, Jiang Luo muttered in disbelief. He finally guessed that this must have been caused due to a breakthrough, and all the spirit chi was now rushing towards Lin Mu, who was at the top of the mountain. Jiang Luo had never gone where Lin Mu was since the start, as he had been asked by Lin Mu to not be disturbed. He did actually know that Lin Mu was simply going to sleep there, and instead thought that he would be in seclusion while actively cultivating. Jiang Luo knew that it was best for one to be undisturbed during secluded cultivation, and easily accepted Lin Mu's request. But then another change happened, which shocked Jiang Luo. The spirit chi is decreasing at a rapid pace. If this keeps us, the minor plane will run out of spirit chi in a short while, Jiang Luo said, feeling both anxious and excited at the same time. He was anxious as he did not know if the plan would truly work or not, and he was excited as this would be his chance at leaving this place, where he had been trapped for over 50 years now. Grandfather Duan Qi, I'll meet you soon now, Jiang Luo thought to himself. Tilde roar tilde. A thunderous roar was heard coming from the forest, and Jiang Luo snapped back to look at it. One could see a reddish blur moving at a great speed. But that was not all, as there were 6 more blurs following it which were in different colors. The blur approached the area where Jiang Luo was and then flew up to come to stand beside him. Once the blur came to a stop, one could see that it was none other than little Shrubby. He had changed in the past 10 months as well. His size was at least 30% bigger than before, and his fur now had additional patterns on them. Small flaming sparks appeared on his fur from time to time as his body exuded a powerful beastly aura. If one looked at his back, though, they would see 5 more beasts there. But the difference was that these beasts were not alive and were just corpses. Some of them were crushed to death, while some were burned. The one thing in common was that each of these beasts was being held up by metallic hands. One of these hands was the prosthetic spirit tool that Lin Mu had gotten little Shrubby a long time ago, while the others had slightly different designs from that. But one could tell that the newer hands were of a better quality than the one Lin Mu had bought for little Shrubby. You're here too. Did you sense something with your master? Jiang Luo questioned. Over the months, he had spent quite some time with little Shrubby and had gotten to observe the beast. He understood that the beast was almost the same as a human and had even better intelligence than most. In addition to that, the beast was incredibly fast and strong, such that even he could not defeat it, despite the multiple attempts in the past 10 months. Tilde GRR tilde. Little Shrubby growled in a low voice and nodded his head. So it really is him. Looks like our time to leave this place will be near. We best get ready, Jiang Luo said as he looked at the 5 beasts little Shrubby was carrying with the prosthetic hands. Are these the last of the beasts? Jiang Luo questioned. Little Shrubby nodded his head, once again in Reps 1. Perfect, just in time. Put them in the cold room for now. I've already finished processing the remaining corpses that you brought, Jiang Luo said. Tilde GRR tilde. Little Shrubby growled in a low voice, before flying away to the mountain residence to do the task he had been given by his master. He had faithfully completed them, and his master was also about to wake up soon. Chapter 600. The collapse begins. The spirit chi soon turned into a storm as it rushed at the mountain peak. It influenced the weather of the minor plane, and soon dark clouds started to form, and strong winds started to blow. Tilde rumble tilde. A few minutes later, the sky was hidden in the dark clouds, and the sound of thunder could be heard. Flashes of lightning could also be seen from time to time as it arced across the clouds. At the mountain peak, Spirit chi kept on pouring into the boulder where Lin Mu was sleeping. If one looked at the boulder now, one would see that multiple small holes had been created all over it. These were all created due to the continued movement of spirit chi through the boulder. Even though Lin Mu had made a large entrance in the boulder, it had still ended up like this due to the enormous amount of spirit chi that was rushing in all the time. The spirit chi entered Lin Mu's body through his nose as he breathed it in and also through his pores. His robes had long since become tattered due to the same effect as that on the boulder. The robes Lin Mu wore were just normal clothes and were not made from any spirit materials, nor were they spirit clothes. Since the robes of the Ripple Mist disciple that Lin Mu was wearing before were destroyed in the battle with Jiang Luo early on, Lin Mu had switched to the other set of robes he had in the ring. The more spirit chi that poured into Lin Mu's body, the stronger his aura became. The process lasted for about 30 minutes, during which the concentration of spirit chi in the environment kept on falling until it reached a devastatingly low level. The moment this happened, the spirit chi infusion stopped and Lin Mu's eyes opened. Massive waves of spirit chi were released from his body as the entire boulder that he was in trembled. Tilde crumble tilde. The boulder was unable to maintain its structural integrity anymore, and finally broken apart under the effect of the spirit chi waves. But the fragments of the boulder did not fall upon Lin Mu. Rather, they were all sent flying out due to the continually emitting spirit chi. Lin Mu rose up from the bed as he stretched his slightly stiff neck. In reality, his body was in top-notch condition and would not become stiff or sore like that. This was just a psychological compulsion that Lin Mu still had. But as he stood up from the bed, his robes fell apart. Another pair of good robes gone, Lin Mu muttered before taking out another set of robes and wearing them. He then stored the soft white bolster and the bed in his ring before looking around and the destroyed boulder. Looks like this place changed a lot in this time. Why did this boulder break apart like this, though? Lin Mu wondered, but then pushed it to the back of his mind when he heard the sound of something moving fast. Tilde whoosh tilde. Strong winds blew as a red blur appeared in front of Lin Mu. Little shrubby, Lin Mu called out with joy. Tilde purr tilde. Little shrubby immediately switched to his gentle mode as he nuzzled Lin Mu as he got some head rubs and head pats. You woke up, Little shrubby said. Yes, seems like we can leave soon now, Lin Mu replied as he looked up at the sky. His eyes narrowed, and his perception extended beyond the dark clouds that covered the sky. He could see the spatial fluctuations that were arising there. The border of the minor place is close to its limit, Lin Mu spoke. You should gather the things that are still left here quick. This world will collapse any moment now, Zukong urged. Right, Lin Mu replied before flying down the mountain with Little Shrubby following behind him. The two of them, soon, saw a man floating right near the entrance of the residence. You really did break through to the child stage of the nascent soul realm. No, wait, the adolescent stage, Jiang Luo said, finding it hard to believe. Yes, I did, Lin Mu responded as he took a look at Jiang Luo. And it seems like it's not just me who did. You are in the adolescent stage of the nascent soul realm now too, Lin Mu stated. Ahaha, yeah, I broke through 6 months ago by luck, Jiang Luo replied. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and spread his spirit sense around. Is everything ready now? We'll need to leave at any moment, Lin Mu asked. Of course, the moment I felt the spirit chi falling, I gathered everything in one place. Now you just need to store them. Little Shrubby also fished hunting down all of the beasts of the forest, and I'm done with all materials too, Jiang Luo answered. Perfect, Lin Mu shortly said before rushing into the residence. There he saw that it had changed its look now. There were no more tables and things strewn about, and instead a large pile of items was lying in the center. The items ranged from metal ingots, ores, crystals, gems, rocks, formation plates, weapons, armors, spirit tools, beast meat, and beast materials. Lin Mu nodded his head and quickly stored everything in the ring. and just as he did, he felt the residents quake. Tilde rumble tilde. It's happening again, Jiang Luo spoke. The minor plane is already collapsing from the bottom. We should see it in the sky soon as well, Lin Mu informed. He had already learned from Senior Zukong about what would most likely happen to the minor plane. If the minor plane started to quake first, then it meant that it was collapsing from the ground. Lin Mu would need to wait till the sky started to tear apart before being able to leave. That was the point when the borders of the minor plane were weak enough to escape it. Plus, this also meant that the minor plane was getting closer to the sacred grounds of the Ripple Mist sect.